Good morning. We're going to get started. This is the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole regarding bills number 160, 170, 160, 171, 160, 172, and resolution number 160, 180. Mr. Stitt, please read the title of the bills and resolution.
Bill number 160-170, an ordinance to adopt a capital program for the 6 fiscal years 2017 through 2022 inclusive. Bill number 160-171, an ordinance to adopt a fiscal 2017 capital budget. Bill number 160-172, an ordinance adopting the operating budget for fiscal year 2017. Resolution number 160-180, resolution providing for the approval by the Council of the City of Philadelphia of a revised 5-year financial plan for the City of Philadelphia covering fiscal years 2017 through 2021 and incorporating proposed changes with respect to fiscal year 2016, which is to be submitted by the Mayor to the Pennsylvania Intergovernmental Cooperation Authority, the authority pursuant to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement authorized by an ordinance of this council approved by the Mayor on January 3, 1992, Bill number 1563-A, by and between the city and the authority.
Thank you, Mr. Stitt. Today we continue the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole to consider the bills read by the clerk that constitute proposed operating and capital spending measures for fiscal 2017, a capital program, and a forward-looking capital plan for fiscal 2017 through fiscal 2022. Today we will hear testimony from the following city departments: the Mayor's Office of Planning and Development, Mayor's Office, Housing and Community Development, City Planning Commission, and Mural Arts. And then we will have License Inspection and Office of Information Technology. Mr. Stitt, first person to testify is?
And Fadon.
All right. Can we have, if it's okay with you all, to bring whoever's going to testify for the first 3 agencies? Might as well have them all up. I'm trying to facilitate activity.
Good morning, Council President Clark and members of City Council. My name is Ann Fadulin, and I'm Director of the Office of Planning and Development. Joining me today, I have the Deputy Director of the Office of Housing. This has a slightly different name now, but anyway, Melissa Long, and then also the Executive Director of the Planning Commission, Gary Jastrab. And I also have other members of my staff here, Nick Scafidi, who's Interim Director of the Land Bank, and John Farnham, who is Executive Director of the Historic Commission, as well as my Deputy Director, Kathy Calfano. The Office of Planning and Development's mission is to coordinate the city's planning, zoning, housing, and development functions to promote the economic health of all of Philadelphia's neighborhoods and the city as a whole. To that end, I'm pleased to provide testimony on our fiscal year 17 operating budget and our overall goals for 2017. Within the portfolio of planning and development are the city's various planning and redevelopment entities, including Housing and Community Development, the Philadelphia Redevelopment Authority, the Philadelphia Housing Development Corporation, and the Land Bank. We also encompass the Planning Commission, the Historic Commission, and the Art Commission, and also the Office of Development Services. Combined, these entities employ 195 full-time staff and 15 executive-level staff. We represent a diverse city workforce. Of our full-time employees, 57% are female and 43% are male. 46% are African American, 39% are white, 12% are Hispanic, and 3% are Asian. The combined executive team, which we're still in the process of assembling, is currently 71% white and 29% African American, 65% male, and 35% female. Currently, the office itself only has 3 staff positions for fiscal year 17, the Director of Planning Development, which is my role, the Deputy Director of Planning and Development, which is filled by Kathy Califano, and the Deputy Director of Development Services, which is John Monlack. We already talked about our mission. Our objectives as a whole in fiscal year 17 are to develop an organizational chart for the creation of the Department of Planning and Development, which is to launch in fiscal year 18. Right now, per executive order, we are an office under the mayor, And in fiscal year 18, we will become our full department. To complete the 5-year strategic housing and community development plan, ensuring public investment in all market sectors, and responding to current conditions and continue to increase coordination between and approvals by city agencies for private development projects, and to continue to increase the functionality of the land bank to streamline the assembly and disposition of blighted properties, and to provide more opportunities for affordable housing by working with advocates to extend the reach of the Housing Trust Fund and the projects it supports. So essentially, our two major goals in fiscal year 17 are to come up with the overall organizational structure for this new department and to develop a strategic plan around how we invest our resources. Excuse me. The proposed strategic plan will set forth development strategies that will address barriers to improving neighborhood and residential health, creating additional housing opportunities for households at various income levels, and improve market stability. Working with City Council, leadership from the existing departments, and through a collaborative process of engaging diverse constituent groups, we seek to produce a blueprint that defines core values, assesses existing conditions, applies best practices, evaluates current programs, and garners public and philanthropic support for new initiatives. As required by the Charter and Council, the planning process has an aggressive timeline. We look to ensure that the information we get from the strategic planning process helps inform how we plan for expending housing and planning resources in the fiscal year 18 budget. While we engage in this planning process, our offices will continue to engage, improve, and expand services to our residents and the development community. In fiscal year 17, our development services team will continue to increase public awareness of our services and respond to development entities seeking coordinated reviews by city departments. We anticipate facilitating public approvals of 6 to 12 large-scale projects, conducting 25 developer service meetings, and participating in 4 public education sessions to associations including the Building Industry Association and the Philadelphia Association of Community Development Corporations. Although not all projects require development meetings, we anticipate that a developer's checklist can help smaller and newer development entities navigate through public approvals. Our goal is to produce an updated checklist guidebook before the end of the calendar year. Last, we recognize that with the city of this age and size, some of our processes are antiquated or not operational, and we will work in fiscal year 17 on cross-department initiatives to improve government efficiency related to spurring and sustaining development. In the fall of 2013, Philadelphia launched the creation of the land bank. Since that time, it has achieved numerous milestones that improve access to blighted properties for redevelopment purposes. Namely, it is nearing completion of an effort to research and correct the legal descriptions of more than 6,000 deeds. Approximately 1,800 properties have moved or are moving from other public land agencies into the land bank inventory, and another 500 properties are expected to do so by the end of fiscal year 16. The land bank is also starting to acquire vacant tax delinquent properties at tax foreclosure sale. We anticipate acquiring 60 to 70 parcels through tax foreclosures in the next 6 months. While we note our accomplishments, we also recognize that our processing of expressions of interest has been slow. Our goal is to clear the current backlog by July 1, 2016, and improve the business processes to increase response times. Lastly, the land bank has added more features to its website regarding Philadelphia's real estate market and its property inventory, and will continue to streamline the express interest submission process. In fiscal year 17, the land bank will align its goals to the goals of the Department of Planning and Development's strategic plan, ensuring that acquisition and disposition access support the need for affordable, workforce, and market rate housing in Philadelphia, as well as that all those activities support the other activities that are going on within the city, such as commercial corridor development, capital programs, and transportation access. Also included in our testimony is kind of an outline diagram of how the department is currently configured today, which is we really oversee 3 main functions: planning and zoning, development services, and housing and community development.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You guys want to just go through all of the testimony? Because it's going to overlap. And there's a reason why I asked you all up here, because I want to get a sense of what it's going to be like once we officially launch the new
Sure,
office.
I think we can do that, and I appreciate that, because that's exactly what we're doing and why we're
That's the
here.
whole point of doing the charter change, so we can have that. Thank you.
Okay, good. Good morning, Council President
Morning.
Clark and other members of City Council. I'm Melissa Long, Deputy Director of the Office of Housing and Community Development, and I'm here today to present testimony on OHCD's proposed general fund operating budget for fiscal year 2017. The proposed combined operating budget under the Community Development Block Grant Fund, Grants Revenue, Housing Trust Fund will be presented in the spring or early June to the Finance Committee in its hearing on the Consolidated Plan Ordinance. That hearing will authorize the submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development of the Consolidated Plan, which includes the budget for the Community Development Block Grant and other housing programs for fiscal year 2017. The mission of the Office of Housing and Community Development is to strategically align housing and community development resources and programs to prevent homelessness by keeping people in their homes, increase affordable housing by producing new affordable housing units, strengthen communities by eliminating blight and promoting neighborhood planning, and creating jobs by attracting and retaining businesses. The year 42 allocation of CDBG, home, and HOPWA from HUD to OHCD is $54 million. These resources will support programs consistent with the city's housing and community development priorities and the priorities of the Office of Planning and Development to serve low and moderate income individuals and families to revitalize neighborhoods. One of the biggest challenges facing the city remains a significant reduction of more than $45 million in federal and state resources over the last 14 years, making general fund support critical to meeting the city's priorities. The proposed FY2017 general fund budget allocates $2.865 million to the Office of Housing and Community Development. This funding includes $2.3 million to support the vacant land stabilization and maintenance activities of the Philadelphia Land Care Program, $345,000 to support the North Central Choice neighborhood, and $130,000 to support the Settlement Grant and Tangled Title programs. In FY 2017, a total of $2.39 million will support the Philadelphia Land Care Program through the Pennsylvania Horticultural Society to stabilize and maintain nearly 9,000 of the 40,000 vacant lots in Philadelphia. This award-winning national best practice model creates jobs, raises property values, reduces crime, and promotes new development. In FY 2016, PHS launched the Re-Entry Initiative. This innovative program provides citizens returning from incarceration with marketable skills and an opportunity to work for landscape services contractors. To date, a total of 27 returning citizens have been trained, hired, and supported through this program, and an additional 2,000 lots are now cleaned and maintained as green community assets. In addition, a total of $30,000 in FY 2017 will support average grants of $1,100 per household for low-income homeowners to obtain a clear title to their home. A total of $100,000 for settlement assistance grants of up to $500 per household will assist income-eligible home buyers to pay for closing costs. We will return to City Council next month to present the complete FY 2017 proposed budget as part of the Consolidated Plan hearing. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Gary Jastrab, Executive Director of the City Planning Commission, and joining me over on this side is Deputy Executive Director Eleanor Sharp. I'm happy to provide testimony on the City Planning Commission's fiscal 2017 operating budget. The mission of the City Planning Commission is to guide the overall growth and development of the city through sound planning principles and policies. The Home Rule Charter directs the Commission to prepare and update a comprehensive plan to guide the city's physical development, to prepare an annual capital program and budget to guide city infrastructure and public facility investments, to prepare proposed zoning ordinances and maps to ensure appropriate development, to administer the regulations concerning the subdivision of land, and to make recommendations on the acquisition and sale of city real estate. The Commission's other responsibilities include administering the zoning code's civic design review and registered community organization processes, and operating the Citizens Planning Institute as the educational training and civic engagement arm of the City Planning Commission. The administration of the Art Commission is also included in the City Planning Commission's budget. Currently, the composition of our staff is 57% male, 43% female, 76% white, 18% African American, and 6% Asian American. We do have 3 bilingual speakers on our staff, a Mandarin Chinese speaker, a Spanish speaker, and a Vietnamese speaker. And in addition, we have an OIT staffer that's assigned to the City Planning Commission who speaks Hindi and Gujarati. Our primary efforts for fiscal year 2017 revolve around 3 programs. The Philadelphia 2035 Comprehensive Plan and their district plans. It's the first citywide comprehensive plan since 1960, intended to align municipal, private, institutional, and civic resources toward common physical development goals. The Commission continues to institutionalize the city's comprehensive planning process so that it's updated and renewed in a continuing cycle going forward. In 2013, the Commission received a National Best Practices Planning Award for this work. And just last month, the American Planning Association, the professional association of urban planners in the United States, conferred its 2016 National Planning Excellence Award for an agency upon the Commission, recognizing our work over the past several years. We're now engaged in a series of 18 district plans addressing land use, zoning, urban design, healthy community, public facility, community schools, and other physical infrastructure issues throughout the city. Each district plan involves extensive civic outreach and public participation. 11 district plans have been adopted since 2012, and 1 more is scheduled for adoption in June. By this time next year, it's anticipated that 15 of the 18 district plans will have been completed, and work on plans 16 and 17 will be underway. Our second major program is the zoning remapping program. Coming out of the district plans are zoning recommendations. 2 types of zoning recommendations are usually proposed: corrective zoning to replace obsolete or outdated zoning, and zoning to advance the plan to achieve future development and neighborhood conservation goals. To date, recommendations have been made to remap 8,250 acres of land, about 1 in every 5 acres in the districts with adopted plans. Of this total, remapping has been completed and is in place for 2,700 acres, about 33%. Another 900 acres, 11%, are in the legislative process, and we're working on the balance of about 4,600 acres, 56%. It's a very labor-intensive and data-intensive process. During fiscal 2017, the Commission expects to propose an additional 1,500 acres of land for remapping. And as you know, the City Planning Commission staff works closely with City Council members and other community stakeholders to prepare all zoning remapping bills. And then our third major program is the Citizens Planning Institute. The CPI was created in 2010 as the Commission's education, training, and civic engagement arm. The CPI helps empower Philadelphians to take a more proactive and informed role in shaping the future of their city through a better understanding of planning, zoning, and the development process. Each spring and fall, the CPI offers educational courses focusing on planning and urban design topics, and we're now beginning our 12th semester with the first class tomorrow evening. And by the close of this fiscal year, the CPI will have graduated 360 citizen planners throughout the city. And with that, we're happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I want to start out with Ms. Fadulin. First of all, again, congratulations on your new position. We can't wait till the full implementation takes place per the charter change.
Right. I think I have a lot to thank you for.
Yeah, I know. There's some headaches thrown in there every now and then. That's a part of the deal. I felt the same way about this job when I got it, right? I was pretty excited, but then there are some days when you're like, what the heck did I do? Quickly, with respect to that issue about the consolidation, and I know there are some limitations in terms of what you can actually do, what you can actually codify in the structure of your organization. What have you been able to do so far to allow you to facilitate change and put in place a structure in the government that is more user-friendly, I like to say, not only for elected officials, but in particular, user-friendly for the citizens? And then I'd like to follow up that by asking you about the makeup on the chart. I think all the colleagues have charts, and particularly the Division of Development Services, which is one that we kind of created. I want to ask you about, in the interim, what are we doing to utilize? Because that's pretty much the constituent base arm of the government.
So the charter change doesn't fully take effect until July 1st, 2017, which would be essentially fiscal year 18. So we have a year to sort of work through what we want that department to look like. Excuse me. On January 4th, when the mayor was inaugurated, he signed an executive order that created the Office of Planning and Development and allowed us to implement a large portion of the charter, but not everything. So what we've done so far to date is we have that one division that's planning and zoning that incorporates the Historic Planning Commission, the Historic Commission, and the Art Commission. And in fiscal year 18 will also include the Zoning Board of Adjustment. The Zoning Board has not moved over to our department as our division office, our office as of yet, and we plan to take the year to figure out how to do that. That's a little bit tricky. Unlike the other entities contained in this office, the Zoning Board of Adjustment does not have any direct report staff. They share staff with two other boards, so we need to figure out how to kind of figure that out in the budget and also staffing-wise, but we also want to take this opportunity to see if we want to put in place different processes around how the zoning board is handled. I'm going to sort of skip over development services because that was a big chunk of your question. And then in housing and community development, the Office of Housing has already been gotten away with, and that's now the Division of Housing and Community Development, but for this year we really have them functioning almost exactly the same way. And that was really in conjunction with the Finance and Budget Office to say it's going to take us a little while to figure out how to meld all this into one department and one budget authority, and so we frankly kind of kicked it down the road for another year. And then we have the Redevelopment Authority, Philadelphia Housing Development Corporation, and the Land Bank that's housed within PHDC. And they're all functioning as they were, but I have to say we've created a kind of senior management staff, and we're all kind of looking at how those organizations work together and in concert with each other, and we're really in the process of forming what I believe to be a very strong team to oversee those agencies and to figure out how we use those dwindling resources that Melissa referred to in as efficient a way as we can, and then also to see if we can go after kind of funds that traditionally we have not taken advantage of, maybe some private capital dollars, some philanthropy dollars, and some other things. We're not content to come here every year and testify that our resources are dwindling. In reference to development services, that was a group that was housed within the Commerce Department. Technically, they are still paid out of either the Managing Director's Office or PIDC stimulus dollars. But again, part of that not part of the executive order, but attached to the executive order, was an MOU that was signed on January 4th by the Director of Commerce that makes that division a direct report to me. And they actually now are on the 13th floor in 1515 Arch Street. So they're on the same floor as we are, and they continue to do the work that they did in support of Commerce Department as far as business attraction and retention and how new businesses are coming into the city can help ease their way through the approval process, but now they're much more closely tied to also the development functions within the city, including planning and the housing functions, and we're opening that up to more of our CDC and nonprofit developers, where they access that service when they knew about it, but we're being much more proactive about making that linkage, and then also making sure that more folks know about the opportunities and the assistance that's provided through development services. I'd like to add, in addition, what we're doing is in the next, I want to say, week or so, the Historic Commission will be moving over to our floor of the offices as well. And we're doing our best to kind of get people as consolidated as in one place as we can. We have a dream that someday the housing agencies will be in close proximity to us as well. But right now, we're churning everybody's Fitbits by going back and forth between the various places that we're located.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that process. I mean, at the end of the day, our ability to make our service advantageous to the citizens is what it's all about. So that's why we are, city council's all in one building. I know some of us would like to be in other buildings, but you know, we're good here. See. Quick follow-up to that, to your testimony. One of the things that we talked about, we didn't put it in the charter ordinance. When you talk about developer services, there was some concerns raised, and actually in some quarters, some criticism about us coming off as a developer friendly of an ordinance. And what about the citizens? Because the simple reality is, in a lot of neighborhoods throughout the city, when there's activity taking place, it can be some somewhat negative impacts when the streets get trenched and the, 7 o'clock in the morning, the trucks are backing up with the beep, 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 and all the things associated with activity. It can create a problem for the residents in those communities, and I can attest to that. Being in the area, there's a lot of stuff going on. I actually talked to people out in the street, and there was some thought that the person could actually call one number as it relates to construction-related activity, as opposed to the person, we actually did, it was a Channel 10 story about this, where the street gets trenched, and the average citizen has no clue, is it water, sewer, PGW, cable, whatever. It shouldn't be the responsibility of the citizen to have to figure out who's responsible for this trench in the street that's been sitting there for 3 months, and every time a car goes over, it's bang, bang. And we were talking about, and I actually promised some people that there will actually be a number where the citizens can call to find out what's going on in my neighborhood. Why are they digging excavating this big lot across the street? Is there going to be development? All of those things. Is there, in your implementation, had you given any thought to that? And I don't know if I had that level of details as it relates to the conversation with you, but that was the belief.
We're in the process of going around and meeting with different departments, Streets Department, L&I, the Water Department, and sort of saying, here we are, we're the new Office of Planning and Development, this is what we, these are kind of the resources and things that we have available, and finding out what they have available and how we can work together. And I think as part of that, we can look into figuring out how we could collect the data about different things that are going on in the city, and then house that in one location, and figure out a means to make that easily accessible. Because I have to be honest with you right now, I think if you called somebody, one person in the city, that one person would probably not know every single thing that was going on within the city, because just as you mentioned, there's a lot going on in a lot of different areas. But we can certainly work with our sister departments and figure out how to collect that data, and then figure out a mechanism to make that available in a way that makes sense to the public, so that people know what's going on. I think that's really one of the things that we're striving for, is to is to do a better job of communicating with the communities. And a big part of that, we feel, is listening to what they have to say and then getting our information out there in as accessible a manner as possible.
Right.
So we can certainly look into
that would be
figuring that out.
helpful, 'cause we want to be, in the position of facilitating development, but we also want to be in a position where we are responsive to our citizens, because there's
Right.
a lot more of them than there are of developers.
Yeah, and we don't define development just as developers.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back. Chair recognizes Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had my staff, when I first got elected, President Clark was kind enough to ride through my district with me because he was a premier developer of low and moderate income housing in his district. So I prepared a list of projects that I got ready for the pipeline. And not knowing how long development takes, then Councilman Rizzo got me this pipeline. And he signed it, he said, because you're in line behind about 10 other district council people by way of development. So the reason I brought it out today, and I'm gonna get my colleagues, freshman colleagues to sign it, is that I am finally, President Clark, closing, we're finally, the one project I showed you was the Wynn Ballroom. We just now demolished it and are building the new one. 8 years later. So my hope is that this new office allows things to go through the pipeline a little quicker. And so the planning and codification of all of these departments is, I'm optimistic about. But let me ask a couple of specific questions, particularly first about planning. There is a migration of sorts from low-income, moderate-income people around the city. My question is, where are they going? And if it impacts us in redistricting a couple of years back, it is going to impact us in a different way again. And so I need to know where we are, and it doesn't have to answer now, but by the time you come back, know where these folks are going. So if they're moving from North Philly to Northeast or to Southwest, we need to know that so that we can meet them there almost and accommodate them with the type and price points that they need. That's number one. Number two is that President Clark put together a list of potential developable houses, some 3,000 if I recall, in different parts of the city. That it was 2,000? 2,000. How is that in your, are you incorporating that in your plan? And if so, please respond now.
Right, so I believe, Councilman Jones, you're referring to the Workforce Housing Initiative, which we have been working diligently on. It's been one of our highest priorities since we got into office in January, and I believe we're at a point so my first entree to that was a meeting that I would say there were at least 15 people in, and there was issues with one of the initial projects that had been rolled out. And I think based on that, we sort of made a decision of, let's catch our breath, and before we try to do, 1,500 or 2,000 of these, let's make sure that we have the program that we want to have and get it set up in the appropriate way. So we've spent the last couple months doing exactly that, working very closely with the council president's staff, and we believe we've come up with a mechanism that helps us better assess, kind of along the lines of your first statement, better assess the markets that we're looking to work in to make sure that the workforce housing program is really hitting a market niche that is not being met, and to make sure that that market niche is actually there so that we don't end up with beautiful new properties that we can't sell. And that we can make sure that people can qualify for the mortgages, and that developers are selling them at the prices that are an affordable price and not coming back to us and saying we have to now sell it to people at a higher level of median. And so we've really taken our time to make sure that we're doing the right analysis, and that we're working with the communities, and that we're working with the various council people, and we're about ready to roll out our first RFP in the Francisville community. to put out packages of properties there, and we're going to, hopefully that will be successful in this program that we've designed, and we will then be able to come and move to different districts with, I think we've identified about 7 or 8 areas around the city that we think have very high potential for this program to succeed.
Well, I'm going to need more data and definition of that program, because one person's prosperity is another person's misery. Those people are moving from somewhere going to another place, and us predicting where they are, we can put market rate or price points that they can afford in place for them. And so that planning of that is something I look forward to getting some direction on. The other one is that the Realtors Association had a proposal where there was a type of receivership that they were going to get in a dilapidated property, that we would take that property, put it in the hands of a responsible realtor that would fix it up, and that if that owner wanted to redeem that property, they could come back, pay the arrearages, and get that property back. But in the meantime, that would be a property put back on the rolls in affordable housing. Is that being considered in your planning process?
Right, so I think you're referring to the conservatorship program that has been something that the state came up with and has been in effect for a few years, and a few people have taken advantage of it. We haven't seen anything done at scale, and part of that is we need to work through, there's some title and financing issues that come associated with the conservatorship program, and so I think we'll take a look at that, and again, kind of like we did with workforce housing, let's learn how to walk before we learn how to run, and see if there's a way that we may need to tweak that program in order to scale it up and have it really be as effective as what it was envisioned to be. So yes, we are going to consider, we are at the point where we're going to try to consider as many possible things as we can think of.
In light of
the
your-
more ideas that you have, send them our way, and we will definitely do the analysis.
So in light of the fact that we're not going to wind up with more CDBG dollars from heaven, we have to use innovative ways to approach the market in non-traditional ways. So that what did you call it?
Conservatorship.
Conservatorship program and the workforce housing program are two at least viable options that we should consider. There's probably the devil's in the details, but that's what I want to know by way of investment, by way of our public dollars, which one is the better way or both of them to go. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Council President. I just wanted to just give my congratulations for the awards that you have won, and I did enjoy our conversation when you stopped by my office, and I think this is a wonderful process. I'm not sure, but the way I understand it, this is a kind of a new process where you are kind of at the hub of the wheel, reaching out to all the different departments. Sometimes our city's like a octopus with tentacles, doing so many different things, but not necessarily knowing what's coming next, who next door is doing things, but your office will kind of coordinate that. It should be more efficient. We should not be doing things and going back and redoing things with this planning. So I really appreciate the planning. I think it's a wonderful thing for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dom.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just have 1 or 2 or 3 quickie questions.
What are my 5 goals?
No. So I read a study by eConsult back in 2011, and I guess this was the impetus for Councilwoman Sanchez and Council President Clark pushing the land bank. But it said back then that we spend $20 million a year on our vacant properties in Philadelphia. And that's a lot of money every year. But also said that there was only $2 million in potential real estate taxes that we could derive from that $20 million that we spend of real estate taxes. So I'm saying to myself, from an economic standpoint, each year we spend $20 million. The potential revenue for the city is $2 million. It'll take us 10 years to make up 1 year's cost of maintenance. So in that light, I heard you mention some numbers, but roughly today, how many properties are in the land bank? How many properties can we get into the land bank? And how do we get this land bank properties sold much quicker than what we're doing?
Right, so I think those are the things that we're looking at. So right now we have about 1,800 properties in the land bank. We anticipate an additional 500 coming in by the end of this fiscal year. But I think, all testament to the land bank staff. They've really spent the last couple of years trying to get the land bank up, organized, and structured, and now we're really moving in more to that operational phase of the land bank. And so we're really taking a look at now how we can get the primary functions of the land bank to either be you're taking properties in or you're getting properties out, as opposed to that setup function. But that setup function really needed to happen, because as we testified to, we've been in the process of cleaning up the deeds for 6,000 properties. I think one of the big challenges in an older city, in a city that has such severe tangled title issues that we have, is that although we knew we owned these properties, we weren't sure what we owned, and we did not necessarily have clear title to them. So working through that was really important work that the land bank was doing, but now we have to really focus on getting the land in and getting the land back out. And we're really taking a hard look at that and figuring out how we need to structure things going forward so that it's focused on operations as opposed to organization.
How many properties, there's 2,300 in the land bank or going into land bank soon. How many properties do you envision this year will have in the land bank?
I'm sorry, I missed how many this year?
How many properties do you think we'll have in 2016 going into the land bank?
About 2,300.
And if it's costing us $20 million a year, if you and I were in business and it cost us $20 million a year to get $2 million of revenue, we would sell all those properties right now, because it's a bad economic deal for us, terrible. After 5 years, it's going to cost us $100 million to maintain properties that produce $2 million a year. How do we speed up this process? Because it's worth the investment to unload these properties and get them into the hands of taxpayers and get them off our books.
Well, I do think that there is probably a short-term gain to sell off some of them that way, but I also think we want to take a little bit more of a strategic approach and figure out if there's a way to combine them maybe with some other properties that are already in private ownership or other forms of public ownership or tax delinquent, that we could then assemble a larger development parcel. I think we want to take a look at that as well and make sure that we want to, let me just say we're not content with the 2 million on 20 million. We want to see really where we can get to. And then I think also to Councilman Jones' point, we also need to make sure that we're taking care of all the various residents in our communities. And so we are looking at which ones of those should be, really need to be workforce housing and or affordable housing or community gardens. We're really tasked with not just maximizing initial short-term economic gain. We're really charged with long-term economic gain, and we've got a lot of work to do in our communities around that, and to make sure that we are taking care of the existing residents as opposed to bringing new growth and new development into the city.
Are there potentially 40,000 properties that could go into the land bank over the long term?
We believe so. It's been a little bit difficult to get an accurate count, but we think it's in that vicinity. So potentially, but I think honestly that the Revenue and Finance Department would probably hope that some of those folks would show up and start paying their taxes, and they may want to develop them on their own as opposed to necessarily going the land bank route.
And are the statistics still about 8,000 to 10,000 of those are vacant property? Is that the number?
I think vacant in one form or another. So either a vacant structure or a vacant lot. I think that's probably about accurate.
So on those, if we attack those first, we're not affecting anybody really. Those are just empty properties that need to be revitalized.
Right, and so we're taking a look at those. We're going to take a look at those and figure out where they really are and what's around them. So one of the things that we're doing with this strategic plan that we're talking about doing, and this tour that we've been doing to other departments that kind of Councilman O referred to, is we're going to these other departments and saying, we have great planning resources, we have great mapping resources, we have great, really a lot of experience with how to implement things. If any of those services are a benefit to you, please let us know. We want to offer them up. And in return, we'd like all your data. And what we hope to do is develop a plan that shows where are we investing in housing, where do we have properties available, where are we investing in commercial corridors, where are we putting parks, recs, and library money, where are we investing in small businesses or capital programs, and does that make sense? Are we leveraging things to the maximum extent? Are we, is that a way that we can go after larger philanthropic dollars, or is there a larger way we can go after capital dollars to bring that investment in? We're really working on being the planning and implementation arm for the city, as well as for the residents of the city, to make sure that we're getting good economic bang for our buck, but also to make sure that we're doing it in a way that meets needs across the spectrum, as opposed to just picking one target.
What do you think's realistic, timeframe-wise, for us to clean out these properties and eliminate that $20 million payment? Is that a 3-year or a 5-year horizon, and what do you think's the realistic timeframe?
I think it's probably at least a 5-year timeframe. I think like I said, we're really focused on becoming as operational as we can in the land bank realm, but we do want to do it in an intentional way.
Okay.
So we're
Thank you
getting
very
there.
much.
And
Okay.
we're working on it every single day. Some days we move a yard, some days we move back a yard, and some days we move an inch.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Just real quick follow-up on that. There are obviously philosophical issues about, where the land bank does its work, and, issues about gentrification, all those other things come up. But there are two operational issues that, at least from our perspective, needs to be addressed. And one is obviously the staffing issue. And I know you guys are working on it, but there's always a challenge when you talk about staffing with different workforces. And the other thing is the law department. We found that to be the most significant impediment, our inability to get on the same page with law, because ultimately law has to start the sheriff's sale process in terms of how those properties get picked up. So I would like to see, as you move towards official cabinet level position, that you encourage people to put a little more emphasis on getting law to certify those properties in a timely way. And I understand there's this conflict between revenue, but at the end of the day, long-term, those properties will ultimately, the councilman said, ultimately be part of the tax base, because as soon as that land is conveyed to an end user, they're immediately going to start paying taxes. So short-term, you might lose a little money, but long-term, it's clearly going to be an annualized revenue stream coming into the city.
Right,
All right.
and we're working on that right now. We're
Thank
trying to get a hold of Revenue Department data and law and sit down and
Thank you.
analyze that to say, listen, this is kind of what makes, we understand your perspective, this is our perspective, and understand we're not always at odds, and we're trying to work very cooperatively with these various departments
Thank
to
you.
say, we're all in this together, we all want to be good teammates, let's figure out how we do this, that makes the most sense.
Thank you. Thank you. Chair recognizes.
My clock.
You want to start, you want to get your point of information in first and then start the clock?
Yes.
I tell you, these veteran council members, they know all the tricks, right?
Hey, thank you. Just on that, one of the issues, we were very deliberate in creating the strategic plan to create those buckets of opportunities. And one of the biggest challenges is the Council President Clark mentioned and Councilman Dom is, if revenue has to approve every single one of this, then we're not, that's going to hold us up. So really want to get the administration to agree. Do they or do they not agree with the buckets of opportunities? Create that criteria, because that NASA committee that I call them the NASA committee because nobody knows who they are, who look at these, they do the check off, who've never been to 3rd and Indiana but are going to tell me yes or no about what I'm doing at 3rd and Indiana. We need a better system. Otherwise, there has to be a commitment from revenue. They have to be out of the picture around this and released politically, because I know they need to collect. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck on a property-to-property basis. And that, are we committed to the side lot program? Yes or no? We have 2,000 of them for qualifying, tax-paying resident. Are we committed? That's low-hanging fruit. So what's the time frame for us to move that? Because those are thousands of properties.
Right. So, frankly, we couldn't agree with you more. If you've ever sat in one of those meetings, it's just painful. And to get back to
I
what
don't think they would
Councilman,
ever let me into one of those
and
NASA committee meetings.
trust me, you really probably don't want to be there. But getting back to Councilman Dom's point, if that's going to be the process, it'll be 100 years. So, like I said, in response to that, we are really diligently trying to get a hold of data just for exactly that, side yards. let's parse that data and say, we can agree that these 1,000 lots need to be side yards right now, rather than sitting down and saying, what about this lot? Well, what about this lot? And we're trying to, through initial data analysis, figure out what are those low-hanging fruit and agree on that. And we know that there's going to be a part of these properties that is going to be a hard sell, and we are going to have to sit down and really bargain over them. But that can't be 10,000 properties, right? So let's figure out what are those low-hanging fruit and get them out the door while we figure out what we're going to do with those remaining, whatever number that is.
So when would I know about side lots? Are we committed to them or are we not? We did it in the strategic plan, we outlined them, we identified them, we told people to apply for them.
Yeah, we're committed to side lots. We're committed to executing the
So how
strategic plan. And in our next strategic plan, frankly, we're interested in identifying goals and making sure that we hit target goals, as opposed to just saying this is kind of the idea of things. But I'll be honest with you, we got some work to do to get there, and we are working on getting that done. Everybody's not on the same page right now, but we are definitely on a tour to make friends, to get cooperation going, and to get people to understand that we're teammates.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Now you can start my clock.
It actually started about a minute ago.
All right, so let me quickly get through this. Happy to see more general operating fund support to offset some of the work that we're doing. Wanted to ask around the decision. First of all, I'd like OHCD to provide to the chair a listing of all of the OHCD funded positions regardless of where they are parked. We haven't looked at that list for a long time, and I think we need to look at that. Why the decision to put the $2.8 million in general fund to the vacant lot, which is the CDBG approved activity, and why not use it for the activities that we have found to be challenging? And I'll list them for you. Carter cleaning, facade program. What else? Come on, Council President, help me here. Why not put, the commercial fund, mixed development commercial fund that Councilman Jones created several years ago, where we have a backlog because putting that money on the ground is complicated meeting CDBG requirements. I mean, we've talked about this for years. It's sort of like, if we can get some of this money that's free, so here you have a pot of money, why not put it where we've had a challenge in putting it on the ground?
The ongoing maintenance.
Just state your name for the
Oh,
record.
I'm sorry, Melissa Long, Office of Housing. Sorry. One of the issues with CDBG funding is that ongoing maintenance and repair of vacant lots is not an eligible CDBG expense. Mm-hmm. We do allocate roughly around $350,000 for initial stabilization.
Why not now? We've always put that $2 million towards the land care, and it's come out of CDBG.
No, it's come out of general fund, because at least in the last couple of years since I've been back at OHCD, because HUD is really on us, you know, as the funds dwindle, the monitoring increases, and they are very clear that ongoing maintenance and repair of a vacant lot is not an eligible CDBG expense.
Okay, so that's news to me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. But we can use it for initial stabilization, and we do.
Okay, so can we break that down about how many square foot we're doing, like 2 million square feet of land maintenance care right now?
I can get that figure for you in 1 second.
All right. Yeah. So, yeah, I'd be interested in looking at that. So again, so that we can really kind of parcel out, again, very happy to see the administration put general operating money here. Just want to make sure that we're putting it where it's been the hardest to kind of get it on the ground.
Yeah. So
that's an area. Real quickly, before my time rings up, wanted to talk a little bit about the basic systems. I see that there is a reduction. Oh man, now of course I can't find it. Basic systems support.
The basic systems repair?
Yeah, we're saying we're going to get to less people. No, I can't find it in my, than in the previous fiscal year.
I think those were the figures up through the end of December, and we're on target to reach the same number. aren't we, George?
No, the number's a little lower.
Yeah, we're at 813.
Okay.
Yeah.
As it relates to some of the, in your budget book, there's no details around housing counseling vendors, around any of that. You're just putting these pots. Is there any way we're going to get some of that stuff itemized out?
Yes, we can provide, we'll provide that when we, and I,
When you do the plan, is that what you're
Exactly.
looking to do? So you
Exactly.
just kind of lumped it all up
Yep.
in. Particularly interested in like our NAC funding and some of the other places where we've seen reductions. Can you delineate for us what choices you're making around what are you reducing down? I'm very concerned about things like CLS and other things where we've seen a reduction.
yes, and I can, I'll definitely be able to delineate the NACs and the housing counseling agencies. One thing that we're facing is that the housing counseling services fall under what HUD calls public service cap, and grantees can only allocate 15% of their annual CDBG entitlement and program income. So as our funding keeps getting reduced, we have another 238,000 reduction in CDBG funding again this year. And if program income goes down, that cap, what we're allowed under that cap, shrinks. So public services include corridor cleaning, education that PHS does to educate low-income communities on farming and access to food, and the big expense under there is housing counseling. So in this past fiscal year, we're now right up against the cap. So while we...
Well, and that's why I think it's important that
Yeah.
you list out for us what are the staffing positions funded, because you're making choices, and some of these things, you know, we're talking about neighborhood stabilization, we're talking about all these things, and I'm seeing your reductions in the areas where we've identified we really should be ramping up. Is there some other decisions we could be making over there around
Sure.
what staffing we're paying with our poverty allocation?
I'm happy to do that. I'll do
Okay.
that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Taubenberger.
Thank you, Council President. And Ann Fadula, thank you very much for being here, for visiting our offices. I think it's important. I like what I'm seeing in your leadership very, very, very much. And congratulations on your department's awards.
Thank you.
I want to make sure that it's on the record as well. People know about this. My question has to do with history, the Historical Commission. And I'm a great believer that history and economic development through tourism tie together. And I know the department doesn't use up a lot of funds, but on the other hand, the work they do is critical. For example, I know at least one councilman, one of my colleagues, or maybe others that know this, but you know, the oldest continuously used bridge in all of North America is in the city of Philadelphia. People come here from around the world to study it. It's important. My question to you is, how critical is the Historical Commission's digitizing of their files? I have a few questions that will all tie in, and please answer at the end. I worry that it is a small amount, but how long should we wait to have this program go forward? Could we lose some of our history by not preserving these files? And I don't want future generations to say, hey, why didn't they spend all this money on many other projects? Of course, they're all important, but so very little to preserve these very precious documents.
I'm going to ask that John Farnham, the Executive Director of the Historic Commission, come up to answer that question, because he's probably able to provide much more detail than I am at this point.
Good morning, Council President
Morning.
and council members. I am John Farnham, the Executive Director of the Philadelphia Historical Commission. I'm wondering if you could repeat your
Yeah,
question.
it's a series of questions based really on economic development and history. How critical is it for the Historical Commission to digitize their files? I worry that a small amount, but how long, it is a small amount in the scope of things, but how long should we wait to do this? Could we lose some of our history by not preserving these files? And I'm concerned about future generations saying, hey, you spent billions of dollars, almost $4 billion each year, but why didn't you spend such a small amount to preserve these very precious records? Because once they're gone, they're gone.
Absolutely. Our concern, let's say our momentary concern with those records is that they've grown so large physically that it's difficult to store them. And as we move from City Hall over to 1515 Arch Street, we're keenly aware of the constraints that we'll face in moving those records. And you're absolutely right that a catastrophic event, a fire or some other event, could destroy records that are to the Historical Commission and to Philadelphians priceless.
Well, I guess my question to you in a nutshell is, do you have a sense of how much money is involved in that? And is that in the budget? And if not, can we put it in?
It is not currently in the proposed budget. The proposed budget does not fund the digitization project that the Historical Commission has proposed. The cost to do that varies depending on the extent of the digitization, but it is in the range of $150,000 to $225,000.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That concludes my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Squilla.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
Good morning. I know, look, there's always talk every year coming in about 10-year tax abatement, how that's projected, whether it's something we should expand, something that should be phased in or phased out. And I know we have a bill coming up now with a 20-year abatement option for affordable housing. And when we have those options or subsidies for developers, we also look at it for affordable housing. The ideas have been floated out there for development fees to maybe add money to the Housing Trust Fund that would be charged to new development and then given to the city for affordable housing. Is that something that you guys would support?
So I think we want to see the details of that, but I think those are all things that we're willing to entertain. We do believe that's important to work with City Council and the advocates as the administration to figure out how we get more dollars into affordable housing, given that we're getting less and less money from the federal government and state government and other sort of traditional sources. So we'd be very interested in looking at any of those types of things and doing an analysis of, balancing economic growth with what is needed for affordable housing. But I think we are very much aware that affordable housing is needed to produce economic growth as well. So we're very interested in working and looking at various ideas about how to grow the Housing Trust Fund.
Of the subsidies or the advantages of the abatement and things like that, maybe we could work with those developers that are coming in here and have some sort of fee associated with that would then therefore go into the Housing Trust Fund to help promote the affordable housing. So I think that's an option that is, a possibility. Also, as we mentioned about the land bank and the selling of properties, I'm very big advocate of selling properties. We did an auction last summer. But I also think, we should make sure we don't sell them in a way that other people are out there land banking and holding on to them. I think a developer's agreement is something that's necessary when we sell our properties. And then making sure that we just don't have other people out there. We know we don't do a good job with them, and I don't think we need other people out there holding on to them and not doing a good job with them also. But wasn't part of the land bank also supposed to be able to access privately owned properties and be able to foreclose on them? Is that something that is going to happen?
Right. So one of the powers that the state legislation provided was the ability for the city to go after certain properties, kind of step in front of the sheriff sale process a little bit, if you will, by going after privately owned tax delinquent properties as long as they were vacant. Right? We don't want to necessarily go after occupied ones, but vacant ones that were strategic as far as maybe, I think one of the impetuses behind the land bank was that you go in and you see 10 vacant lots when you drive by, but you realize 2 of them are owned by PHDC and 1 is owned by the redevelopment authority and 2 are city-owned, and right smack in the dab middle are, private ones that happen to be tax delinquent, and how can we assemble those? So again, we're looking at that. We have our first test case of that acquisition tool coming up in May to acquire a few properties in Brewerytown to see how that works. So we're in the process of doing a little pilot to make sure we know how it works, that we get all the kinks out, and then I think we're going to look at, again, tied into the strategic planning we're doing, how we can strategically identify additional properties we can go after that hopefully turn that $2 million that Councilman Dom was referring to into a larger amount of dollars, because we're combining it for a larger redevelopment parcel, or we can expand opportunities for workforce housing and affordable housing because we're acquiring these projects and properties in a strategic means.
Because it's hard to do affordable housing as infills separately on separate lots because of the cost associated with that.
Right, it's the cost and how you qualify for tax credits through the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. They're not that big of fans of scattered site. It's hard to manage a scattered site deal. It's more expensive. I think there's a lot of things that if we can combine parcels and get development more at a scale, that there's a lot of benefits to that.
And I know some things we have run into problems with the conservatorship is sometimes, there's back taxes, interest and penalties associated, and we have to work through revenue case by case on each of those. That takes a really long time. Is that the same process that's going to happen now on your test model with the privately owned properties in the land bank when they owe a lot of back taxes and or interest and penalties?
Right. So the land bank has some ability to kind of clear those liens in a way that conservatorship doesn't. Okay. But again, honestly, we don't know what all the issues are, which is why we're going through this test case, so that hopefully some of those will be great if nothing came up, but I don't think we're that naive or optimistic. So we're hoping that some of these issues come up so we can work through it on this kind of initial pilot or maybe a couple pilot packages and figure that out, and then again, determine how we can scale it up in a way that really starts to make sense.
And when a property is put into the land bank, say if it was part of VPRC or PRA, once that land bank starts the process of selling it, does it have to go back through VPRC or PRA, or does it just sell through the land bank directly?
So it does have to go through, it has to go through VPRC, and then it has to come through City Council. It basically has 3 kind of approval triggers, Land Bank Board, VPRC, and City Council.
Okay, so you still have to go through that extra
Yes.
hoop. All right, we'll come back. On the part of the 2035 plan, as we're going through and remapping this city of Philadelphia, we have done that in certain parts of the city already and actively doing it. It's a long process. It takes time. It's a lot of involvement with the community. Do you see a possibility of going back into some of our areas that were already done to be able to go back and modify again? Or are we going to wait till they're all done first before we go back and try to fix them?
No, I think it's a iterative process, so I would not rule out the possibility of going back and rezoning something that may have been remapped 3 or 4 years ago as conditions changed. I mean, that's happened in a few cases already. It's kind of a never-ending work in progress, both the code and the remapping.
And that's part of the issue, because of the remapping, and then we have the zoning code that supposedly codifies that in there. Some of the loopholes that developers found within our zoning designations is similarly the CMX3 one, where the single-family homes, and I know we're still getting pushback on that new bill. If we see that and we go forward, the other thing that I'm really interested in is we have industrial zone properties, and we get a variance for residential use. they no longer have to abide by the residential use policy. They can go and they build 100% lot size, 55-foot high, they're front-loading garages. And I think that we need to come up with a way that if we do allow a variance for a residential use on an industrial property, they then have to go to the closest residential zoned area and abide by those guidelines. And we have to put them some protection, because what happens is once they get that, they're building these single-family homes that have no correlation to the surrounding community, you know, and they take away the parking off the street from the front-loading garages, and we have no recourse. So hopefully we could work with you guys to do that.
We can certainly work with you on that, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Heenan.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning,
Morning.
and welcome to the budget process here.
Thank you so much.
I got a question about the as the Planning Commission, or the Division of Planning and Zoning, prepares for the capital budget. How does that work, and how does that prioritize in our capital program submitted by the mayor and the Office of Capital Budget? And does it take in consideration, you know, the 2,000 affordable houses the council president launched a year and a half ago, as well as the potential one-line pre-K and community schools and other kind of developments moving forward?
Well, of course, the capital program and budget establishes a plan and an appropriation for the spending of public resources on city-owned property. So most of the capital facilities that you'll see in the program and budget are things like parks, recreation centers, libraries, police and fire stations, things of that nature, not necessarily developments that are developed privately. The way the process works is that the commission works very closely with the Office of, with the Finance Department, Office of Budget and Program Evaluation, and other city operating departments beginning in late summer, early fall, to begin to put out a call for capital projects. Typically in November, December, all of those individual departmental requests are reviewed and evaluated, and then in the early part of the year, the commission itself actually votes to recommend a capital program and budget to the mayor. So it's a very collaborative process within the administration, presented to you for your review and consideration.
Okay, that's putting together, you know, recommendations for the capital budget, and you know, the capital budget is, you know, pretty large and has a backlog. Where does the priority, and is the priority some of the things that we're discussing now? Again, I want to repeat, you know, 2,000 houses, or, you know, 2,000 affordable housing, you know, possibly pre-K and community schools, land bank. Is all of that recommended in a priority, in order of priority, or is it just recommended to be, you know, as a recommendation for the capital budget? Each of the individual departments, as they prepare their requests and as it goes through the evaluation process by the administration, prioritizes their projects. So those reflect the needs of the city as interpreted by the individual departments: Parks and Recreation, libraries, police and fire, and so forth. In terms of how the capital program relates to the comprehensive plan, as we go through these district plans and begin to evaluate the condition of sites in each of those districts, those facilities and the conditions of those facilities and the needs of the community, kind of as expressed through our civic outreach process, are all considered to develop those priorities. So, for example, one thing that
that you approved for funding last year was the use of some capital program funds for an evaluation of public safety facilities throughout the city. That project is being managed by the Department of Public Property, and it's just beginning. I think an RFP is out on the street now to do that evaluation. That study will bring back a whole series of recommendations, short-term, medium-term, long-term recommendations for how we can most effectively invest our capital funds in those public safety facilities. Various other departments have gone through a similar kind of process. But they are for public facilities, not necessarily for privately developed or school district facilities.
Okay. And the question, I guess, would be for you, the departments, how are the departments to report to you that involved in the proposal for some of the new programs, initiatives, Mayor, with pre-K and community schools?
So, as I mentioned before, we are out as a department we spent, let's say, the first month or two figuring out what resources we had within our department, and now we're going around and revealing those, if you will, or explaining those resources to other entities in the city. And so I think a couple ways that we will likely to be tied into community schools and pre-K is if there's an investment made in a community school, what kind of other investments are already going on in that neighborhood? Are we leveraging the other investments that the city is making? For example, is there affordable housing there? Are we working on a commercial corridor? Are we making other capital investments in our parks or our libraries or our police and fire stations there? And then also we are tying in data we've gotten from the reinvestment fund, the market value analysis, and finding out what's really going on with the markets around there and tying it into the community engagement work that the Planning Commission is doing. So we're going to take that planning kind of holistic look at community school and pre-K investment, and then we're also going to add on top our now implementation functions that we're tying in to say, this is what's going to be needed implementation-wise in order to put these facilities in this school, or in order to put a pre-K facility into this development. So those are the two major resources. We're actually kind of three major resources we're bringing is sort of some overall planning, our ability to really map and analyze data, and then how do you implement something and get it done.
Are you involved in the site selection?
We have not been as of yet.
Okay, and let me just follow up to this question. When you talk about consolidating services and co-locating services like community schools as a model, is the reuse of vacant facilities being considered? And if it's a reuse, are we creating vacant buildings elsewhere because we're relocating?
Right, and honestly, I'm not sure. I would hope that we are potentially considering reuse of vacant buildings, and I'm hopefully that we would be considering in such a way that wouldn't create other vacant facilities, and that we're thinking holistically about it.
All right, and that's where there's no market demand. I would imagine that's where the reuse would go. So if you're going to have a site selection where there's no market demand, you're going to be vacating elsewhere.
Right, and so I think we have to keep an eye on that, and I really think as, again, part of the strategic planning process that we're going to undergo is to analyze, what are the factors that are resulting in a community having limited market demand, and are there things that we can affect in that community that may change the scenario for them?
Okay.
Good. Thank you, Councilman. A couple of quick questions. All right, call on Councilman Jones. Well, you know what? There are new members teed up here. All right. Recognize them before I come back on my second round. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning to each of you. And I think you've been off to a great start, and Melissa, looking forward to talking with you because we will, Melissa, be talking a whole lot. Let me start with the issue that is of grave importance to me, and I've had these conversations with some of my colleagues. Issue of affordable housing, extremely important in the city of Philadelphia, but when you look at some council districts that are landlocked like the 9th, the issue of preservation is at the top of the list. You know, when we would talk about demolition, when I was a staffer in this office in the Logan area, we would talk about sort of the sawtooth effect. You had two stable properties, and then right in the middle of two stable properties, you had a property that needed to be demolished. Well, we're seeing just the opposite effect now in neighborhoods that you immediately will look at and think are sort of solid and stabilized, but they need assistance with preservation, from a basic paint up, a fix up, the repair of steps. Tell me, when we look at all of the data, you know, that suggests that affordable housing is needed, is there the same drive and or commitment to home preservation? And if so, what are some of the action plans that we see ourselves working to enact over the next year?
Right, so home preservation is important almost anywhere, but I think really in Philadelphia there's a real strong need for this. You know, we're an older city. We have a large row house community, which actually isn't a bad unit type for affordable housing. It's actually a pretty efficient unit type, but we've got a huge percent of our row houses that have been built, you know, over 50 years ago, and combine that with our high poverty level, and there's a lot of deferred maintenance out there. And we really need to pay attention to that, because just as you said, you know, one thing starts to go and it really has a domino effect. And we've also, I think, realized that preservation can be much more efficient use of our dollars than new production at times, although new production can be an impetus for other economic development. And so we've kind of got to keep our eye on both those things. But we realize that we have too long of a waiting list for basic system repair, and we're not hitting as many folks as we need to be. I have to say, my hat really goes off to the staff of the basic system repair program, because they have the very hard job of, once they show up in a person's house, if their house does not qualify or they're over limit, you know, they're on the front lines and they have to say no. And that is just a really horrendous position to find yourself in. And in spite of being in that position, they continue to come in every day and do their job. So I think that needs to be recognized. That being said, again, we're not content to just come and say, we're not getting as many state funds as we used to get, or we're not getting as many federal funds. So in particular, Kathy Califano, the deputy director, is really going out and utilizing her foundation relationships and figuring out how we can get the philanthropic community more involved, and how we can take the dollars we get and leverage other types of resources, and really going out and telling the Philadelphia story in a compelling way, to say not only does it affect, you know, property values around there, but if you don't have a place to live, you're not doing as well in school. If you're not in a maintained home, you know, you're subject to more health issues, and how we can kind of tie all these community welfare and well-being issues to how important it is to have somebody in a quality home. So we're really working on that.
Let me just sort of add for the record here, and I think you really sort of hit a nerve when you talked about the staff and going out. They're going out to conduct an assessment, a needs-based assessment on the property, and then you learn that the homeowner is 50%, you know, over the limit in terms of income, and he or she doesn't qualify. That is the challenge of many residents, and who are what I consider to be house poor, living in a stable community, but unfortunately don't have the excess revenue to make the investments they need to in repairs. And slowly but surely, we begin to see the housing stock crumble, and what was once a stable community now turns into a blighted area, right? Because, you know, this neighborhood, zip code, for example, 19150, you know, they don't need anything there because it's physically perceived as being an area that is stable and solid. But a lot of retirees on fixed incomes now, only receiving a portion of the salary that they did when they worked, Social Security, not enough to make those kind of investments. And so as we're building our strategies to think about where and how the city determines that it will invest its scarce resources, I would ask that we keep those constituencies, and that's not just in the 9th. I can think about my colleagues who represent other districts, and we all have those kind of pockets. And it's almost as if they're being penalized or not able to get resources, you know, again, because they make a nickel, quarter, or 50 cent above what the guidelines are. So I just ask that we take that into consideration.
Right, and that's exactly why we're trying to investigate other types of resources that might not have as many of the constraints, or may have different types of constraints than what we're currently dealing with.
Good, Councilwoman. You good? Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Blackwell.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I was meeting with another department who hasn't visited us yet and missed this important discussion. I want to ask, is there a specific time for zoning, historical commission, all these commissions, when people appeal? And I mean, I hear that some groups have a year. They can hold up zoning, or they can hold up a process for a year. I wondered how that process goes, and is it true? Because we know now that groups are using that to delay the eventual decision with regard to what happens in developers and contractors.
So are we talking if there's a zoning appeal?
Yes.
So again, zoning is under the Department of Licenses and Inspection, so I think it depends. So I think the process to get to the zoning board is something that we're looking at and making sure that is being done in an efficient way, and it's my understanding that the new zoning board that's in place is working through these cases more quickly than had been in the past. But that being said, you know, when somebody is approved for a variance and somebody who feels that they're affected by that files an appeal, that really goes through the court system. And unfortunately, the city doesn't have a whole lot of involvement in that once it's into that court system. But I can say that the process from when, you know, the developer comes in and first shows us a project to the time when, if need be, they need to go to the zoning board of adjustment, we are looking at, you know, every step in there and seeing if that's the most efficient, as well as being mindful that we want to make sure that we're getting, you know, the various input into that project, you know, that we're hearing from the community, that what we're hearing from council, that we're hearing by the various parties that are affected by that development, to make sure it's getting through the process in an efficient way, but that we're also taking our time to make sure that we're considering all the various perspectives and how it applies within our codes and our plans.
Now, this also kind of emphasizes the importance of the zoning remapping program. You know, when the zoning code was rewritten back in 2011, one of the goals of the code was to reduce the number of properties that would have to go through the variance process. And we do have data showing that there has been a reduction in those cases, but, you know, as we're able to do corrective remapping throughout the city, as well as zoning to advance the district plans, we're hoping that, cases that are refused and have to go to the Zoning Board of Adjustment will continue to decline over time.
And does that refer to the Historical Commission, that statement, that response as well? I mean, we hear people going to the Star Commission because it holds things up for a year. Is that true?
So I'm going to ask John Farnham to come up again, the Executive Director of the Historic Commission.
I'm
Thank
John
you.
Farnham, Executive Director of the Philadelphia Historical Commission.
Thanks. Would you pull your mic up?
I agree with you that it is possible to extend approval processes through the Historical Commission's process, but the Philadelphia Historical Commission is required by ordinance to reach
Can you
decisions.
talk louder? It's really hard to hear.
Excuse me. The Philadelphia Historical Commission is required by ordinance to make decisions on applications within 60 days, and it almost always makes decisions within 30 days. When we see that process become very much elongated through appeals, the delays occur first with the Board of License and Inspection Review, a city appeals agency that hears appeal cases from various and sundry boards and commissions and departments. That board is, as its name would imply, under the auspices of the Department of Licenses and Inspections, and then appeals from that board to Court of Common Pleas and ultimately Commonwealth Court. So the Historical Commission itself is making its decisions very quickly. It's when those decisions are appealed that the appeal process can extend out months and even years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Couple quick questions. I'm going to turn it over. I had one policy question for you, Ms. Fadulin, and then I got a couple of questions for planning. I'll just ask the questions. One, I'd like to get your perspective on inclusionary housing. Just generally, it's been tried. I tried it some years ago, couldn't quite get there. With respects to planning, in your earlier testimony, there was a reference to the racial demographic in the various departments, and planning was not even close to reflecting the population in the city of Philadelphia. Question 1A is, why do you think that is? And question 1B is, what, if any, steps will be taken to change that? And also, in the last administration, when there was the zoning code change, and a part of that, they did one thing that kind of I didn't agree with, actually related to inclusionary housing. They gave away all of the incentives that we would have given individuals if they did inclusionary housing for free, which I never understood that, but Mr. Greenberg at the time decided that that's what he wanted to do. But the author, as a part of that, they created the level of density in the city by allowing more density as it relates to projects, and particularly minimizing the number of parking spaces that were required per development. In a lot of neighborhoods, and I know Councilman Squilla can attest to this, in a lot of neighborhoods where there's new development, there is like no parking in the foreseeable future, but yet we continue to allow people to build and build and build. And it's like, it might be nice for the developer because he doesn't have to have that requirement, but even the people that ultimately buy the units are complaining, and Lord knows the people who live there are complaining. Is there any thought about us looking at that as a strategy? Because you guys are about planning, but it just seems like we're just kind of like letting this thing go, and it is a real problem. The density is just, it's unbearable.
Sure. Well, with regard to your first question, we're a civil service agency, so we're kind of captive to the civil service process. And I think the demographics of the staff kind of reflect the nature of students who are coming out of planning schools. We have, over the past several years, been able to hire a number of new staffers as positions have become vacant. One way in which we've made a lot of progress is that there are a lot more women being hired than men. In recent years. In terms of racial composition, we're not there yet. But what we do is we actively recruit among area universities and professional organizations and so forth and so on whenever the city offers a civil service exam for planning positions.
Okay,
so we're actively trying to recruit a very diverse workforce, and we're certainly aware that we need to do more, and we regard diversity as very important.
Okay, so in your recruitment, sometimes you may want to go a little further than that. So Cheney, Lincoln, there are a number of schools where there's a high population of African American, Latino, and other minorities. Are there conversations with those particular schools in terms of encouraging those opportunities where ultimately?
Yeah, I'm not sure that we've reached out to those.
If we just do Penn and Temple.
Yeah, those are the two major schools with planning programs in the region. So
everybody else has that. I don't know. I'm asking these questions. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not aware that Lincoln, for example, has a planning program or a community development type of program. We can certainly investigate that and reach out to those schools.
Delaware State.
Yeah, in order to become a city planner, you don't necessarily need a planning degree. There's a variety of different kind of degrees that would qualify to take an exam: geography, some of the social sciences, and so forth. So we can certainly reach out to some of those other schools.
Can you? I mean, can you talk to Mr. Atkinson? I mean, he's taking a global approach. Some of these things we have to work at. We can't just hope that it happens. Not suggesting that that's what you're doing, but
I
sometimes
agree.
we got to be a little more aggressive in our approach. The other issue,
with regard to your
parking issue.
Yeah, with regard to your question about parking, I mean, we certainly understand that parking is an issue in a dense historic city that we have. There is value in density, and I think that one of the really attractive features of Philadelphia is the fact that we're not suburbia, and there are options.
Some people wouldn't say that was attractive. Some people.
Well, I mean, everybody.
There are actually sections in the city recently that we've developed areas that are not as dense that people find more attractive.
Right.
Particularly in the affordable housing.
And I think we believe that in order to be competitive, the city has to offer a variety of different kinds of housing types and in neighborhoods to be competitive, not only in our region, but across the United States and maybe even internationally.
So if we have 40,000 vacant lots in the city of Philadelphia, I don't get a sense that density is an issue. I mean, we have areas to build, so why do we keep encouraging people to build on top of houses, on top of houses, on top of neighborhoods, while in the earlier reference to Councilman Jones' question about people that are leaving the city from perimeter communities, i.e. our last redistricting, we found that it was a very significant exodus of individuals living in the northwest and the west, to the point where, we had to shift our entire council districts westward because of the loss of population.
Well,
so I'm saying, where's planning in this global picture as it relates to how we build our city?
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to be able to offer a variety of housing types in a variety of different neighborhoods to be competitive.
Said that, but I'm saying that policy drives decisions sometimes. If you allow, if you say that you can build, and this goes to this whole tax abatement issue also, it's okay for you And we're going to encourage you, and we're going to give you incentives to continue to build in Center City in this close perimeter, then that's what people are going to do, right? There's like no incentive to go out in the neighborhoods, and policy has to encourage that. So if your position is that it doesn't matter how dense it gets in Center City and the perimeter neighborhoods, then it's okay, then why would, people...
Yeah, no, that really wasn't the point I'm trying to make. I think in certain historic areas of the city that are very densely built up, allowing density offers the opportunity to provide affordable housing. The more units that you can build on
how do you do that? Because we shot down the inclusionary housing model.
Well,
do you support that?
I personally would support an inclusionary zoning policy. The devil is in the details. Okay. One of the things that the new zoning code permits is a bonus to provide affordable housing. I think that's only been taken advantage of in one development.
Because because Mr. Greenberger gave away all of those without requiring that to get the density. And that's the problem. If you had put those, and that's not your fault, don't get me wrong. If you had withheld all of those density credits and all the other things, the parking requirements, then developers would have figured out a way to have real opportunities for affordability in their development. But that's not the case now. So I just, fundamentally, I'm just concerned about the density, and I'm really concerned about the parking, which is a real issue. Well, I know everybody's not going to ride a bike.
Right.
Everybody's not going to get on public transportation. This is Philadelphia. People drive to the corner store.
Sure. No, that's
just what we do, right?
Yes.
Maybe.
Absolutely. I think though the point I was trying to make is that there are an increasing number of options for people to live in the city and not necessarily need to own a car. Bike share is one. Car sharing is a real opportunity that I think, in general, probably hasn't been taken.
I'm not riding a bike. I'm just telling you now.
Yeah, well, I don't either, except for recreation.
I'm not getting on the bike anymore.
Yeah.
I'm just over, right? I mean, there are people who don't want to ride a bike. I don't think that the city should be in a position where say, well, you have to ride a bike. I mean, why? They don't want to ride a bike. They pay. Why can't they ride their car?
Yeah, I mean, there have been other proposals in the past to do kind of community parking.
Where?
Off-street parking using vacant lots. Where a few years ago there was one in Manayunk. I don't think it ever went anywhere. There was a number of years ago in Old City, I think, a parking condominium that would allow people to park in a parking structure, to purchase a parking space in a parking structure so that they wouldn't necessarily be on the site where they live. Those kind of communal parking facilities, I don't think have really taken off, and I think part of that is due to the expectation of people that the city would provide those parking facilities for neighborhood residents. I don't think that's necessarily true, and I don't think that's necessarily something that we can do. It's certainly an idea worth investigating.
Okay, we're getting way. Councilman Jones has a point of order.
So you hit, as my colleague said, hit a nerve. In parts of East Falls, Manayunk, Roxborough, we have a dilemma where we're conflicted about building front-end parking, which might add more, but it takes away aesthetically from what traditional housing looks like.
And it takes away a curb space.
And it takes away curb space. We have another problem with a nurse coming home from a second shift, parking her car at 2 a.m. and walking 3 blocks to get to her house, not to mention seniors and others. So we have to have a serious study, dialogue about not just how we design parking and factor it in, like you're saying, Mr. President, but also diagonal parking on streets where we have that kind of density. That it's my understanding that if you, on wide enough streets, can park almost diagonally, you can add 33% more parking. So we have to have those serious discussions about that and where, because, you know, one man's prosperity is another person's sore feet because they can't park. The other thing is that on the communal parking, we might have to put in an ordinance where if a church that only really has parking needs on a Sunday decides to allow residents to park on their lot, that they get some kind of inducement, discount, something to encourage them and offset some of their insurance costs. Because, you know, there's a liability of someone being on their property. But we have to really look at this because there are some neighborhoods, and they're not just wealthy neighborhoods, that are overgrown and overdeveloped to the point where parking is a problem. So we, in your planning, in our zoning, we need to kind of consider those things because too much of a good thing becomes a bad thing. So that has to be a part of your planning.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you, Councilman. I just want to follow up because I can talk to you about this because we seem to be at odds in terms of how much of this we allow or even the approach. I represent Fishtown, Temple University, Northern Liberties, right, Fairmount, Spring Garden in my council district. That's all I hear is, Darryl, this is out of control. You can't park. And I got to respond to that. And sure. You as the planning department, I'm talking to you. And if the response to the constituents is, well, you know, go down there and rent one of those bikes, the bike share, people look at me like I'm crazy. I mean, so as we allow this to continue to flourish, I just think at some point it's a responsibility of the planning department to rethink this policy about allowing, what it used to be 1 for 1 at one point, one yes. parking space, off-street parking space per unit. Now it's correct. Like, what, 1 to 4, 1 to 5?
Yeah, it's three per 10.
And they were saying people are not going to
30%.
Bring cars. I don't know where that came from.
Well, I mean, a bit of it is culture change. And I'm not saying that people have to, you know, should be required to give up their cars. Obviously, I'm not saying that, but you know, I think it's a balancing act between maintaining a good fabric of the city.
Yeah, but sir, all due
and
respect,
accommodating their needs.
You can have a philosophy, and you can have some theoretical approach. The reality is that these people that are moving in these neighborhoods have cars. Temple University said that none of these students are going to have cars. You go up there and ask the people who live in those neighborhoods if those students have cars. This is not reality based on what you're saying. I mean, you could talk about people changing their culture, but, you know, there are a bunch of developments that happened in my district. They built a development, and everybody in the development has a car. And it's a real problem.
Right. So
but I won't believe it.
I think that's something that
that
we'll take under advisement and we'll look at, because I do think it's a different answer depending on where you are. I mean, we do have some folks that have built these very high-density buildings with a lot of parking, and then their parking sits empty. Then we've had other people who've done a similar development, and they don't have enough parking. And then we've got some neighborhoods where, you know, we allowed those front-loaded garages, and unfortunately the street parking went away, and that was a problem in their neighborhoods. Other people need a parking space to go along with the unit. So I think we do have to rethink that and look at that and realize that, you know, it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. And so we are taking a look at that. I know recently there was a planning study that came out around even just center city parking garages, and how where the use of those parking garages is actually migrating more to the neighborhoods because there's not parking available in neighborhoods. So I think we do need to take a closer look at that, and we'd be more than happy to work on that with you guys.
Okay, thank you. And if you can follow up on the inclusionary housing.
Inclusionary housing, so you and I know that we try to work on this in the past, and I think we've got to still figure out where that kind of sweet spot is, where we can include, you know, have a discussion about inclusionary housing in a way that doesn't necessarily have a negative impact on some of the development that's taking place, but think a little bit more creatively about some answers to make sure that it works.
Financially.
Yeah, the financial,
sure.
Right. And I think, you know, if we look at where it's been adopted other places, those, oftentimes private developers are able to access public subsidy dollars to put those units in. I'm not necessarily sure that is what we have an appetite for here, but we could
Just so
talk
we don't
about
have
it.
any money.
We can talk about it, but I do think we need to start looking at some of those more creative models around how we do mixed income housing, because as we've heard, as our traditional resources dwindle, we have to be looking at and be willing to look at everything.
Okay. Point of order?
I would like to certainly agree with you. We can have meetings all over the city with the Planning Commission and other groups, but you'll generally find in some like-minded neighborhoods that you're going to get the same discussion. So if they go in your area and they say, well, we don't need this parking, and your people disagree with it, 9 times out of 10, when you come to mine, they're going to disagree with it too. Because parking is one of the worst issues we have in our entire city. I don't care where you go. I do not know why we changed the laws to not require parking. It's just ridiculous. And in the final analysis, that it's going to hurt development, not help it. Sure, some kids are University City, and I know I have all of that. They're happy to park, but that's not everybody, even in that community, because they don't live in every house on the block. It's just a very big issue, and thinking out of the box does not mean we should let parking go. Big problem. So I wanted to agree with the president on that issue before we move forward.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
And my apologies to my colleagues for taking such a long time, but it is really an issue every time I go to a community meeting, and I think Councilman Greenlee, who happens to also live in the 5th District, can attest to some of the areas that he's aware of. Chair recognizes Councilman Heenan.
Good morning, Council President.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just trying to add a little humor. So I think, the conversation around density is important. It's something that we need to, to continue to have as we move forward, because, there's a lot of ordinances and, public hearing conversations and discussions, around planning and zoning. And, things move fast here in the city, and how it all fits together, I think, is important to you guys. And I know you're aware of that. My colleague, Councilman Squilla, brought up industrial land. And, my question in regards to, having a property that needs to be rezoned residential, because the neighborhood may be, thriving, and more density is attractive, and more commerce and disposable income. My question is industrial land preservation. We did pass an ordinance last year or a year and a half ago, and it has to do with notification. All right, so is notification actually happening within the departments in the Planning Commission and at L&I over in Commerce?
So what you're referring to is an ordinance that says if you're looking to get a variance or rezone a parcel that's currently industrial and you want to put a different type of use other than industrial, the developer has to notify the Commerce Department. And a couple things around that. One is, in addition to the coordination of the various agencies that you see here, we also have coordination meetings with the Philadelphia Industrial Development Corporation and the Commerce Department to make sure that we're all on the same page and that notification is happening. Because oftentimes someone will come in and say, oh yeah, I talked to the Commerce Department, and then we'll go to the Commerce Department, did someone come in and talk to you? And maybe the communication has not been as it's been presented, let's just put it that way. So we are working to ensure that communication happens. And then, for example, recently it was brought to our attention that the letter we sent out to the applicant that says you need to contact the Commerce Department didn't actually have any contact information. So we're taking steps such as that to make sure that communication happens. But then also taking steps with planning and the implementation to look at and making sure that we're not just approving a one-off residential, but what is going on in that area, what are the opportunities to maybe support industrial, commercial development in a more proactive way, and to sort of make sure that just with one development, we're not sort of removing any of our other opportunities, that
I
we're
agree.
looking at it in a holistic
And I hope that is a
way.
priority when it comes to industrial land preservation. As we were, going through that process, some of the remapping and rezoning of these industrial buildings to residential, and some of them, are hugely successful. Others, when you have a sole independent residential use and it's in an area to other businesses that have been there first, I don't think it's the onerous and responsibility should be on the developer who's looking to reuse another parcel and not the existing industrial uses or business use that's in the neighborhood. Because what happens is you have a new development, right, that's put up for reuse because it's been a vacant building for some time, and we want to change it into residential. We want to put 60 units in there, 120 units, or whatever the number is, and you have the density issue. And the density issue not only becomes a burden on the residents themselves, but it becomes a burden on the existing buildings and business, industrial use that is adjacent or nearby, and people are going to complain. And if we're going to take a look at planning in the future and coordination and I guess considering the density and the quality of life of the new residents, which is great. I think we should consider some sort of buffers that are on that new zoning site. So just something I'm going to throw out there for the future as opposed to...
And I think that's an excellent example of exactly why it was important for this office to get set up, is that we're now really tying those planning and implementation functions more closely together and using them to inform each other so that we are taking more of that holistic approach to these
Absolutely. I mean,
developments.
if that's actually happening, then that's the approach that we're going to have collaboratively with the new offices. I think that'll work out as long as, the district council members are aware of what's happening in their district. Last question here, development services. One, what determines a project to be put in front of the development service team? Who are they? How is it selected? And how often do they meet?
Right.
And is there a backlog?
Okay, so there is no backlog, but development services, so was traditionally a trigger, and I'm not sure I have the triggers exactly right, but I think it was 50,000 square feet of development or more would sort of trigger.
Like CDR?
Yeah, that was just, and again, it's not a super formal, regulated process, but it was sort of this idea that if you had 50,000 square feet, and I think there was some other threshold that you sort of gained entree to the development services group. So the staff, we have John Monlack is our deputy director of that, and then there's two other staff people that work in that division, Meredith and Kevin Hart. But really, Development Services Committee is only brought together on an as-needed basis. So if there's a project of scale that is coming into the city or is being proposed, that Development Services Committee will be brought together based on the anticipated approval process that development will likely need to go through. So that would include, planning, streets department, L&I, PICO, maybe the school district, whoever is kind of going to be affected by that will come in together in a room. I think one of the things we're looking at is, and like we said, they deal with 10 cases a year, something like that. So they probably see about 10 cases a year, and that's really been for large-scale development. And now, again, with the reorganization of these offices, we're really looking to bring that on board whenever it's needed, not just because you need a threshold. Not necessarily, again, for someone who's going to put a kitchen addition on their house or a roof deck, but if there's an affordable housing project and it's 10 units and it may not be 50,000 square feet, but those folks need the assistance of development services because there's an issue with the water department or an issue with L&I, we're looking to bring those services forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two pretty quick questions. The first one is in regards to applicants who are applying for variances and special exceptions. They are provided with like a list of addresses that they need to deliver notices to in regards to a zoning appeal. Is that correct? Now, let me ask you, explain how the list of addresses is determined. And I'm looking at a sample one that was used for a meeting that we had. What is the criteria used? Because with the word that I heard from the RCO and community residents who attended the meeting was, we understand that this is the list, but why isn't the circumference a little larger? Tell me how that process took place and how the decision was made.
What you're referring to is the RCO notification process, and that is part of the zoning code, and the code, so that list of addresses that you're referring to is basically done by our staff. We're notified by L&I of a notification requirement. We then, our staff, City Planning Commission and our GIS staff, then takes a look at the project site and using the guidelines contained in the zoning code, develops that list of addresses. So I believe that it is all of the facing properties on the block.
Right, so it says every property on the same block as the applicant's property, every property on the block face across the street,
right,
and every property that is within 200 feet. And I guess I mentioned this to you today to say, one, we've heard from more than one RCO and non-RCO community-based organizations, particularly when they find out about an issue at the last minute because they weren't on the list of agencies or within the certain circumference to be notified, that is a challenge. And so I'm asking us to let's give some thought to that process, and that's why every constitution, every code, there's something we can make called amendments to it, because we constantly can work to improve it. So I just wanted to make sure I brought that to your attention. And then my final question is regarding OHCD, and I need to understand what rubric is it that you use to identify or label commercial corridors that are eligible for community development block grant funding. And this funding is used for SIP and commercial corridor cleaning grants. Let me give you an example. You can travel through Washington Lane and it's only one block, about 15 stores, right? It is eligible. You go 2 blocks over and you get to Vernon Road, which is near the Enon Tabernacle Baptist Church. It is not eligible for funding. And we're looking at the same subdivision because they are part of the same zip code and neighborhood. So explain why and what rubric is used to determine eligibility.
HUD defines low mod eligible census tracts, and they're very strict about that, right? While we look at an area in its entirety, our HUD monitors come and say, these 2 tracts, or if an address falls in it, are not eligible. So it's a HUD requirement for low and mod census tracts.
So with that in mind, obviously, again, since even prior to being elected to the state and coming to this body, I worked for 15 years here. And this has been the same issue for a very long time. The question that I've never asked before or heard a response to is, with HUD having such stringent sort of eligibility requirements as it relates to identifying low to mod census tracts, have we as a city ever engaged in a very aggressive effort to say to HUD specifically, look at the dynamics of what we're trying to improve here as it relates to our commercial corridors? Is there a way that we can modify? And so I guess what I'm saying is now, working using a collaborative approach with we, the legislative body, the executive branch, along with our congressional delegation, to maybe bring HUD into a room and talk with our regional director to figure out how we could even come up with some exceptions for the city of Philadelphia.
I totally agree, and I think...
Yeah, so just coincidentally, on Friday, we are having a everybody get to know you meeting with HUD. To start to lay the table for not just figuring if we can move HUD off the dime, but again, seeing if there's other types of resources that we can leverage, saying, listen, we're putting our block grant dollars into this block of your commercial corridor. Unfortunately, you know, the weird census tract line is right here, and it subdivides your commercial corridor. So then, taking those dollars that we get from the government, can we leverage those with other dollars to make sure that we're treating the whole issue as opposed to just a piece of it?
Let me offer to lend my voice and do anything that
we will take
that I can
advantage of your voice anytime we can get it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Don.
Thank you, Council Chair Heenan. Question for you guys. I have two or three quickies. Why did this city, you mentioned they lost $45 million from the federal government in funding?
So I think those were federal, so the way the block grant dollars come to us is on a formula basis. So there had been kind of a tradition of us getting less dollars every year because we were losing population. And then a few years ago, you know, we were able to sort of reverse that formula, but at the federal level, the overall pocket has been diminishing, so then our piece of that, so the pie has been getting smaller and smaller, so our piece of the pie then has been dwindling.
And there's nothing we can do to reverse that or prevent it?
Yeah, and that also includes a dramatic cut from the state. We used to get around 5 to 6 million for basic system repairs. So it's state and the federal government.
Right. So are we able to reverse that? You know, HUD is a very large federal government agency. It's difficult, sort of like moving a mountain. That doesn't mean that we're not going to try. Some of the things that we've talked about is maybe even working with our sister cities that may have a large, row house contingent of housing, and figuring out as a way for us to work together and maybe go to HUD with a pilot program that says if we need something to treat row houses, right? That isn't necessarily a problem that maybe Los Angeles has or San Francisco. Well, they have some row houses, but they seem to be able to take care of them. But this is a problem that, the Baltimore or Cleveland or Cincinnati or some of these other kind of places are experiencing along with us, and is there a way for us to come up with a pilot program that then we can make an economic argument about why it would make sense to invest in a program like that. So we are looking at those things again, as well as going to the philanthropic community, particularly the national foundations, and figuring out are there things that we can do in Philadelphia, because as we heard in the parking discussion, we've got one of just about everything here. So we are an excellent city for test cases and modeling.
Okay. The second question was, do we have any more capacity to grow this recent initiative associated with the landscape program where we hire jobs for returning citizens? Is there a capacity to expand on that program?
With funding,
That's what you said, if you have more
yes,
resources.
yes. I think last year, with the additional funding, our partners at the Horticultural Society launched what I think is, the pilot program. They've hired 27 returning citizens, I think, and we're able to add another 2,000 lots and expanded the community land care groups. Those are groups that are working within the community and providing jobs for community residents. So I think another thing that sets that program apart is that they're working with Philly Rise and the Enterprise Center to provide ongoing support to ensure that those returning citizens stay employed.
Okay, one last question. Councilman Squill, I thought, had a great idea last year, a very successful auction of, I think, like 100 properties, and it went pretty quickly. Is that a possible tool that you could utilize in the land bank to move the inventory quicker?
I think those are things that we can look at if that has councilmanic support and feel that that's a direction that like to move in, we can investigate it, sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Blackwell.
Thank you very much. As you know, during these times and with all the development that's going on, we have an issue with people being afraid of gentrification. I wanted your opinion on that, and if you all have some plans as to what we can do to let neighborhoods know that they are protected and that we're not, as a city, trying to make sure that they get pushed out of their homes.
Right, so I think that gets back to the discussion we've been having, somewhat about the land bank, but then also doing the strategic planning to determine where we have opportunities to either create or preserve affordable housing, where we have opportunities to do workforce housing, to make sure that we have a choice of things that, that there's a spectrum of housing choice, that it isn't just all this income or all that income. And that takes some time to do that in a strategic way. So oftentimes it means that we're not, putting land out for development, or we're not developing things as quickly as some people would like us to see, but like to see us do, but that's because we're taking our time to make sure it's being done in a strategic way where we are encouraging that growth and new investment, but we're also taking our time to protect the existing residents. And to be honest with you, as we all know, that's a hard issue. And we're working towards looking at where best practices are in place in other communities, and it's hard to find other best practices, to be honest with you, and so that's why we're taking a strategic look at where we're doing our investment and how these things are happening. And I think this idea of looking closely at where our population is moving, and getting ahead of some of those things to figure out how we can proactively do development but protect the existing residents is something we're very interested in pursuing and figuring out over time, definitely.
Yeah, it's very important because some neighborhoods are low-income neighborhoods. They can't afford workforce housing. And in fact, I had a meeting 2 weeks ago with a developer who was saying he wanted to do workforce housing. And when I told him I needed low and moderate income housing in that area as well, he said, well, we don't build for free. We're not volunteers. We need to make money as well. So this whole issue of low and moderate income housing in areas, and the whole issue of gentrification, even in areas, I have the Promise Zone. We got Mantua. It's a big, big thing in today's world. But I have to make sure that the people aren't pushed out because they can't afford even workforce level housing. They've been there, their parents have been there, their grandparents have been there, their great-grandparents have been there. And certainly they expect us to protect them as we move forward with trying to develop housing and as well as retail in those areas.
Right. And again, I think that really underscores our need to be creative and aggressive around preservation and how we keep people in those homes.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I have a question before Councilman Green comes back. It's regarding land care. How are the 9,000 lots selected?
The land care program, I think it's important, it's a community development program. So the priorities are in and around where the city is investing in areas of priority. And those selections have been made since the start of the program back in 2008. And so we now have to date 9,000 lots that are being maintained throughout those communities.
how do you see it getting from 2,000 to 9,000 in 1 year?
What made that happen is the capacity of our partners at the Horticultural Society through the addition of funding, additional community land care organizations in the community, and also the willingness and participation of the contracted landscapers. There was a commitment and an enthusiasm to work together collaboratively to make this program work. So
the program is it's not a temporary use.
No.
It's in perpetuity, correct?
Exactly.
I mean, it's going to be every year.
And one thing to note too, I think, is that as it was originally conceived, not to be a long-term, the idea was to improve the lots, to improve the quality of life for the surrounding residents, and that also to be used for future development. So I think since the beginning, roughly 10 to 15% of the lots that are cleaned are then eventually developed.
Okay, so that leads me to my last question on that. Will the land bank be used to bring in the delinquent parcels where land care is already active?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? So that, are you asking?
Will land bank ultimately be the one to bring in the delinquent vacant land to be reused for your purposes, well, for the land care and to put to market?
Not necessarily for the land care, but as the properties are being brought in, several of those properties are currently being maintained.
Through the land care program.
Through the land care program.
Through the land care. So the land bank, through its process and its delinquency of the vacant parcels, a portion of those will be intended to go to market. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you. Councilman Heenan, serving as temporary chair. I just want to follow up on some of the questions that Councilwoman Parker raised in reference to the challenges that she described in reference to providing resources for parts of the 9th Council District, which we've also seen in other parts of the city, especially during my tenure working with Councilman Tasco. Can you provide some information regarding areas in the city where CDBG dollars have been spent that have been used for the prevention or elimination of slums or blight under the HUD guidelines that were not based on income restrictions?
That we have.
Oh, yeah.
Through the years, I don't believe that we have used, that is a little more difficult of a classification to use funding under the blight slum elimination. I can go back and provide you and look for that information when we have used that. I don't have it readily.
But generally, as long as an area is determined as blighted, then CDBG dollars can be used for an activity in that area to prevent or eliminate, regardless of income guidelines.
Yes, and again, I would have to go back and look when we've used that
So
classification.
if an area of the city does have a blight certification, then income should not be determined in reference to whether CDBG dollars can be used, correct?
And also, that we have a local requirement that those dollars be used to serve neighborhoods that are 80, and residents that are 80% and below median income.
Right, so on top of the federal regulations from HUD, there was also an ordinance passed, I think, almost as soon as the city started to get CDBG funds locally, that there's a requirement that they be spent in areas with median income 80% or below.
Right. So it's more the local requirement that may be more of the challenge than the federal guidelines.
Yep.
Right.
Thanks.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you for your time in your panel here today. The next panel will be Mural Arts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get that involved.
How many people we have testifying here? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jamie. You could state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Sure. My name is Jane Golden, and I'm the Executive Director of the Philadelphia Mural Arts Program. And we would like to start with a video. We thought that would be very lively. I'm sorry there are not more people here, but okay, but we'll go. Are you ready? Here we go. This will inspire everybody.
It's so amazing that you won't even believe what you see when you look at me or this life.
And the best part about it, I can do it with my
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you to the many people who are here to support the arts. And I want to give a shout out to our Chief Cultural Officer, Kelly Lee, who's here. Thank you, Kelly Lee. I'm excited, I'm always excited, to testify for Mural Arts Class 100 and 200 allocations totaling $1.6 million. The energy and optimism in Philadelphia is tangible right now. Despite considerable challenges, the city seems to be at a pivotal moment of change. The big question that hangs over this moment is, how can we move the needle in a way that is inclusive and equitable, where one person's struggle is everyone's struggle and one person's victory is everyone's victory? Mural Arts is committed to being part of the movement for positive and equitable change. It's in our DNA, the driving concept from the very beginning. Rather than be punitive with those who have fallen through the cracks, we sought a restorative approach that reinforced their value. We learned that early on when we were the Anti-Graffiti Network, where graffiti writers' destructive impulses were reimagined as creative assets. Art became a lifeline for young people all over the city. That was 32 years ago. The work we're doing now is different, more complex, more expansive, but the principle remains the same. Go to any neighborhood and you'll see our work underway. At 8th and Snyder, Cheryl Walensky, Southeast by Southeast, the Hub is a thriving cultural center and resource center. You can see everything from art workshops to ESL, social services. In this space, the Burmese, Bhutanese, and Nepali refugee communities have built strong intergenerational relationships that led the charge to clean the neighborhood and bring about all kinds of cultural programming. As a result of Southeast by Southeast, residents voice a greater sense of safety and well-being. In our schools, we are doing more than ever to ensure art and creativity remain a key part of children's education. Through partnerships with Frere, McMichael Morton, Roxborough, South Philly High, Esperanza Charter, Mastery Lenfest, we're offering a model that integrates art with core subject learning and provides professional development to our teachers. How exciting it was to walk into South Philly High School recently and see young people excited about algebra as they visually demonstrated math through art, or at Roxborough High School where they were talking about the universe. Our art education program embodies the principles of project-based learning, challenging our students to think critically, to collaborate, to be problem solvers. We want to give our students a voice and a choice. Our graduation rate in our advanced programs is 100%, and we have a very high rate of students moving on to higher ed. And it shows that our sustained, rigorous methodology pays off. Within the seed of each public art project grows the possibility that our young people will be the next generation of thought leaders. I also want to mention our Guild program. Yes. Which puts individuals who are reentering society to work. Young people, we work with people coming out of prison, young adults on probation, and we challenge them, ask them, work with them to restore and beautify public and cultural spaces. Since 2009, the program has enrolled more than 600 participants and has been astonishingly successful with a one-year recidivism rate of 18% compared to Pennsylvania's statewide rate of 35% and a national rate of 65%. Art! Yes! Those who completed the Guild describe it as supportive but disciplined, where they can get back on their feet and have a positive work environment that gives them a renewed sense of purpose, meaning, and value. Amira Mohabban, one of our graduates, said, "I went from being a number and an inmate to being covered with paint, doing something that I love, and giving back to Philadelphia in a positive way." That's what we like to hear, and more importantly, 70% of our graduates move on to jobs or other programs. Yay! And we prioritize working in public spaces, schools, park and recreation centers. These aging community amenities risk sending messages to communities of disinvestment. Public art, benches, other contributions can make a significant difference and signal real momentum. Most of our Guild reentry projects focus on these kinds of spaces so that the participants are maximizing their impact, maximizing their contributions to communities, and the dollars that are spent have double impact. It is a win-win. We're transforming individuals and transforming civic spaces. We're also conscious of our aging collection, and we're committed to restoring iconic murals that continue to be important to the community. City support is key to this preservation effort. Our projects help us build trusting relationships with residents that give us insight into pressing community challenges such as trash and dumping, housing insecurity, public safety concerns, health concerns, blight. We use our knowledge to build alliances between people and city agencies and nonprofits that can address the needs of citizens of this city. Often this leads to agencies and nonprofits joining with us in storefront hubs. It's a new initiative at Mural Arts as of a few years ago. Spaces we are proud of in South Philadelphia, West Philadelphia, and now a new one in Tacony. And we hope more to come, hub spaces. Earlier this year, the Yale School of Medicine shared with us the findings for a 4-year controlled study. People always say, Jane Golden, you're so excited. What's the impact? Well, we have it. In describing a statistically significant impact on communities, the Yale team showed us an increase in something called collective efficacy. And I'll tell you what that means. It means that our processes created a window of time when communities are in a better position to help themselves, when substantial change led by those from within become more possible. This is a powerful finding for me because it gives us hard evidence to our belief. It reinforces it that art ignites change. Yes. In the process of creating change, we are contributing to a thriving creative economy by investing nearly $2 million annually in artist wages. Let's hear it for artists. And we are proud of the fact that we employ artists, employ them, I want to underscore that, and not just provide them with spaces to show their work, which I do think is fantastic as well. And we also are very determined to help them make connections to enrich their careers as they enrich mural arts and the city. Artist Michelle Ortiz, who worked with us in this big public art exhibition we had in the fall, said that mural arts opened doors to being able to play stories that are often invisible or unheard in public. She said that working with us allowed her to do work she never would have done. It would have been impossible for me to do, she said. And her extraordinary vision, and perhaps you saw the Compass Rose with figures in it dealing with issues around immigration and deportation, we were able to help her bring that image to fruition. We want to make artists bring their vision to reality. We want to link them to important social issues in the city because we feel very deeply that artists are change agents. And it's not just local artists, but artists from around the world are beginning to see that something very special is happening in our city. They see that Philadelphia is a place that supports artists. They want to work in close collaboration with us. They see our community leaders, business leaders, and public servants embracing the art. I will never forget Shepard Ferry at a mural dedication with Councilman Squilla, and he said, I have been to cities all over the world, and I've never seen anything like what is going on here in Philadelphia. And this is what he said, it's like the artists are in charge. I said, no, we're not really in charge. I said, but we are embraced and respected, and that is extraordinary. And so I am so grateful to all of you in the room today for supporting us, for helping artists do their work. You have established Philadelphia as an incubator for creativity and innovation. And speaking of open source this fall, and what an incredible program that was, 14 new commissions, 40 programs, national press. And besides that, we had an extraordinary group of local artists and internationally known artists. And as if that were not enough, we also did a major commission connected to the Pope's historic visit. 5,000 people from here and all over the world worked on that mural. It made the Guinness Book of World Records. More importantly, the Pope signed it. As this incredible moment in time was broadcast for the world to see, I could not have been prouder as I heard Anderson Cooper on CNN say, Philadelphia is home to more murals than anywhere in the world. Over and over again. Thank you. Over and over again, we're hearing from artists in cities about Philly. This is a place where artists want to work and a place where other cities want to learn. And how great is that for us? I want to quote a recent collaborator, internationally known artist, Caledonia Carey, otherwise known as Swoon. She said, working with mural arts has given back to me many times more than I was able to give to them, and I tried to give as much as I could. I feel so moved and fed by mural arts. Because of it, my life has changed in profound ways, and this is a woman who shows her work at museums all over the world. She joined with us last year to work with participants from a halfway house and people in our guild program and at Graterford Prison, and she did incredible work about issues related to trauma. She created these beautiful portraits inspired by stories of hope and personal healing, so their stories could take root, fly, and become real. And artists aren't the only people coming from afar with an interest in our work. Look to our growing tour program, which hosts nearly 15,000 visitors a year. Or consider this statistic, 240 million press impressions that we garnered last year. 240 million press impressions. That is phenomenal. And last fall, an article in Newsweek noted that nonprofits and officials from more than 20 cities have reached out to Mural Arts for advice on starting similar programs. Author Max Kuttner wrote that it is because Mural Arts focuses on community engagement and social justice in engaging in great art. And moving forward, we're doing a lot. Several projects for the DNC, a major public art project in Southwest Philly, restoring rec centers in Germantown and North Philadelphia, working with kids citywide, working with Connor Barwin and his team at Smith Playground, creating a theatrical production with veterans and people who fled Iraq. We have a big project in the Italian market. We're creating a masterpiece mural about children and trauma, a Richard Allen tribute mural, a masterpiece, and many more projects coming that tie into the goals of Mayor Kenny's administration and the goals and beliefs of City Council. Your investment makes this all possible. Your belief in our impact inspires funders to match the city's allocation 5 to 7 times over every year. And it's not just funders in Philly you're leveraging, but foundations and corporations from around the world. It is clear to everyone near and far that Philadelphia is a city on the move. But while we strive to never stand still, our strong arts and culture sector helps to keep us on a steady upward path. We want to thank our friends from the Greater Philadelphia Cultural Alliance, other advocates, and the wonderful arts organizations, museums, and institutions that grace our city. We have amazing colleagues. The power of art to uplift our neighborhoods, galvanize our communities, and bring people together is tangible and true. So as we step into this upcoming year, one I think will be one of our best, I want you all to know how grateful I am to you. I not only thank you, I ask all of you to join us, to work with us in a journey of creativity and discovery. Together we will use art to engage, to enliven, and to transform our city. Thank you. I am very happy to answer questions.
I think you answer everybody's questions. I'm going to note for the record, I would never ask you to summarize your testimony, but your enthusiasm is contagious. And,
Thank you.
You know, again, for the record, I want to state that I am a huge Mural Arts fan, and, you know, I want to thank you, your staff, and all the artists and volunteers in the communities for what you do. And we do hear your battle cry here for fighting fighting every day to see, for change the way, people see Philadelphia, the way we see our neighborhoods and the way we see each other, all right? Because I think that is all part of the programs that you put in place. And I'm proud to be working with you hand in hand. And you mentioned smartly in your testimony, Tacony, it's in my district where we have an artist in residence program. We're doing creative things. We're in our parks and recreations. We're in our libraries, and we're doing a wonderful job. So you come in front of City Council with your enthusiasm and to let everybody know what Mural Arts does every day and the change that has been taking place in our neighborhoods and in our communities with community involvement. There's an ask for additional resources, which I support. In addition to what you come here today with, an extra $500,000, all right, that if you were to have, can you please describe the additional work that you could do with it?
Yes, we could, I think that, I want to start with our reentry work. I think that I'm passionate about this because I see real change. I mean, our guild members are learning skills and then applying those skills to real city issues, really changing our built environment, changing the quality of life for people. So that's like paying it forward in a very profound way. So with extra funds, that $500,000 will allow us to serve anywhere from 25 to 50 more constituents in restorative justice just in the course of a year. And then when you think about it, the cost is probably $5,000 per participant, and I know that to be in an institution, it's about $35,000. So it saves society money, period, and it saves people's lives. Like I said in my testimony, it is a win-win. Then I really feel very committed to the issue around preservation. People come to the city from all over the world. If you're the Philadelphia Museum of Art, you're taking care of your collection. Well, we're like an outdoor museum, and we have to care for this collection. I know that when murals start to deteriorate, that people are calling us, communities get together, they want to know what's going to happen. And I'm going to be very proud on Friday to stand in front of the Negro League at Belmont and Parkside and talk not only about the restoration of that iconic mural, but also that we just restored the Jackie Robinson mural. I mean, Jackie Robinson should be there for the world to see, sliding into home. So it will allow us to restore about 25 more murals, that 500,000. And then we have a giant waiting list of people who want work, which is fantastic. We love that.
What neighborhoods and how many people you think would be affected by?
Oh, literally thousands of people would be affected. And we create an equitable distribution of where the project, we do about 100 projects a year. And I'm happy actually to, we'll go back and we can do some research and I can disseminate this maps to everybody. I actually, in our packets, and we can do this again, we can show everyone like where we're working, where we plan to be working in this fiscal year coming up. And it's like we try to work everywhere. We try to be sort of omnipresent if we can. So it will allow us to do a lot more work in communities throughout the city, impacting thousands of people, and also it will impact our restorative justice program profoundly. And we will leverage it. And that's the other thing. We do not take city money for granted. We are like the Energizer bunnies, running. I am so grateful for every dollar the city gives us, and it's our responsibility to stretch it as far as we can and to leverage it and match it and just really make it work tenfold.
So if that's $500,000, if you were to have additional $250,000, what would that look like?
We would still do great things. I mean, we'd preserve a body of work. We would do new work because I feel like, we would take that and we would leverage it because I know how many foundations exist both locally, nationally, who are very intrigued and actually support us because we have funding from the city. Because they think this model, a public-private model, is a sound way of working. And I concur. I think it's a really smart investment. I love that I'm a city employee. 50 people work at Mural Arts, 11 of us are city employees, but we all feel like public servants. So the answer to your question, I'm happy to get you specifics on this. Yes, I will absolutely get you specifics. But we will increase our work.
Right. No, I mean, that's great. If you have specifics on that dollar value, you can provide it to the chair, and we'll make sure that the members get it. As far as the administration plans for rebuild and its new vision for or rebuild parks, recreation centers, and libraries, is Mural Arts included in that?
We hope that we are. We aspire to be part of that. We think it's really exciting, and of course I'm a huge fan of park and recreation. Catherine Ott Lovell was at one point part of Mural Arts. We look forward to working with her, and we think all over the country there's a real trend for artists to be involved in big projects, capital projects at the front end instead of the back end, and so we would really look forward to being part of that.
And lastly, working closely with you over the last 5 years, I kind of understand a little of the back end, with your staff and the pay, salaries. When was the last time that the staff and some of the folks that received stipends had any kind of increase?
I think is Joan Riley here?
I think it was 2 years ago. There was a slight increase related to the increase in the copay on the health insurance. There was an adjustment made to the city workers' salaries. Last year, we were able to get our lowest wage. Many of our people who work on our crew were making in the $26,000, $27,000 range. We were able to bump that up to the low 30s. But the entire 11 people who are part of the City of Philadelphia Mural Arts Program have not all received wage increase in a couple of years.
In a few years.
In a few years, and we think we're way below market value.
Was there,
For their work.
was there any clause, like a Me Too clause, when, the city municipal contracts or when unrepresented employees receive their cost of living increases? Has that ever been a history or?
When there is a standard increase across the city, for the city workforce, then yes, we are included in that. But for a while, there was a freeze on wages in the earlier years of the Nutter administration. Then there were some adjustments made, and we did, our staff were...
Adjustment to your health and welfare.
Well, it was to their salaries to offset that increase.
But
There's
not
probably
within-
someone here from Budget who could describe that better. But I want to be really clear on the record, when all the city workforce, if their wages are increased, our 11 city employees are included in that.
Okay, but it's been 2 years, correct?
It's been a while for the
Okay.
whole staff to get raises. And selfishly, would just say, we think our executive director, Jane Golden, is the best bargain in the city and is undercompensated for the scale
I
and
think the rate
scope
of
and
return
complexity
is,
of her work.
I think the rate
people
of
would
return
agree.
is pretty good.
But we support, we would say all our employees, the city workforce, are extraordinarily dedicated, work hard, and their jobs, if you've been in council for a while and you hear Jane's testimony, the complexity of the work and the skill set required to do that work has grown exponentially. And our staff have kept pace with that in terms of their own skill development, their dedication, but we don't think the compensation is in alignment. And we get the complexity of that issue for the city.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Green.
Thank you, Councilman Heenan. I just want to reiterate some of the things you've stated on the record in reference to the Mural Arts program. They do a phenomenal job of leveraging dollars. I think for every dollar of city dollars that go in, they're able to leverage at least another $7 or more from private sources. They've done a phenomenal job. In addition, I reiterate your position in reference to rebuild, considering that the administration's program to use funding from the proposed sugar sweetened beverage tax to make a major investment in our recreation centers, parks, and libraries is one it's fruitful. But the fact that Mural Arts program has already been doing work in recreation centers for, I believe, the past 10 years. In particular, just this year alone, my understanding they'll be doing work at Happy Hollow and Toohey and MLK and Worcester and also Smith Playground. So they're already doing the work. And they're doing the work in a way that's very meaningful in reference to the Guild. And my question is that for the Guild, you have about 70 people per year participating, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And from my understanding that traditional recidivism rates are about 34%, but with the program that you're doing with the Guild, what's your recidivism rate?
12%.
About 12%. So clearly this is an organization, a program that's working. It's doing a great job in reference to providing people an opportunity coming out of or returning citizens to get involved in meaningful work and providing restorative justice. One other thing I would like to put on the record is that earlier in the year I had hearings regarding social impact bonds or pay for success bonds, and I think the work that Mural Arts program does is also an outstanding organization to qualify for that type of funding going forward. So I'll be looking at how we could possibly partner with the Mural Arts program to maybe bring in some additional resources through social impact bonds, or also known as pay for success bonds, but also supporting what Councilman Heenan said about additional funding for Mural Arts program, as well as having Mural Arts as part of the rebuild process.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very grateful. And I do think that there's something to it. I think when people are doing work that's tangible, that means something to the community, it makes a difference, and the feedback is continually positive. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman O.
Thank you very much, Chairman. As you know, I do very much support your program. I appreciate the work. I do think it's quite undervalued. And I do believe that it doesn't get as much credit as it should for the turnaround, that has occurred in this city. I am concerned about the cost of living in our city. I am not in favor of increasing taxes and costs in this city. I think it's very problematic for people. But I very much appreciate the creative economy, and I very much appreciate your work, and I would happily fund your program because I think it is so much a good return on our investment. Having said that, I do have a question, and that is when I go through Center City, especially during the daytime or some parts in the evening, and I see these beautiful murals, you know, it's very inspiring. I think it's wonderful for our city. But in our neighborhoods, you know, there are also some wonderful murals, but I don't see them lit up at night. And I'm really interested in our evening economy, our nightlife. You know, I did a series of hearings around 24-hour Philadelphia and our creative, innovative economy. And is there a way to coordinate with PICO and with SEPTA and maybe, as the chairman said, Parks and Rec, so that when you're putting up these murals, we can find ways to light them up in the evening?
I actually think that's a fantastic idea. We have actually, thanks to Local 98, we have a few murals that are lit, and when they're lit, they're captivating. We are about to restore the American flag mural, that iconic mural at Delaware and Spring Garden, and our dream is to have that. So we would love to come talk to you, and I think you're right. I think it's going to take several entities to come together and see. We feel that with this increase, even a modest increase, those few little dollars, it's interesting like how you can leverage it and build partnerships, and I think that that could be possible. I really, like, our vision would be to have murals lit, to have evening tours. We think we could really capitalize on it. I love that idea.
Well, I would love for you to write out, you know, the cost of this and how we can leverage it and coordinate it, and then if there's any additional dollars we need to spend to light up, especially in, you know, some of our challenged neighborhoods where I think this will be very, very helpful in uplifting spirits and things like that. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman O. I'm sorry, Don.
You, Councilman Heenan. Good morning, or good afternoon, I guess it is. Just a couple quick questions. First of all, I want to make a statement. I learned a long time ago, nothing great was ever accomplished without enthusiasm. And you've accomplished something great with your enthusiasm and all the artists that are here today. It's a great thing. And as a full disclosure, I own a building that has one of your mural arts on it, as you know. And I'm a big supporter of mural arts. But let me just ask a question. You have this restorative justice program, which is a great program. How many people are in that program right now?
70 people.
70?
70 are, in a year, there's 70 people.
70
so
people.
Their classes are.
Right. So let me just give you, maybe this is a path to go down for your funding. If those 70 people and the average in the state is 35% of those 70 return, and you said we're averaging 12%, correct? So the delta is 23% of the 70, which is about what, 14 or 15 people? We're saving 43,000 times the 15 people. Do the math, it's less than what you're requesting. So this is a program, I'm going to echo what Councilman Green said, this is a program that's worthy of funding, especially if you can expand that restorative justice program to more people, because the investment we make pays back the return. So if you could double the amount, it would be phenomenal.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thanks for coming today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Taltenberg.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ms. Golden, in your testimony, you referenced the Energizer Bunny. I believe that you could teach the Energizer Bunny something about energy. I have been here for 5 years as a council staff person. I've been here a couple months as a city councilman. I have never heard such an enthusiastic and passionate testimony in my life.
Oh, thank you.
And that is truly a tribute to you. I do have one question as it relates to that testimony. What did you have for breakfast this morning? An apple. I'm a big believer in apples. They're very, very good. I think the sentiment from many of my colleagues, particularly Councilman O, in helping light some of your great works of art, I think is something we should look at. It certainly would have my support. I think this is a great investment, seeing the quality of the work done. Your artists are here, your supporters are here. I'm very impressed. Also, the video was excellent. If it's possible, I would like a copy of that video. I want to show that to some other folks. I have a question as it relates to an article that was written in, I believe, the Philadelphia Inquirer on, not an article, it was an op-ed on April the 2nd, criticizing you, although they liked you, which says a lot about you as well. But under investigation that my office has done, I saw that the mural in question of a presidential candidate was not your mural at all. It's my understanding.
That is exactly right. We did not, for the record, do the Bernie Sanders mural. And we thought that was not right of the Inquirer to put that picture next to that letter, because that was very misleading, and
Right.
I did call the Inquirer and say that.
Good. Well, that's good. But the question does raise, I mean, just so we have a greater understanding and can be supportive, what is your procedure in getting a mural up? I mean, what themes do you look at? If you're honoring someone, who do you honor? How is that decision made? If you could share that with us.
Well, murals happen 5 ways. So one is that they come in on the waiting list, and we put together a panel several times a year, and the demand exceeds our ability to do it, so it's competitive. So people are really asked, you've got to make a good case, and there has to be widespread community support. It can't be anything related to an active political situation. I mean, we're a city agency, and we're very,
Sure.
I mean, we would just never do that. I mean, and so that's one way. The second way is projects happen because they're related to bodies of work: art education, criminal justice, behavioral health, community murals. The third way is that the city is grappling with big issues around trauma, around gun violence, and a member of city council or the mayor's office or the mayor will say, we really think this is an important issue to do. The fourth way is that there is, that funders have ideas too, and that one we did years ago, a big project on workforce development, but it was a theme that was related to the city. And the fifth way is that artists have ideas.
Sure.
And they are brilliant thinkers, but we always have an internal committee who is vetting our body of work for that. So we could go over with you now, FY17, and say, here's some decisions we made, this is why we made them, be able to justify them. And then our goal is to be able to do that for the next 3 years. So there's always a vetting process, but community support is really critical to everything we do, actually. Would you agree?
Well, I appreciate that very detailed answer, and it gives me a much better understanding, and maybe the Inquirer ought to print that, what you just said, on how this is done, so people have an understanding of what you do. Maybe. I mean, I think it would be a natural request. If not, maybe I'll write something with you.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Well,
yes.
yeah, because
that would be great.
people should know the story. Immediately, everyone thought that you did this mural, and of course, it's a highly political season, and people are for and against and everything else, and here is Mr. Sanders in a very big way. And so I think the question was answered very, very well, and I am a big fan of your program as well. I want that to go on record. And Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Blackwell.
Thank you very much. I certainly agree with all that has been said regarding mural arts, and everybody loves mural arts, and we're proud that we have 4,000 in our city. I think that we ought to consider doing our 1% art for mural arts. It would help us. It makes a big difference. We could still get art, and I believe that we should investigate that and certainly, again, support all that has been said. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilman or woman. Last question for me. You think there's an opportunity to partner with the Department of Commerce and get mural arts involved in a storefront improvement program? And I think, it will be able to brand commercial corridors with some hand-painted storefronts that will be consistent and in coordination with the program in the commercial quarters.
That is a fantastic idea. I love that idea. Many years ago, when we did the Love Letter project in West Philadelphia, and we took over an empty storefront, and we started, the artist said, let's have a sign painting business. I'm like, well, what do we know about sign painting? Nothing. But he's like, we're artists, we can do it. And people started commissioning us to do signs along the Market Street corridor, and it was fantastic. Fast forward to Southeast by Southeast, or the Neighborhood Time Exchange in West Philadelphia, where there's all this energy percolating. So it's about revitalizing the corridor, and then we can do facade improvement, because no one is more creative than artists, and we can also be responsive to the community. So it's like, how do we layer in all these things and be value added to citizens?
Well, great. Well, thank you. That seems to be it. So what we are going to do here at the committee of whole, we'll go on recess and take a break and reconvene at 2:30. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Council President Clark and members of City Council. My name is David Perry, Commissioner of the Department of Licenses and Inspections. Joining me today are Kurt McLaren, Administrative Services Director, and Rebecca Swanson, our Director of Research and Analysis. I am pleased to provide testimony on the Department of Licenses and Inspections fiscal year 2017 operating budget. Department of Licenses and Inspections is committed to making Philadelphia the nation's leader in building safety. L&I enforces Philadelphia's construction, property maintenance, and fire codes, which set forth the legal responsibilities that come with property ownership and participation in the construction process. Our mission is to promote public safety first and foremost across all of our core functions, which include issuing licenses and permits, inspecting construction projects to ensure compliance to all plans and applicable codes, enforcing the property maintenance code, fire code, and designated business regulations, and rapidly responding to building and construction emergencies. In fiscal year 2017, L&I will enter the second year of an implementation plan designed to strengthen the department as we sharpen our focus on public safety. L&I will reorganize to establish a division of building safety devoted to construction and demolitions, and we will hire an additional 24 building inspectors who will strengthen the department's enforcement of construction codes from the plan review stage through final inspection. Another 35 building inspectors hired in fiscal years 15 and 16 are in the final stages of training to obtain required certifications. Together, these new inspectors will begin to move the department closer to optimal staffing levels. To house the growing staff of building inspectors, the department will establish 2 new district offices in fiscal year 17. Specific locations of the new offices have yet to be finalized, but will be determined based on where the greatest amount of new construction and development, as measured by volumes of permits issued, is taking place. In total, L&I's budget request provides for 37 new positions, which in addition to the new building inspectors, include staff to enforce business regulations and inspect existing buildings for code compliance. L&I operations will be further strengthened by 10 new positions within the Law Department and the Office of Innovation and Technology. The fiscal year 17 budget includes nearly $9 million for demolition. 3 years ago, the city had over 600 imminently dangerous properties. Today, we have cut that number to 264 structures by aggressively demolishing buildings that pose a public safety threat, while also contending with the reality that Philadelphia's aging building stock continues to deteriorate. We are on track to demolish more than 500 properties by the end of this year, which we believe will allow us to meet our goal of decreasing the number of imminently dangerous properties to fewer than 250. We are also on track to end this fiscal year having performed 2,100 clean and seal of vacant properties. In fiscal year 15, L&I demolished 495 buildings and performed 2,175 clean and seals. In fiscal year 17, the department will implement technology improvements that will result in more efficient and effective operations, both internally and for the public. Project Eclipse, a capital-funded data system within OIT, will improve the department's ability to store, retrieve, and review data, and will prove particularly useful for inspectors in the field who will be able to pull up building information in real time. Inspectors will also be able to upload information into the system from outside the office, including time-stamped photos and geocoded information that is critical in code enforcement proceedings. Other benefits of Eclipse include a new online system for obtaining or renewing permits and licenses, and better access to tax compliance data, which could in turn result in improved revenue collection for the city. Since the implementation of Eclipse in January 2015, an electronic interface with the Revenue Department has been established to more efficiently flag license applicants with delinquent taxes. To date, a total of $6,651,568 has been collected in delinquent taxes as a result, including $1,258,932 collected since January 2016. L&I is also partnering with OIT on an initiative that is incorporating sophisticated aerial and street-level imagery, mapping, data mining, and computer modeling to help identify potentially vacant properties and prioritize inspections and demolitions of dangerous buildings. This technology is particularly important because it captures data not observable from the street level and allows the department to predict vacancy and prioritize enforcement of properties most at risk to the public safety. Relatedly, the department is also investing in structural engineering services to obtain third-party expert analysis of the inventory of unsafe and imminently dangerous buildings. The hardworking employees in L&I are committed to their focus on public safety, and I commend them for their daily efforts. Thank you for the opportunity to present our fiscal year 17 budget. I'm available to answer questions at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to say you're doing a good job in your new position. Carried it over from streets, so I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Got a couple of quick ones, and then I may have to come back because I think I'm going to have to run out of the room for a second. Let me ask you a couple of basic questions, kind of walk down the street, talk to the residents kind of questions. In our district, you know, we've had a significant number of demolitions, and unfortunately, years past, I'm not sure about the treatment of the side wall, whether it was sufficient, and I think at one point in time, there was like no treatment of the side wall below the dirt line, so obviously, when water seeps into the ground, it subsequently runs into the person's property, but I understand that was changed at some time. What is the time frame on a resident being able to contact the agency when they believe they have an insufficient sidewall treatment as a result of a demolition?
Any requests we get for sidewall treatments, we will respond to immediately and make an evaluation. If the contractor hasn't done the job properly, we'll get them back out there to complete the work that is necessary to make that wall watertight.
How far back does that go in terms of the contractor's responsibility?
The contractor is responsible for the integrity of that wall for 2 years.
Only 2 years?
Yes.
Is there a particular reason why that timeline? Or I know that's from a zip code perspective? Because unfortunately, we seem to run into people, they say, well, this was done like 4 or 5 years ago, and now I'm getting water in my basement. Is a 2-year threshold for a particular reason?
No, I'll look into why that time frame was established. It probably has to do with the cost of ensuring that work is going to, that there's integrity to that work. But we'll look into it and get back to you on that,
Yeah, that would be
Council
helpful, because trust me, I get so many of those inquiries, and it's just, it's unfortunate. You don't know what to tell a person, and, dealing with the water in the basement is a significant issue.
Understood.
I want to ask you a question about, so you'll get back to me on that, right?
Yes.
I want to ask you a question about an issue that I've been challenged, that I've been having for forever. And again, I represent one of those districts that there's been a lot of demolitions. And unfortunately, when you knock the house down, you got the vacant lot. And you'll see soon a bunch of rain last 2 days, and sun's out now. I guarantee you by the end of the week, there's going to be weeds growing up on those lots. So I've had this issue with respects to the ability to require an abatement of the cleaning of weeds or cutting of weeds on these vacant lots, treatment. And there's been different issues as it relates to, one, the CVN, two, the required time. From my perspective, and I've talked about the fact that if it snows, and within 6 hours, and I might be off on the time, you're required to have a 30-inch footpath on your sidewalk. Am I correct?
About 36, actually.
36, okay. Like 6 hours, you got to get that done.
Correct.
If you put your trash out on the wrong day, you're going to get banged with one of those trash tickets, right?
Correct.
Right? Or if you don't do recycling. So the rules are clearly established. So what I don't understand, if you say that if you have a vacant lot and the weeds should be no taller than 24 inches or whatever, there's a specific thing, why do we have to wait 30, 60, 90 days before we can issue a lien or some sort of corrective action on that particular property, as opposed to all the other instances we're immediately ready to take remediation actions on that particular issue?
Well, with any violation, we have to notify the property owner that the property is in violation and give them an opportunity to abate the problem themselves. That's why there's a delay from when the problem is initially reported to us until such time as we can then get into an abatement mode and do it ourselves and lien the property. I mean, ideally, we want property owners to step up and be responsible and mow the property, take care of the weeds, keep it clean. It costs the city money when we have to get in there and do it for them and lien the property, which we're not guaranteed that we're ever going to collect that money back.
So why are we not required to give notice to a person that puts trash out on the wrong day, or the person who does not clean the sidewalk, or a person that doesn't do the things with recycling, all those issues that I referenced earlier, where there's an immediate issuance of a violation and a fine? Why some things that we can do immediately based on a set of guidelines or standards or requirements, but others, like the cleaning the vacant lots? If you know the vacant lots they cannot have weeds beyond 24 inches, and again, I'm not sure if that's it, then why can't we issue an immediate violation, i.e. fine, on that property?
There's two types.
What's the difference? Yeah, I guess I need to know, why do you not get notice to clean your sidewalk? You get banged immediately, or why do you get notice, don't put that trash out again? You get a ticket like day one.
Yeah, there's two different enforcement mechanisms. One is issuance of a CVN, which is a code violation notice or ticket. Basically, the person that pays that ticket is admitting to guilt and making any further action against that property go away. So they're admitting that there was a problem, and if they don't choose to challenge it, they simply pay the ticket, and that's the end of that enforcement action. There's also notices of violation that we issue when we need to go in there and do the abatement action. So it centers around the legal process. We can't, if we don't provide legal notice and we go in and abate the problem, then we have no way to recover the cost for doing the abatement. So since the city doesn't go in...
I'm not even saying the abatement. Why can you give a fine to a person from day one if they don't clean their sidewalk?
Why can't
you don't have to wait. You give them a fine.
Well, it's actually it's a code violation notice. It's a ticket that can also be challenged.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm saying the responsibility is for the person to challenge. I just don't understand, if I can give you a ticket for not moving your snow immediately, why can't I give you a ticket for not complying, to being in non-compliance of the code with respect to how you're maintaining your vacant lot?
Because what basically happens is that the case goes away at that point. If we just issue a ticket, we're not going to abate it, we're not going to do anything. We just put a ticket against the property. Whereas if there's high weeds on the property or debris, we need to spend our own resources to go out there and clean that up. So we want to be in a legal position to where we can recover our cost for doing the abatement action. That's what the difference is. We could issue a ticket, but then we're not going to do the abatement. Okay. If you want to do the abatement, you have to issue the code violation notice and not a ticket.
Okay. So that's the first time anybody has ever explained it to me like that. It was always, we can't do it. So the issue is, if we anticipate that somewhere we will have to abate it, then you need to position yourself to do that remediation based on the issuance of a CVN.
That's correct.
All right. Okay. Councilman Heaney.
Just for my own clarity, and just by listening to the conversation, I know the differences between a CVN and an NOV, and what I'm trying to figure out just by this dialogue is, NOVs, are they because they are on real property or person's property as opposed to the right-of-way when CVNs are issued for snow and for street, for trash? Is there an NOVs issued for high weeds, which, you know, whether it's a vacant lot or somebody's front yard? Is there a difference legally because of that?
No, it has nothing to do with where the problem is. The CVN process started maybe, I was aware of it maybe 12 years ago. It was a way of trying to get compliance for simple issues.
Change of behavior. Change of behavior.
Try to change the behavior, that's correct. As opposed to trying to set us up legally to do an abatement and then collect the cost for our services.
Just to say point of order. When you want to jump. Hold on. Councilman, you done?
That is. I would just, you know, my question, I mean, you answered whether, you know, NOVs are issued, and I think only L&I, you only issue as L&I, you only issue NOVs, is that correct? For the most part, largely.
For the most part, it's NOVs.
It is, okay. So my question was, you know, is it NOVs issued because it's on somebody's personal property as opposed to in the right-of-way where CVNs are issued? And that was my point of clarity.
Yeah, where there's a public easement versus a vacant lot. Correct. Where there's
I didn't know if there was a legal reason why you would issue somebody and give them the opportunity for remediation as opposed to, you know, snow and trash.
Yeah, I mean, the other difference is that, I mean, Streets Department issues mainly CVNs as opposed to NOVs because they don't have access to the court system like L&I does. If we wanted to get a person in court and try to get higher fines imposed for a particular violation, we have to do that through the NOV process. Whereas Streets Department, It's very efficient for them to issue CBNs and move on. They simply don't have access to the court system like L&I does.
Right. Hey, say point of order.
A point of order.
Yeah.
And that would be-
Chair recognizes Councilman Taubenberg.
Thank you, Council President. It's following up with what the Council President had said. Why can't you do both? Because let me be very direct about this. When you cut down weeds in someone's house, obviously if your department comes out and clip, there's a big bill with that. But what you're actually trying to do, if it would work, is to get to the actual property owner and say, you know what, this is not good. I don't want to get these people all riled up. Let me cut this myself. I mean, my point is, it could be quicker. I think the department and we as council ought to take a look at this, because when you have a lot that is overgrown, that can also be overgrown on the public footway. It could be. And it can grow and be disruptive for a lot of reasons, but also if you let the homeowner or the property owner know early, hey, this is a serious issue, better clean it up, you might actually get compliance by the person themselves. You might not, and CLIP may eventually have to go in and do all the other things and then put a lien on the property, which I believe at some point the city will get paid, even though it might take years and years and years. I mean, but I think eventually you get your money. I would be interested in exploring possible legislation to do both. You know, if a weed or someone's lawn is 2 to 3 feet high, well, they're not maintaining it properly, and there ought to be an immediate response from the city to clean this up. More things could happen, but right now it's, I don't know, if you don't shovel your snow, what is it, a $30 fine or $50? I don't know what it is exactly. But the fact of the matter is, you could start the process with that, get their attention, nothing comes, then continue the other way. I mean, I think it's something we should explore. Because Council President then, well, he disappeared on me. But my point to my colleagues is you could get more immediate compliance rather than taking months and months and months. That's my point. Thank you.
Understood. That's a discussion we'll have to have with the law department to make sure that we're not issuing two different orders on one particular case. If the person pays the ticket, then the violation goes away. It's a negotiated guilty plea.
I'd like to be involved in a little bit of the discussion and possibly explore possible legislation to remedy that, because I think many property owners would move quickly on it. Not all, probably not even most, but many would. And you'd have immediate compliance.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Greenlee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. I have a couple questions, business compliance-wise. Commissioner, I know we've talked about this before. The idea is to try to do most of, like, renewal of licenses or applying for licenses and permits online. Is that where you're kind of going? Is that?
Yes, we just rolled out Phase 1B of the Eclipse project, which allows for 40 different licenses to be applied for or renewed online. So it's a major step forward that we just accomplished.
Now, that makes sense, but I know there are particularly maybe some small business owners that still may not be computer savvy, particularly maybe folks that, immigrant population that come over. They can still do paper applications, or?
Yes, they can be served in the MSB concourse.
So they
if
still
choose.
have that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not shutting that down. We realize that that certain segments of the population don't have access to the internet or are not savvy enough to be able to do that type of process online, and we have to continue to offer in-person services.
And I might be stealing a question from Councilwoman Sanchez, but again, that immigrant population oftentimes has problems with the English language. Do you have people that can help them when it comes to that? Or?
Yeah, we have, I believe it's 8 different languages.
Yes. 8?
We have employees that are bilingual in multiple languages. We also use the language line for translation. When needed, you call up a language service and put the person on speakerphone, and you can get a translation into multiple languages.
Of information, because I know we're all working on a language access plan, but when you say you have 7 different languages, people need to understand that out of 417 people, only 14 people are bilingual. It's not a lot. And having one person is not enough, just for the record. Since you
Thank you,
asked the
Councilwoman.
question.
I just have one more, please.
Proceed.
Thank you. As far as, I know we've gotten questions from folks that need the food licenses. that seems to take a long time. Now, I may not have this right. I know your department has a part of this and health has a part. Could you explain, because is it health that inspects and then you give the license or vice versa?
Yeah, the health department does all the inspections and all the approvals associated with the issuance of the various food licenses that are out there. We essentially are the clerk of the works. We process them. We have the software. We have the ability to take the payments. But all the inspections, all the approvals are health department approvals.
Okay, so the delay some people complain about, that's on the health department.
Yeah, we'll blame the health department.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I'll tell them that when they come in. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner, welcome back to L&I. I know when I was in the private sector, you were the guy we always would call to get the right answers. So I'm glad you're heading L&I today. It's great. And I think they'll benefit from your leadership experience as well as your great judgment. I have a few questions. When I was reviewing the testimony, I didn't see any discussion of revenue projections or any breakdown of the various fees charged by L&I. How are these fees currently determined, and is there a projected income for the department included in the fee structure?
Yeah, do we have Our revenue projection for the coming fiscal year is approximately $58 million.
58?
I'm sorry, it's $54 million. I stand corrected. The permit fees for various construction activities, they were actually put together maybe 10 years ago. Back prior to 10 years ago, the department would charge a percentage of the constructed value of a building undergoing a renovation, and it would be about 2% of the construction value. That would become your permit fee. The department then would have major disputes with various builders over what the true value of the construction activity is. There were forms that were submitted that were not quite accurate and contracts reviewed. So we got away from assessing permit fees based on estimated cost of construction and moved over to permit fees based on the area that's undergoing renovation or construction. So there's no dispute as to the area, the size of the building. Those things are easily measurable as opposed to debating over what the true value of construction is. So those fees were established about 10 years ago. The only problem with establishing fees that are based on square footage is that they're basically frozen in time in terms of they're not inflation indexed. So we are just starting to look at our permit fees again to see if they are in line with other permit fees in other jurisdictions and whether it makes sense to raise permit fees to make sure that we have adequate funding for various activities.
Continuing that question, there was a court case, Rom versus Tredyffrin Township, that established the fact that fees charged by government entities for licenses and permits must be calculated on the general basis of recovering the full costs of the services provided by the municipality in administering the process of providing for, whether it's the plan examination or the field inspection of a building permit. Is there a way that you can come back to us and say to us, look, we're not charging correctly, you need to come charge these amounts based on the actual costs?
Yeah, like I said, we are in the process of doing a review of our permit fees, and we'd be happy to share our analysis with City Council.
Okay, great. Another question. In the past, it seems like there's been a lack of sufficiently skilled, part of your term, sufficiently skilled inspectors, and a decrease in the existing inspectional staff by prior administrations. Have you given any thought to utilizing the provisions of the state's Uniform Construction Code that allows state-certified and regulated independent inspectional agencies to supplement their inspectional staffs to ensure thorough and timely inspections?
Yeah, we currently use third-party inspections for electrical inspections. We do have issues with hiring very technical, specific job titles. I think that there is room to use third party for some of these very difficult to fund or to hire positions. For instance, crane inspector, the department had done an enormous amount of outreach and effort to try to hire a crane inspector to no avail. I think for that particular circumstance, it would make sense to use a third party or to have an engineering firm under contract that can provide us with that expertise as needed. In general, I want to say that for things such as plan review, I believe our review staff is the best in the country, and I would love to utilize our own examiners to the maximum extent possible. I would only consider going beyond that if we were in dire straits or had a situation where we couldn't hire and the volume of work was so overwhelming that we needed a relief in order to meet our service level agreements for issuing the issuance of permits.
Do you have the ability now to go outside and hire third parties to help you? Do you have that ability now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, good. One last question, and I'll come back. It seems like there's a lot of unpermitted construction activity and unlicensed business activity in the city today, especially in the residential housing market, which results in uninspected residential units and the loss of rental licensing fees for the city. What will be the department's plans for dealing with this specific vast underground commercial activity as well as the surging underground economy based on the proliferation of businesses operating as independent contractors?
Yeah, we need to put more inspectors out on the street to look for unpermitted construction activity. We need to get the message out to the public to report construction activity that doesn't have permits posted on premises. We are moving to put our trainees, co-locate them with our building inspectors, and one of the trainees' roles, because if you're in the trainee category, you can't do a full performance building inspection, but they can be utilized to do inspections in areas and look for unpermitted construction activity.
Okay, thank you, and good luck with everything.
Thank you, Councilman. I have a few questions. Councilman Dom hit on quite a few things. You talk about our fees here and our permit fees. As you look at best practices and where we are relative to other big cities and municipalities, you're going to obviously find out that we're kind of low at this point. And recapturing the underground economy where we just don't have enough inspectors, and there's a lot of work being performed out there. The penalty for being caught without a permit is what, double the permit fee?
That's correct.
All right, and so we have, what's the penalty for no zoning?
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I'll have to check to see if we double the zoning permit fee. The zoning permits are relatively minimal, but it's really in the construction permits that it's a significant penalty, so to speak, or reinspection fee. We have to classify those kinds of fees as reinspection fees as opposed to a fine or a penalty.
Well, I think we should certainly take a look at our fees again and consider increasing them. But they're for the good agents and actors that are out there instead of the underground economy that we've been hearing over the last several years. Double the permit fees and double the zoning fees. That's a catch me if you can. It's a part of doing business and in the city of Philadelphia with no real consequence in changing behavior. So I know as you reform, and you have a tremendous amount of reform and ahead of you, and we all, are counting on you to because, you are the true essence of first responders in public safety, I think, when it comes to building construction and building maintenance. So, I hope we can consider, taking a look at what are other steps legally, or do we have to do something with the state on the uniform construction code so we're not preempted with double permit fees or zoning. There needs to be harsher consequences, of course, with a grievance process or an appeal process, but people can't get away with trying to build Philadelphia without, licensed contractors, without being an employee, not a 1099, which is against the law. Right? You need to be an employee on a project and pulling permits. So I'm hoping we get there as we move forward. You talk about the amount of work that you had mentioned in inspectors. Page 3 in your testimony, you have budgeted for 384 positions and only filled 330. All right, so that's a little bit of a concern. And do you know the ratio per property, real property, and inspectors that we have?
No, I do not have that information off the top of my head, but we will be happy to provide that to you.
So how many inspectors do we have? You have building permits and property maintenance, is that correct?
Yeah, we have two basic
divisions?
divisions in the department.
In the building commercial, how many inspectors?
We have 71.
There's 71 building inspectors.
71, and how many in the property maintenance division? About 80?
I believe it's 55.
It's 55 on the operations side.
55. Okay, so we have, what's it, 130, 120, 126, or 26 inspectors out on the street. We have almost 600 properties in the city of Philadelphia, both commercial and residential, is that correct? 576, 78-ish?
Properties, yes.
New York, in their two divisions, have roughly 2,300 inspectors. And they have just under 1 million real properties. So, and I had to point that out, it's not to critique at all. It's to say that you got a heck of a job in front of you, and it goes to your point that we need more inspectors, and it needs to be a priority, because I can't imagine the caseload that they have and the responsibility, especially over recent, in the recent years. So whatever we can do, however we can work together, however, this administration or, city council can help get us to the staffing needs that's necessary, we're going to fight hard for it.
But we appreciate that.
What is the cost to get eminent dangerous structures down to 0 as soon as possible?
Well, we this year we will do about 500 demolitions from the general fund. To get them down to 0, we would probably, off the top of my head, we probably have to about double our demolition budget.
Double the demolition cost?
Yes.
And what is the demolition cost right now? $2 million?
The per property, it's about $17,000.
Okay. All right, great. I am going to yield my time and come back on the second round. Chair recognizes Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, I want to thank Commissioner Perry for being here and congratulate you on your new position. I've had a great opportunity working with you in your former life as a streets commissioner, so I'm looking forward towards you doing great work under L&I in a new capacity. So I want to start off by just saying any way I can be supportive of those efforts. Don't hesitate to let me know, just for the simple fact I know that you have a great responsibility running L&I, but If there's any evidence of how you will operate in the L9, the same way you have done in the streets department, I think we're in good hands. And so just want to start off by saying that. I want to kind of piggyback off what my colleague, Councilman Heenan, talked about in terms of the numbers of inspectors that you have out on the street. So you have 71 in what department?
That's in the building division.
That's building, and 55 in
We call it the operations division.
operations division. So how do you go about prioritizing and allocating your inspectors throughout the city of Philadelphia? And I'm going to give you the backdrop. There's a high level of development taking place in the Point Breeze, Grays Ferry part of my district. And we had a community meeting a couple months ago with the various RCOs, and the questions came up as to how L&I inspectors are distributed throughout neighborhoods where there's a significant amount of development taking place. And so we made a commitment to actually do our research and our due diligence so we can report back, because the neighbors just felt like we needed to have more inspectors coming out and keeping these developers that do not operate in the most professional manner in check, to be quite frank with you. And so we get complaints daily regarding how developers just come in, don't follow the laws, and left the people, the constituents who live in the neighborhood, at the whim of people who just want to come and develop. And so we don't want to demonize them, but nevertheless, they must operate in the most professional manner following the law, and that's where L&I comes in place in terms of their check and balance, fighting on behalf of the residents, or at least advocating on their behalf when there is a problem. And so I wanted to get an idea of how do you go about distributing the inspectors as it relates to development taking place throughout the city.
Yeah, our number one priority is to fund and have a sufficient number of inspectors that are involved in our demolition program. So the contractual services unit, they handle doing all the inspections for all demolitions in the city of Philadelphia, whether they're City of Philadelphia contracted work or whether it's private work. Those demolitions, obviously the most dangerous construction activity that we have, our priority is to make sure that those projects are covered first. So beyond that, we have 5 district offices, and we try to balance the workload amongst those 5 offices. So in the areas of the city that have less construction, you'll notice that the size of that district becomes larger and larger, and we try to cut down the size of the district boundaries in the areas of heavy construction so that we can concentrate more inspectors in a smaller geographic area. Now, with the increase in inspectors that our budget allows, we're also going to be opening up 2 new district offices, and we will place those offices in areas that are having the highest
Do you
demand.
know where they're going to be located at the moment?
At the moment, we don't have those selected yet, sir.
So you'll have total of 7 district offices moving forward.
That's correct.
Okay. And out of the 37 new employees that you will be hiring, they will be split up between the building and operational units? You would split those 37 new employees up between those 2 units?
Yes. Good afternoon, Councilman. Kirk McLaren, Administrative Services Director. We performed an analysis in terms of the, as the Commissioner stated, the most busy parts of the city in terms of permit volumes over the last 3 fiscal years, and I can say Point Breeze was number 1. In terms of how we split up the new inspectors, 24 of them will be in the building division as building inspectors. 8 will be in operations as code enforcement inspectors. So the vast majority of those 37 new will be inspecting construction projects.
And just want to clarify, you said the number 1 area was the Point Breeze area?
It was Point Breeze, followed by Fishtown, Kensington, and West Philadelphia.
So one of those new district offices probably would be great in the Point Breeze area of South Philadelphia, but I just wanted to just touch base because obviously, we're on the ground. I see the development taking place. I live in Point Breeze. I get the phone calls because I'm the council person, so it may be a little easier to me to reach out to someone and say, hey, can you come out and follow up and make sure that this project is being done properly, but obviously we want to advocate for the district as a whole. And this is the second question I just want to ask. I know the administration, meaning the mayor, talked about expanding CLIP, that great old program called CLIP. And I want to get an idea moving forward how CLIP will be expanded. I think I heard preliminary conversations that the budget will be increased. Will there only be a Northeast Philadelphia program? Will it expand throughout all parts of the city of Philadelphia, as the mayor talked about prior to him coming to office? So I just want to get an idea where we're at in terms of really addressing the issue of blight and addressing the issue of lots that need to be abating, lots that need to be cleaned. And so just give me an idea where we're standing moving forward.
CLIP operates independently of the Department of Licenses and Inspections. We do work very well and collaboratively with CLIP and with the Streets Department to do blight removal. But to specifically answer your question, I'm going to have to say that you'll need to speak to CLIP when they come before you.
Okay. And that's it. I will save my questions for the next round, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. To follow up on the Councilman's question with respects to the ability for community people to find out, to deal with some of the challenges associated with development. When Ann Fadulin was here earlier today in testimony of one of the divisions called the Developer Services Division within the Planning and Development newly formed entity, was supposed to be the entity that dealt with not only the developer side of the equation, but also the local neighborhood side. And the way it was envisioned that there was going to be like a one-stop shop for developers, there's going to be a one-stop shop for the residents and the council person, so they wouldn't have to call to find out whose ditch it is, because it could be a utility ditch for water, it could be gas company, it could be cable, it could be anything. And we didn't want to have the community people to have to deal with trying to figure out who was doing this activity in the street. So she's going to be reaching out to you, according to her testimony, to better coordinate, because I know a lot of the license issuance was going to be a part of that developer services, you're working out the kinks. But we hope that you also have a one-stop shop for the neighbors and the council people, so they don't have to try to figure out who's developing, when is the street going to get fixed, when is the sidewalk going to be open, all the things associated with development. So she's indicated that she's going to be reaching out to you to see if they can better coordinate those type of responses.
That sounds like a great initiative, and we look forward to working with her on establishing that.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gim.
Thank you very much, Council President, and I'd like to join my colleagues in welcoming you, Mr. Perry, to to LNI. I think your presence there is desperately needed. Huge amounts of work that's ahead, but your record has been really great, so we're really hopeful about stuff. Some of my questions, I want to reiterate Councilman Dom's interest in maybe rethinking and relooking at fees. If fees haven't changed in a decade, it seems like that's a really important area where it can help with LNI's budget and make sure that our fee structure matches the pace and rate of development that's happening in the city as well. I think that development has grown significantly, and it seems that the fee structure should reflect that. So thank you on that level. But some of my questions are going to focus primarily around rentals and making sure that rental properties in particular, are not only just tax compliant, but address outstanding violations against them. And one of my questions is whether you currently condition the granting of rental licenses on the lack of major violations.
There was an ordinance passed last fall that would block the renewal of a housing license if there were violations on the particular property. What did not get programmed at that time was a way for that to be done through our new computer system. As we move towards electronic and online services, the checking of violations needs to be done automatically. It needs to be done electronically. That has not been programmed yet, but it is our intention to do that. And also on a go-forward basis, any new licenses that are applied for housing rentals, we will check for existing violations because that's a powerful way of getting a prospective landlord to abate any of the problems with their property. If they can't get a rental license because they have violations, then they have a motivation to fix whatever problems that they do have.
And I think in part it's because we understand that there are lots of resource limitations and such, but L&I's role in ensuring basic standards of habitability for rental properties is just really important, and if there's a way for us to be able to work closely with L&I to be able to achieve that, that would be something that I'd be interested in. But is there a time frame where you could expect some of these things to be put in place in terms of both use? I think you mentioned that for moving ahead, for any new licenses that are applied for, that you will double check on major outstanding violations. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have to meet with our IT folks and work out the details of how we're going to accomplish that. Next year's renewal, which would be by the end of March in 2017, to the best of our ability, I hope to have that type of check to be programmed into the computer system. It'll be something that we want to have part of a routine license renewal.
And how do we ensure, or can you talk a little bit about what the work of L&I is to ensure that properties that actually have these unsafe violations on them are put into safe conditions? Like, is there a reinspection process, or how does that work when something is identified as being unsafe?
Yeah, the first thing we do is issue a notice of violation. Then we check back in a predetermined amount of time to see if the violation has been corrected. We'll then issue a second warning to the property owner. If they don't comply after a second reinspection, then in most cases, we'll start the court enforcement process.
So in your testimony, you mentioned a plan to maybe obtain a third-party expert analysis of the inventory of unsafe and imminently dangerous buildings. And I think I was wondering if you can provide a little bit more detail about that particular aspect. I think that's more of what I was trying to understand a little bit better.
Yeah, what we need to do and what we've started is to have an on-call engineering firm to help us with structural evaluations of structurally unsafe buildings. One of the first task assignments that we gave the firm that we have is to come up with a connection detail for standalone row houses that where in a case where we demolish the houses on both sides of a row home, the structure that remains needs to be pinned together properly. It's something that's never been done, but we need to do that because if we don't do it, we'll be coming back and doing that building, in a matter of time. So those are the kinds of tasks that we're looking at using outside engineering help to help us work through.
Do you know how many properties we're talking about?
No, I do not have a number of how many standalone properties there are.
Do you not have them just with you, or do you not have them in general? You would have access to them, or do we would know? Is that
No,
right?
we have never coded those properties in a manner in which we can identify through a database which ones are standalones and which ones are part of a string.
But we have an inventory of the number of imminently dangerous buildings. We have a number on those. Is that accurate?
That's correct, we do.
And how many is that?
The number changes weekly. It's approximately 240 at the moment.
Okay. And my other question has to do with the identification of unlicensed rentals for possible enforcement, and what the strategies that L&I might have, or what capacity we have to analyze data. For example, I think Councilwoman Quinones-Sanchez has previously discussed looking at information from utilities like PGW and PECO, where there might be multiple meters in place. But is there any type of approach or strategy to use and identify some of these unlicensed rentals? Or take a look at how to do enforcement with those?
Good afternoon, Councilwoman. My name is Rebecca Swanson. I'm with the research and analysis with the department. We are building a large property inventory with OIT, and currently it is focused on vacant properties and identifying those, being proactive and predicting dangerous buildings. But as part of that, we are working with utility companies. We meet with the Water Department and PGW and PECO, and we are in early stages of a data sharing agreement with them and figuring out how we actually make that work operationally. So we do think that that type of data, we're kind of doing field verifications of accuracy. So I think eventually, once we get it moving for vacants and dangerous buildings, bringing that data in is very possible.
And is there a timeline on that?
It really is kind of the technical part of it right now of how we get the different departments to all talk to each other. So it's being worked on. We don't have an end date, but it is being very actively worked on.
And just last quick question is, do you work with OIT, or do you have to get an independent tech contract, some kind of an independent contract to handle that?
Oh, no, it's worked through OIT.
OIT. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Taubenberger.
Mr. President, thank you. Commissioner Perry, thank you for your past service and your future service. I, for one, and I think my colleagues have expressed that, look forward to working with you. Your department works very hard, and a $30 million budget, I respect your work. However, I want to ask you what the average waiting time is for businesses and homeowners, if you know it, when they call in for concerns. Do you have any sense of how long they wait for?
Well, I mean, for each of our different services, there would be a different response time. Are you talking about for issuance of permits, or for us to go out and inspect properties?
For almost anything. I mean, I can actually even tell you a horror story, just to give you a sense. It's not your fault, and it happened long, long ago. I, at the time, was Chief of Staff to City Councilman Jack Kelly when he was a district councilman. I was put on hold by someone from L&I, and I tried to identify myself. They wouldn't even allow that, and put me on hold. And I thought, I'm looking out the window, and I'm looking at the office. I'm looking at the MSB building. So I, son of a gun, and I was in better shape back then. I literally stayed on hold, but walked across the street. Well, kind of ran, because I wanted to catch this guy. And I barged into the office, and he says, look, can't you see? I'm really, really busy. And he was. He says, I got people on the telephone. I said, well, you don't have to worry about that particular person, because that's me, and I'm here. My point is, it's something that is actually historic. It has happened for a long time. Do you think it's possible we could start tracking how long people are waiting? Because our taxpayers, whether they're business people or residential, pay a fairly decent amount of tax dollars to help run this department. And I truly believe that they deserve the best possible service we can, and that, of course, takes monitoring and measuring how long, like a customer service kind of thing.
Yeah, we do have, we do have service level agreements for different activities, including how long people wait in the concourse. In terms of customer service, I understand and I agree with you. We need to do a better job. We need to put more folks online to be able to take questions over the phone and be able to move the lines that are in MSB. Now, as we become more computer-oriented and things can be done online, I would expect that, that the wait times in the concourse will improve. But we understand and we know, and we're striving to bring on additional folks that can still work with people that are waiting in line and that call in over the phone.
Well, thank you. With that also being said, I know business people who are lifeblood of this city in many ways because they create jobs, particularly small business people, have become very frustrated or can become very frustrated. And New York just recently passed a business bill of rights. And I'm thinking Philadelphia might be a good candidate for this type of legislation. I know Mayor Kennedy has been thinking about it as well. I know it would have to be executed through your office, and I was wondering if this is something you could possibly support, where it actually would put some time limits and some other things like, this is your right as a business person in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a very compelling idea. If we don't have the ability to hire folks to hit the targets that are given, all we're going to be doing is frustrating ourselves, though. So with that kind of commitment, there has to be a commitment to provide the services and provide the resources in order to meet those targets. I mean, an empty promise will do no one any good whatsoever.
Well, I would concur. I would concur with that. I know you had spoken in part of your testimony on some folks that you were looking to hire. I have in front of me a list of about, well, at least 8 or maybe 10 positions that were never hired last year. Now, I know that wasn't under your jurisdiction and your timing in the department, but do you have any sense of why they weren't hired?
Yeah, many of the technical positions, the salary levels are not high enough. We go and recruit. We just don't get an applicant pool that's willing to take the jobs at the salaries that are offered. And and some folks, when you're looking to hire people that have several years of experience, generally you're looking at a situation where you're drawing folks that may need to move into the city, and that becomes, in some cases, an impediment to hire, to bring people on board. That's why we were talking earlier about using engineering contracts and third party. We strive, we really want to have folks that are city employees that live in the city, that take their paycheck home and spend it in the neighborhood. But there are circumstances in which we simply cannot get the right folks to apply for the job, and the positions go vacant.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Kiona Sanchez.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I too kind of want to echo, I think L&I is the most proactive it's been in a very long time, and I appreciate Commissioner Perry coming in and hitting the ground running. That said, I just, I know we talked a little bit around the diversity plan. All departments are required to do a language access plan, so I look forward to working with the commissioner on that. But just want to bring to his attention that, since 2005, the department's hired 29 employees, only one of them has been bilingual. So it is my expectation that in the next hiring freeze, in light of the fact that some of the jobs are technical in nature, that we have a plan for that. But I trust that you will put that together. Wanted to talk a little bit about Eclipse, and one of the things that came out of the discussions when we were rolling it out was the issue of having rolling enrollment. So we have different licenses that expire just 1 month, March being vendors or whatever. Have we figured out how with Eclipse we're going to get those to be rolling? So if I'm a vendor and I get a license in February, in March I got to get a new one, that kind of stuff. Have we looking a little bit at that?
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Sanchez. My name is Kirk McLaren, Administrative Services Director. We are working on that issue, and in terms of the expiration dates of licenses specifically with the rollout of phases 1A and 1B, which were business license renewals and new business licenses, we have implemented an expiration date specific to the individual. In other words, 1 year from obtaining that license, as opposed to exactly like you said, if somebody comes in January and they have a housing inspection license and then it expires the next month, they have to pay again. We have implemented that, yes.
Okay, that's good. So that for most licenses, that's the case, or it will be the case?
It will be, I'm fairly certain it will be the case for all licenses, but I could double check that just to make sure.
One of the areas of concern, again, I think it's hugely important, and I think it's a testament to Mayor Kenny's commitment to continue to support L&I and kind of its return to being a public safety is the continuation of the Oversight Committee. And I think one of the reasons that's happening is, again, I think there's a lot of faith being placed on Commissioner Perry to kind of work through the implementation of a lot of new regs and rules. And so I really appreciate in public, I want to thank the mayor for that. I think anytime you get more eyes on what's going on, we develop a better product. Around the vacant property strategy, I know, we've driven Rebecca crazy with all of the new things around the vacant properties, particularly the commercial structure piece, the industrial ones, which was Councilman O'Brien's issue. Is there anything other than that work that we're doing proactively? Is there any discussion around creating a plan around non-compliance areas, on the business compliance? I think that just like everything else, there's certain areas where certain behaviors, whether you're talking about South Philly's double parking or whatever, there's certain code violations that have been allowed to kind of permeate in certain areas. What's been the discussion so far about how do we get proactive around some of those quality of life issues?
The department wants to make a strong commitment to quality of life issues. I think when it comes to violations, different commercial corridors have different issues. And we need, instead of just treating the entire city the same, we need to work with the groups that are within certain business corridors, find out what their main concerns are, and target our enforcement around what those particular issues are. I think we would get much better traction that way. We'd be able to focus our resources in a much more leveraged fashion if we can work with corridor managers, if we can work with business associations, and we can find out what it is that they need to be enforced in their particular area. When we try to do everything for everybody everywhere, we end up doing nothing for anyone anywhere. So I really am confident. We're working on actually educational materials to give out, and we look forward to working with Commerce and the various commercial districts to get very specific enforcement programs that work for that corridor.
Yeah, I think that's hugely important because there is a culture to each corridor, and some things are more important to some corridors than others. So you're right, how we get folks into compliance, that's hugely important. In addition to, we talk about the ID'd properties, and I know that you've put in a $9 million budget on that. In addition to, and there'll be more properties that are ID'd, in addition to the demolition piece, which folks have identified for quality of life, what is an area that you think requires more proactive attention?
Yeah, one area that I'm actually concerned about is that so far this year we had 3 collapses of occupied buildings, and those buildings were not on our radar. I think we need to do an outreach effort, an educational effort with various communities to get them to know when to call L&I for a serious structural condition. properties that are vacant, we have, Rebecca's working on this vacant property strategy, but when we're having occupied buildings that are collapsing, that aren't in our system and haven't been watched, that's really disturbing to me. And I think an educational piece will certainly help with helping folks identify what different gaps and cracks and movement means in their properties, and they can call us and get an inspection done.
As you staff up, will you be able to, and you go to 7 offices, will you be able to give us a geography of what different offices, the criteria for selecting some of the geography around the assignments? I think one of the things moving forward as Eclipse rolls out and others, I really want to follow the baseline data of how many people we have a staff per area and how proactive that allows us to be. And so, you know, so I know you're juggling around and you're going to set up these 2 new offices. I think once you guys get that together, it'd be important to share with us.
Yeah, we'd be happy to share that with you and show you what our logic and thinking is in terms of creating the geographic areas for the various inspection districts.
Because I imagine that's going to move around a lot with 2 new offices. That's significant.
There'll be major realignment of the district boundaries by trying to squeeze in two additional offices and try to concentrate on the areas that are having the high volumes of construction activity.
Okay, and so there'll be a criteria. We'll be able to clearly see kind of the criteria by which you establish the geographies and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Like, for instance, if areas that have high-rise buildings, we're going to want to concentrate more inspectors in those areas. Mm-hmm. So those high-rise building construction generates a lot more inspection. So even though it's only one parcel or one building, we need to have a lot of resources to handle that type of construction activity. Whereas if an area has only single-family construction, then we can probably allow that area to be a little larger than other areas. So, but we'll be happy to share.
Yeah, and I'll just emphasize again the importance of the language. You know, in a lot of immigrant communities, just having that capability and understanding that is going to be hugely important to getting people to comply. So from the concourse to the folks out in the field, you know, trying to match that up, I think it's going to be hugely important.
Yeah, I mean, along those lines, as we hire these new inspectors, we're going to use selective factor certification so that we can hire folks directly that have the different skills that we're lacking. I think that'll be real powerful for us and allow us to fill the various needs that are out there. In addition, with the Eclipse system, we're insisting that we are given the tools to basically put the entire system into multiple languages so that everybody and anyone can interact with the online system in their own native language.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Parker.
Let me just say sort of welcome back to the future. From staff to legislator and now councilperson in streets and both L and I, whenever I've called, you've always been responsive, and I just wanted to say thank you for the record.
Thank you.
Sure. Probably one of the things that I've appreciated the most is that sometimes when we get recommendations or problems and challenges are identified at the grassroots level, they're not always viewed as significant sometimes from leadership, and that's never been the case from your perspective. And with that in mind, my first question actually comes from a recent RCO meeting I had with all of the 9th District RCOs, and they were talking about citations, and that for many issues, citations cannot be written unless the violation is like witnessed by an inspector. And so when they talked about the times that the inspectors worked, sort of during normal business hours, some of the violations obviously are occurring outside of normal business hours. So again, very simple question, but one that could be of great assistance, and that is there a way that inspectors' hours can be shifted so that some of them can occur outside of normal business hours, or do we already do that, just not to an increased volume?
Yeah, we have different crews that are available on off hours. We have a regular Saturday patrol that looks for unpermitted construction activity. We have a nuisance task force that does inspections of nightclubs and other establishments over the weekend. So we do have a presence on off hours.
If there is a way that we can just sort of review that, particularly regionally in areas where we may see more activity taking place on sort of abnormal business hours, if we could just review that to see whether there's a need at all to increase that, that would be of a great benefit to us, and we can report back to our constituency that, listen, the city's paying close attention to all of the unpermitted activity taking place on or during abnormal business hours. That would be great.
Okay, we will certainly work with you on that. If there's specific areas that you want to report to us,
we will, and we'll
in.
make sure that we forward those to you ASAP. The next question is in regards to the issue of enforcement of provisos, and so. Explain to me, how does L&I enforce provisos adopted by the zoning board on variances and special exceptions that have been granted? Because what we've heard from both the community and L&I is that it is pretty difficult and very challenging to enforce provisos. Are there any powers, authorities, or anything that you need from the legislative side that could help the department be more effective or efficient in that area?
Yeah, enforcing zoning provisos is very difficult, especially those that are not dealing with bricks and mortar. I don't know if there's a legislative solution there. The best solution is to craft a proviso so that it's very clear as to what's needed, and it's something that's easily measurable. If you put a proviso in there that the building owner has to go to community meetings once a month, or something along those lines that we can't routinely monitor, then you can't really expect us to be involved in the enforcement process. But if it's the kind of thing where they need to have folks assisting in parking of cars, or there's some certain physical construction that needs to take place as a proviso, that is enforceable. So it really boils down to the strength of the proviso and the ability for us to be able to quantify exactly what's being asked.
So having the ability to quantifiably measure whether or not the group is sort of meeting all of the regs included in the proviso is extremely important. With that in mind, I'm a huge fan of sort of like establishing rubrics. So is there a way that we can work together, you all can sort of just do internally, develop a rubric for measurable and unmeasurable? Because some RCOs, we have to remember, these are community-based organizations, right? They're trying to do what is in the best interest of their neighborhood. So when they're working in an effort to trying to craft a proviso, they're doing what they think will be helpful. Can you all help to develop sort of a guide to the establishing of provisos that would be a sort of a rubric for groups to follow?
Yeah, that sounds like a very good idea. I think we'll meet with the zoning board and with the planning commission and see what we can do to come up with some standardized type provisos that we know we can enforce, and that if a community group puts that in as a requirement, that they have confidence that something will be taken, some action will be taken if it's not followed.
Thank you. And then finally, just to a follow-up to Councilman Johnson and Councilwoman Quinones Sanchez comments in regards to the establishment of the new offices. When in fact you have worked on establishing the criteria, if there is anything that we can do, plug, to be helpful in helping you identify locations, feel free to call us. We want to be helpful.
Will do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I better get my bid in for my office in the 5th Councilmanic District. They'll all be used up by the time I get it out of my mouth. Just a reminder, we have a neighborhood budget hearing at 6 o'clock this evening, and it is about a half an hour travel time from City Hall. Just a reminder. And we do have a department left. Chair recognizes Councilman Heenan.
So, President, just a quick questions to wrap it up on my end. And a lot of, just to add and echo the interest on the process and how things are set up with the GMAs and the new district offices. Would love to, I'm just going to ask you for the record, maybe you can provide them for the chair. How many district offices do you currently have, and do all the inspectors report there in the morning?
Yeah, they're required to, yes.
They're required to, and how are the cases assigned?
Well, if you're talking about building permit inspections,
I know, I understand it's different building permits, but how are they assigned generally? Is it in order, priority status, I guess a little dangerous?
yeah, I mean, what we consider to be the top of the pyramid would be complaints and reports of dangerous buildings. They would get an immediate response. Other types of complaints that come in, they get handled in turn. They get divided up amongst the different districts. Generally, an inspector has a certain number of census tracts within a particular district, and the work would go out to based upon the census tract in which the complaint came in.
Okay, so I guess the creation of the GMAs or their areas or districts, they you take into account the travel time, I would imagine, in between cases.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the analysis that gets done in figuring out where district offices need to be. You want to minimize that travel time because that's simply wasted effort. So we want to get these offices as close to where the action is occurring. Now that's not always possible given what the city can lease and what city buildings are available out there. In the past, we've had some buildings that are way off from where the actual work occurs, and we need to get away from that because it doesn't help to spend half of your day traveling from the local office to where you have to perform an inspection.
Exactly. How many staff are centrally located in the conduct plan reviews?
Well, can you ask that question again?
How many staff are centrally located in the conduct plan reviews? In your department for plan review?
For plan review. There's approximately 30 plan reviewers in the MSB concourse.
Now, are there plans for additional staff once you move towards the electronic plan review?
There are no plans to increase the plan examiners at this point.
Is there an anticipated drop in wait time and congestion if the plan review system is currently in place when you shift to electronic? So the wait time will be shorter?
Yeah, I would think that we can gain some efficiencies through electronic plan review, because what will happen is that we can have, in a lot of cases, to get a building permit or a zoning permit, there's prerequisite requirements from other city agencies. So by getting all the plans submitted electronically, those plans can be simultaneously distributed to everyone that needs to review this set of plans. So we'll get away from the situation where an architect or a builder has to go from city office to city office to get their approvals. So the overall response time, the overall approval time to go from when you start your permitting process to when it's completed should be reduced.
Great. And last, when you take a look at best practice and, taking a look at where we line up with other cities comparable to the city of Philadelphia and our fees and, the possible move to, adjusting them, I suggest taking a look at the maximum permit fee. All right, and I don't know if that's preempted again by the state UCC or not, but I don't know what the max is, 7,500 maybe, or 5,000?
That I'd have to, you talking about electrical permits or permits in general?
Okay, well, I'll speak to electrical permits then.
Yeah, I'll
But
have
there
to
is
get
a
back.
max fee. I think it's like
I believe there is a
7,500 or-
maximum fee.
Is that right? Do you know that? For electrical. Do you know what the building permit max fee is? All right, well, in any case, you have maximum fees that are relatively, inexpensive when you consider, doing sizable projects like the convention center, the Comcast building, or, some of these commercial, residential, properties, and you only have a maximum fee of 5,000 or 7,000. Higher, I don't know, with some of the other building permits, but I would, recommend that you take a look at that and reconsider, adjusting the maximum for building permits.
Okay, that's a good suggestion. We will look at that.
You got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilman Dom.
Just a few more quick questions. I want to follow up to Councilman Heenan's comments and my prior comments about the revenue and the fees. There was $54 million of revenue from Illinois last year?
Correct.
And my information says that there was 40,000 building, electrical, and plumbing permits in the department in 2015. Does that sound right?
That's approximately correct, yes.
So on simple math, if each one was like $130, that would generate $54 million.
I can't do that math in my head any
Okay.
longer, Councilman.
All right. But that,
I'll trust you.
I guess what we're saying is that the volume of permits, adjusting those fees is a lot of money, ton of money. So we really need to look at that because a $50 adjustment sounds like it's $20 million.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Sanchez.
I just want to advocate for the department. I think that money goes to the general fund, and I think the department should be allowed to get incentives for around some of this stuff, so.
It's got to go to the department. Should go to the department.
Well, I just want you to clarify that. I'm sure that's what you intended to do, and so I just want to clarify that we should provide incentives. Thank you.
Now, my goal is for you to
Thank you,
have
Councilman.
more tools to run this department more efficiently. I like to see those revenues go back into the department so you can use those tools to make LNI the best it can be.
Yeah.
So whatever you can do, we're talking the same language. Just let's figure out the fees. I think they have to be raised, and there's a lot of potential revenue there. One last question. In 2015, you were an LNI commissioner, but do you have any idea of how many unpermitted construction violations occurred?
We're checking now, Councilman.
Okay. Tell you, 40,000 is a tremendous amount of permits last year. It's a huge volume going through your department.
Yeah, I mean, the whole key here is how much of the new revenue can actually flow back to the department. Because as it stands, any revenues generated go to the general fund, and, they're distributed amongst different departments that have different needs. But there are other models out there that could help capture the revenue that we need in order to have the department adequately staffed and have all the resources that are needed for whatever construction enforcement or business compliance programs that the city needs in order to meet the needs of the citizens.
You know, that court case, though, Ron versus Tritterford Township, does state that all costs should go back can't charge more than the costs of what's going on, but they should go back to the department.
Yeah, in my recollection of that court case, you can't charge permit fees higher than what it costs to provide the service.
That's correct.
Now, there are other departments that are involved in permitting, so it's not just L&I's costs that are involved. You also have to consider what the Planning Commission does, the Historical Commission does, the role that the Commerce Department has. So it's not as simple as just looking at how much money L&I is spending on plan reviews and building inspections and how much revenue is coming in. There's a lot of other agencies that are involved in that process.
While we're waiting for that other question, you can get back to me on that other question. You can get back to me.
FY2017 786.
I have one last question I wanted to ask. You said there were 3 buildings that collapsed this year. Were those 3 buildings delinquent in real estate taxes?
Yes, they all were.
Because New York City put a system in place about 12 years ago that had 12 different probabilities. Delinquent taxes was one of them. Lack of a facade inspection was another. But when they merged all the information, they found out that all the buildings that were collapsing had these 12 characteristics going on. So it might be something we could look at because it might help us preventing issues down the road.
Yeah, that's exactly the type of analysis that Rebecca Swanson does in looking at our vacant property survey. And we need to expand that beyond just vacant properties because, like we were discussing earlier, we're having issues with occupied properties beyond that. You have situations that we're finding in which the primary owner of the property dies and the family takes over, they stop paying real estate taxes, they stop maintaining the property, and water is allowed to infiltrate, especially through the roof system, and eventually that's going to cause major structural issues.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Blackwell.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have so many things going, I dare not ask for something else, but so many community issues. But I will ask you, Commissioner, if you'll look at the bill we introduced dealing with the water main break and the contractors who helped fix it, and see if you may have some suggestions for us. We're having a hard time working that out. So we've been talking to folks in the city, but we're not straight yet. So maybe I'll ask you to look at that bill for what we can do when there's a city emergency.
So which specific, well, we can talk offline on that, Councilwoman. I'll give you a call.
Yes.
So I can get some more details on it.
Yeah, we'll send you the bill. We introduced it about in January. So obviously I don't have it straight or we would have followed up. So we've been trying to find out a way to do something. We even met with the fire commissioner and his team. We met with different adjusters. We met with so many people, but we don't have it right. I understand the license we talked about may not even be within our authority. It has to deal with the state too. So I would just like to you. We'll send it to you.
Okay, I'll be happy to take a look at it for you.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. That appears to conclude the questions for the witness. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your testimony and your responses.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have OIT.
Oh, sure.
Marion Johnson, and you'll remember her from Tasco.
Yeah, I know.
So she was the first person who taught me how to write a letter to you when you were here in Illinois. I was a teenager, you hear me?
That's what it was. You have to leave now, right? You didn't seem like you wanted to leave.
Yeah, right.
arm out.
You push the button or just I think you're just talking to him. Okay. If anything, it's one of these buttons back there. Ration, huh?
Huh?
You don't have to push any buttons on these, right?
No. It's so low. I feel like I'm on the floor here.
No, no.
Are you low? You feel low?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Thank you. Felt that coming. Thank you. We now have OIT. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
State your name for the record.
Council President, my name is Charles Brennan. I'm the CIO. I have with me senior staff. I know you have a meeting at 6 o'clock. So if it's okay with the chair, I'll forego testimony. We can go right to questions if that's okay with you.
It's okay with me. I see no opposition from members of the committee. Please proceed. You have a brief summary of your testimony?
Yeah, sure.
Just briefly, just
sure.
Kind of go through it.
I wanted to talk about a number of things that maybe some of the new council people don't realize that OIT actually performs for the city. For example, we do a number of social outreach programs in the Key Spots program where we man 19 centers. Most of those centers are in minority neighborhoods. 18 of 19 of our staff there are minority mentors for the kids. We also process all the city payroll, which is good news for all of us here. We manage almost 22,000 personal computers and laptops. We also manage the city's video surveillance system. We have 339 city-owned cameras, and we get over 2,700 camera feeds from other agencies. We man Channel 64, which is taking all our pictures right now, and that is now a high-def channel. We manage over 2,800 cell phones and almost 29,000 landline phones. We also do much of the city's printing. We print about 30,000 water bills a day. We also print over 900,000 print pages per month, including W-2s, all letters and reports, things from the mayor, water, finance, subpoenas, etc. We operate the city's help desk, where we field over 81,000 requests for service. One of the most important jobs is we support all the technology in the city's 911 center, including the city's radio network, which is used exclusively by police and fire, where we have 12,000 subscribers. And last year, we logged 33 million push-to-talks. OIT maintains the city's technical infrastructure, and we process almost 100 million emails for the city every year. And we assist in project management for every major technical project operating in the city. So prepared to answer whatever questions we can, Council President.
Thank you very much. Got a couple of quick questions. Page for your testimony shows you have 385 positions budgeted for FY16. Only 320 of them have been filled so far. But however, there is a proposed increase in upwards of $1 million for Class 100, even despite these current vacancies. Can you, one, tell me about your plan to fill the existing vacancies, and two, can you tell me why you're asking for an additional? $1 million?
We actually have 20 vacancies right now out on the web that we can't fill, and filling vacancies with technical positions has been a perennial problem here. So right now there are 20 out there, largely technical positions. The increase in
You cannot fill those positions?
Pardon me?
So you cannot fill those?
No,
positions?
we cannot fill them. They've been out there for quite a while. They're things like networking positions, highly technical skills. Our salaries are actually fairly good. It's the perks that we can't make what a private company can give. I think that's where
perks as in bonuses?
Well, it's more than bonuses.
Sore subject right about now in the government.
Well, no, I don't mean bonuses, but if you see what some of the technical firms offer, even those in the city, like, for example, one city business, they have a nap room. Nap room wouldn't go over well here in the city. They have very flexible hours. They let you work from home. Things that the city would really have a hard time doing. So they offer a lot more flexibility in the workplace than we do. Plus, they offer things like free food, massages, things like that. So we just can't compete with that. So it kind of makes it harder to draw that technical talent. I know you can use a massage about now, I guess, right?
I am so tempted to follow up on that question, but I think I'm going to move on that one.
As for the positions which we requested increases in, a One Philly project is putting somewhat of a strain on my people who do payroll.
Okay.
So we've asked for additional help there because that is a really, really difficult project. We've asked for, when I came here, one of the things that I wanted to beef up was the security, the security of the information that the city holds.
Mm-hmm.
I felt that we weren't strong enough there, so we've asked for additional positions in security. We're going to hire 4 positions for, Commissioner Perry just got off.
So is the $1 million, that's for the additional position?
It's about 8 or 9 additional positions, that's what it's for these different things.
Let me is this you're new in this position? Were you in the government before?
Yes, sir. I worked for the city for 33 years. I was essentially the CIO for the police department, and I started as a police officer here.
So you've been around. Okay.
I kind of know.
I just haven't had to say. So with respect, so my question is, if you're asked for an additional $1 million, is that for a class of employee that's not currently listed in your unfilled positions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can't just move that money around? Like you said, you have 20 positions that you need to fill, and it sounds like to me like there's no likelihood that those are going to be filled?
Well, we always have hope. So, and we're always looking. So what the finance office does is they budget us for those. So actually, you're looking at a January figure. We actually have about 340 people on now. So we have hired a few, but we still have 20 people out there. If you were to look right now, we have 20 people that we're looking for.
So you had 340 instead of 328?
Yeah, there's about, that 328 is a January figure, and I think we have 342 now, 342.
Okay. Can the budget director please step over? I just want to get a little clarity on the ability to utilize existing positions or appropriations for existing positions, to fill positions that we know we can fill and that we need. So are we in a position to fill the positions that we can find people currently or in the next fiscal year, assuming we will continue to still have positions that funding has been appropriated for but not be able to fill those particular positions internally without doing a transfer ordinance or anything?
Sir, I think
As I understand, you tell me you got 20 positions that you've been trying to fill for a while, it's not been successful. It's unlikely that you're going to fill all 20 in the next year. If we need $1 million to fill positions that we can fill, why can't we utilize the money that's been appropriated for the other positions internally?
Sorry,
as
Anna
opposed
Adams,
to appropriating an additional $1 million?
I think this is to do both. I think it's because as you know, we budget by class rather than by position.
Right.
And so and I can pull up the numbers, so we assume a certain number that are filled throughout the year. And we
We
assume
want to fill
that-
those 20 positions by then?
So I can get you, I can go and get the budget detail, but we show a certain percentage that we assume within Class 100 is filled for each department, and then we have a vacancy allowance. And so this assumes during the course of the year, we lose people, it takes some time to hire, and then we build that into our projections for each of the department's budgets. And so we don't assume in any department that they are 100% filled throughout the year, and the appropriations is based on that. And so you can see, if you go into the detail, there's a vacancy allowance that we show in each department, and I can go and get it for you and show exactly how much we're assuming in OYT, but you can see then that because we budget by class and not specifically by the number of filled positions. And that's how we make sure that they have enough appropriations to hire the amount of people, but also based on what we believe they can get to. And some departments don't hit that,
Okay.
and we do some work with them about trying to understand, is there a reality check here that they would like all these positions and they can't hire them?
You got to leave yourself a cushion.
Right, and so we provide some of that. We work with departments to understand why they're having problems hiring. Some of them, it varies dramatically by department about why the issues are on their hiring. But
Right.
we do assume there is some vacancies in every department's budget.
All right. Now, I know in the old days, we used to do that so we can give municipal workers raises, but I was told the other day that we're not doing that this time. But it's all good.
We've budgeted in the Civil
It's all-
Service
it's all-
Commission for
It's all
any
good.
changes.
Got a quick question in anticipation of tomorrow. Thank you. Security cameras. Your department has involvement in that, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so this issue about police surveillance cameras, and, over the years, we hired Unisys, that got screwed up, the whole 9 yards. We were supposed to build a network, and I can't seem to get, personally, because I personally have an issue, because I represent an area that has some real challenges. The cameras. So I had a meeting in part of my district the other night, and I'm not going to say names, but one of the police officials there said, well, we don't have enough people to watch the cameras. So we talked about what happened in Baltimore, where they had this process where they called it a football at that particular time. I don't know what they call it now, where a person, an officer in a sector car had basically a laptop computer that had the ability to have access to all the cameras in their sector, so they could just punch them up periodically and look and see what's going on in a particular intersection that has some history of drug selling or whatever. And similarly, we saw also where they had a location in a building downtown Baltimore where they pulled up every commercial car. And we don't have that to my knowledge. I just had a meeting with the Germantown and Erie business, Councilwoman Bass and myself yesterday, because they want more security cameras in their area. And again, there was this issue about, well, we don't have the person power, or we don't have the technology. So as I'm talking, one of the gentlemen in the meeting pulled out his phone, and he punched up his store.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, you can show real time. People were walking down the aisles. He said, yeah, this guy looked like he's getting ready to steal something. I said, well, you don't know that. But anyway, you get my point. He punched up the exterior of the store. So what I don't understand, if you can do that on a cell phone, private citizen, why can't we figure out a way to have more real-time coverage? And I know the police do a real good job in accessing cameras after the fact, but we'd like to be a little more proactive in preventing crime if there is an opportunity to look at real time. Do we have that technology here to enhance our real time without increasing staffing levels?
If you look at how many cameras that we've tied into here, is we have, is it 338? Well, but how many do we own? Yeah, the cameras that the city owns are about 339 cameras, but we tie into 2,700 cameras. So if you add those together, it's like
real time.
Yeah, real time. I'll explain real time because Council President, I saw you brought this up last year. I actually watched the testimony.
I'm gonna keep bringing it up.
I know you will. I know you will, and I don't think you were given a very good answer last time. Is the cameras are real time, but no one watches 3,000 cameras. You just can't, right? Nobody can.
And let me correct. And of that 20-something hundred, most of them were SEPTA.
But most of them are cameras other than, our cameras. We have SEPTA, we have Penn, I think we have Temple, we have, all over the city.
right.
It's really much cheaper to do it that way than to keep putting up our own cameras, because we might have.
I'm okay with that.
Right, we might have funding for like 50 a year, and we kind of go by what the police asked us to do to stick those 50 up, so we keep adding every year. But as you said, and I think you were right on the mark here, is they're largely a reactive device. The officer who was shot in West Philly, that famous photo, that was one of our cameras that caught that.
Right.
To watch those cameras, an officer at the DIVIC there, the Delaware Valley Information Center, they can actually dial into any of those cameras and look at them. So, but the chances of them hitting it exactly when a crime happens is, probably almost nothing.
So are you suggesting that if I'm looking at a camera, and I don't think we should be using police officers for this, by the way.
Yeah.
It should be public safety officers, which is another conversation for tomorrow. And I see a group of guys standing on the corner selling drugs or whatever, then I can't proactively say, there's some guys selling drugs I just saw to buy. And had the police come, you got the camera, boom, case, boom, you can prove the case.
In that case, they actually could. In that case, they actually could. If the call got to the person who was watching the camera, they could turn that camera on and watch the person.
The call from where?
Well, for example, like a 911 call, or somebody were to call in.
I'm not talking about a 911. I'm talking about preventive measures.
Yeah. I'm going to let Ray.
If I have a police officer in a sector car, only reason I'm bringing that because I was sitting in the car. They were driving around. He's pulling up the stuff in every corner in this sector, and clearly enhance his ability to monitor his sector. Why don't we do that?
Good afternoon, Raymond Haling, Deputy CIO. I can't talk about the police operations, but I can tell you about the technology infrastructure.
All right.
What you spoke about, we can absolutely do.
Okay.
This is a camera that's on my city-issued phone right now. This is live, real time. So we do have the capability of doing that.
All right.
I do know in the past there was some difficulty in terms of...
I'm looking in the front of his house, so... All right.
Yeah, and we can do that we can actually do that
I just want to know about technology from you guys, because you're not the police.
So we can do that for all of the cameras that we mentioned, all the camera feeds that we mentioned. We actually have it broken down by district, police district, and that includes a breakdown for all the SEPTA and partner cameras. They're also broken down by district. I'll let the police talk about operations, but they have the capability to roll this out at the district level similar to what you spoke about.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you. Thank you for that information, and I will use that tomorrow when I talk to the police. Chair recognizes Councilman Heenan.
Thank you, Council President. Good afternoon. You want me to come up here? Okay. Little change of scenery here. So I have a series of Comcast questions I'd like to ask. And first is, how has the Comcast progressed with the remediation set forth in the agreement?
Yes, Steve, come up. Yeah, I'm gonna let my Chief of Staff, Steve Robertson, he's dealt with this from the very beginning, Councilman, so I'd like to have him answer that question.
You got it, thank you.
Good afternoon. Steve Robertson, Chief of Staff, Office of Innovation and Technology.
Can you push the microphone a little closer?
How's that?
Perfect.
Right now, and to put this in perspective, Comcast's remediation program was an 18-month period due to be completed in June of 2017, with quarterly inspections by the city occurring along the way. The first quarter for inspections just ended on March 31st. The city is following up with Comcast right now in developing a list of randomly selected addresses where they say they've remediated their plant. And there will be an actual field visit to each of those addresses and an inspection. So we anticipate a list of addresses to be developed like in the next 2 weeks. And then beginning late April, late this month, we'll begin the actual physical inspections.
Okay, great. Throughout the budget process, if you can, report back to to the chair, I'd appreciate that on
Sure.
on the progress. When can council expect the INET negotiations to be resolved?
It's hard to say at this point. We are actively engaged with Comcast, meeting with them regularly. When the actual terms of that agreement will be finalized, it's hard to say. We're very close. We're meeting again in the next week with Comcast. We're in the process of exchanging drafts right now, and the last draft came back from Comcast to us about a week ago, so we're reviewing that, and we're already scheduled to meet with Comcast again on April 22nd.
Now, the anticipated build-out for the INET is 18 months, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Has any of it started on some of the, I guess, points that you know that doesn't need to be negotiated?
Yeah, some of the programs we're moving on, the things that have been settled. The only thing really not settled now is the INET. The INET is the one. It's virtually a contract negotiation. And Councilman, I want to publicly thank you for giving us some information that we were unaware of about the INET. And we've now included your concerns and its concerns of council in our negotiations with Comcast. So I would like to thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Oh, we appreciate that. Thank you for including council from this point forward. What is the nature of the city's relationship with Comcast regarding the courtesy accounts that many of our facilities currently are connected to?
I don't know if there's a relationship, but there are quite a few courtesy accounts, mainly in rec centers. The rec centers, what's that? Yeah, they're throughout the city, but many of them are in rec centers. And from what I understood is a courtesy account allowed them to choose a number of different services, whether broadband or video. And so there are quite a few courtesy accounts, but I don't know how many. Ray says about 200 throughout the city.
About 200 courtesy accounts? And does OIT control the type of service that can be connected to those sites and the facilities?
No.
So we don't control, is it a managed service?
It's not done through OIT, it's done through the sponsorship of Comcast.
Okay, so we don't control the type of service?
No.
Okay, is there a cap, do you know, on the amount of courtesy accounts that the city can set up with Comcast?
I don't know.
There is, and Comcast included as an appendix to the recently renewed franchise agreement, a complete list of all the courtesy accounts, and that was their agreement to continue all of those courtesy accounts in the appendix to the franchise agreement.
So it's independent from the INET negotiations?
That's correct, yes.
And points of connectivity?
Yeah, the municipal courtesy accounts are completely separate from what's being discussed now with respect to INET.
Because we want to ensure that every public facility has high-speed connectivity and access. That's what our ultimate goal here is with, through the franchise agreement as well as the courtesy accounts?
Is our goal is that every city building and the ones that you brought to our attention will have internet access that's appropriate for the size of the building. For example, this building will have a much different level of service than maybe another building that isn't as large. That kind of thing.
It's real simple. We want to have enterprise speed or service, fiber connectivity to every public facility in the city of Philadelphia, including all our parks and recreations. Has the city done an assessment of the Verizon franchise agreement?
Yes, sir. Verizon was due to be built out on February 26th.
Have you fact-checked their, we had a conversation I had a conversation with Verizon and the city and your department, and we were supposed to be fact-checking, the addresses that they have. Has that been done yet, and do you have the results?
Yes, we've actually done a little bit more. Our consultant, CBG, went out and tested the week of March 14th. They tested a number of locations randomly to make sure that light was going through the fiber, and that indicates that, video signal could go through it too. All 53 locations they tested came out fine. They did have some trouble getting to some of the set-top boxes, and they're resolving those issues. The one issue that remains is that Verizon, in fact, has not built out the city to 100%. And there are some exceptions that Verizon can bring up, and we're working with Verizon now to identify what they identify as their exceptions.
Okay, so is there a penalty for not being 100%, completed, with the exceptions that's agreed upon, within their agreement?
Do you know?
Yeah, there are liquidated damages if the city cannot verify that they're 100% built out after taking into consideration any exceptions that they claim.
Okay, so, or could you provide the verifications of all they're supposed to do on their bellwether testings?
Sure.
And connectivities, because there is a large part of the city of Philadelphia doesn't feel that that there's competition out there, that they're able to get into other promotional programs and high-speed access.
Sure.
So if we can have a follow-up and be made aware of that information, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, not a problem.
In your class 200 on page 15, rent, the department originally had funded almost $95,000 for rent in FY16, and is already projecting the obligations will be $545 and some change. What caused this discrepancy?
Chris Donano with OIT. I think that was just a mislabeling of the class for the prior year. These are leases that we do for the PICO.
So it's a misprint?
From the prior year. The current year is correct.
So
the FY17 budget is appropriately coded.
Okay, and what is that number for 17?
It's about the same as 16, about the 545.
Okay. All right. On page 42, class 200 contract, we are projecting an increase in the city's maintenance contract, city net maintenance contract, when we're expecting the INET to be negotiated and implemented within the next year and a half. Can you explain?
During FY17, we'll still have maintenance to pay on pieces of the network, because the INET won't be built out for 18 months, which takes us past FY17.
And what's the term of the class 200 contract?
That'll be for the fiscal year. So July 1st to June.
Just for the fiscal year?
Yes.
All right, and I want to go back to the previous question on rent. You said that the obligations are going to go back to $545,000, or is it going to go back to $89,000 for rent?
Let me take another check.
It would be page 15.
Oh, yeah, my apologies. It'll go back to the lower figure, because those rents for, I'll have to get back to you.
Would you?
Yeah.
Considerably, there's an extreme difference.
Yeah, what we're getting is not different, it's just.
That's fine. If you could just provide the information
Sure.
to the chair. I'm going to yield my time for the next round. Chair recognizes Councilman Dom.
And from my perspective, I'm going to start off by saying that there's none of your responsibility, but my perspective, the city's technology needs a lot of help. I mean, I envision a city where on a handheld device, I can tell what properties I own, what properties I'm delinquent on. I can tie in all the tax returns and see what's not paid, what I owe. And that to me is very important. But that's another subject. So let me just get to today's budget. You have a $2.5 million decrease in Class 200. I was just curious, how come this is being decreased so much? And how do you plan on being able to keep up with the improvement and integration of new technology the city desperately needs? Is this class, maybe the move of this class to 100 and fill those seats, or why are we decreasing this $2.5 million?
Some of that, Councilman, is a mistake. It was inadvertently put into the wrong fund. There's two numbers there. The 1 million for the 911 division was put in Class 200, and it was inadvertently put in here, so it was taken out. Okay. And then this internal realignment in 911 of 753,000 was put in there, and it was taken out. So it shouldn't have been in there in the first place. So it's kind of a deceiving drop.
Okay, you get that corrected and get us a copy.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the status of Real-Time Crime Center? I know we spent $3 million, I think, on this program a few years ago. And are we using it today?
Raymond Haling, Deputy CIO. Yeah, the Real-Time Crime Center went live at the DIVIC back in 2014. So they're fully operational. They're the ones who actually take a look at all the cameras we've been talking about previously. They also have access to our acoustic anomaly system, which would also be called a gunshot detection system. But they've been live from a technology standpoint since 2014, I believe, in June.
So that's being utilized now?
That is correct.
Okay.
24/7, 365 is my understanding.
Okay. And what's the status of the data warehouse? And when do we expect this to be fully functional?
Do you know that? Hold on, that's a capital project, and I've got that here. Hold on. It's a capital.
You want to get back to me on that?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Yeah, because we've really got pages of capital projects going.
Just get back to me.
Sure.
The next question I have is, are there any plans to integrate an e-billing system? I've talked before at these hearings about water and sewer, real estate tax bills, computerizing that whole area. Yeah. We're spending like $3-4 million in postage a year just on sending out water and sewer bills. Are there plans this year to make that happen?
Actually, we have an ongoing upgrade of all the revenue sites, all the revenue city websites. Last year, we took in $180 million over the web, and our big focus is to try to take as much money as we can on the web. Actually, a few years ago, the only way when you paid a bill on the web, you had to pay that 2.5% credit card fee, and that kind of, if you were paying a couple dollars, it wasn't a big deal, but trying to pay your property taxes with 2.5%, nobody would go for that. So the city came around and they made it much easier, charging you a nominal fee to do a debit. And we've kind of seen a big upswing on that. So we are spending a lot of time in the redesign of our web functions to make it easier for people to understand where they have to go and how they pay a bill. Up to the point, Councilman, where I send people down to the basement of the MSB, where people go and pay the bills. And we actually interview them to find out why they won't go online. Why is it you won't go online and pay this bill? So, we're actually doing a lot of work to try to make sure we can get the money in faster.
Can you pay real estate tax bills online today?
Can you? Yes, actually, when I went in, I looked at the online one, and I could have either paid the credit card or I could have used the debit, which I think costs about, they said it was less than a stamp. So you can pay it, and the debit just pulls it right out of your account.
But don't you think probably 75% of the water and sewer bills, which are $400,000 to $500,000 a month we send out, and the $579,000 real estate tax bills, 75% of those people probably would want to pay online in today's day and age.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot that want to pay online, and that's why we're in the redesign of the websites. That's why we're spending an awful lot of time on design, and this has never been done before. To spend a lot of time figuring out why people go on the web, what they do there, and how we can make it more friendly for them to go pay their bills online. So if you went back a couple of years, and we could get these figures, you would see that the number of online payments, the number of e-payments we get go up every year. So we're, I think we're doing something right here.
Can you do me a favor? Can you send this body in writing the plan to computerize the billing for water, sewer, and real estate tax bills? One last question. Thank you. what projects are in the works for the next 5 years to promote the city's tech community and give Philadelphia a presence as a hub for innovation and technology, which is the biggest economic multiplier of jobs we have in our economy, 5 to 1? And what role is the OIT playing in this?
Most of our resources, Councilman, go to our customers, who are the operating departments. By far, most of our role is there. We do have a role of outreach in the community, and we do have a role of, we have an innovation section. I have the head of that here, and he might be better prepared to answer that, or we could give you something in writing, whichever you want. I can bring him up.
Whatever you prefer.
Hi, good afternoon. Andrew Buss from OIT. We do a lot of work around increasing the capacity for innovation inside government. So we maintain an innovation lab. We also have an innovation fund, and then we have an innovation academy. And the three of those pieces are coordinated to really give the most benefit. We also have a lot of work kind of externally around public computing centers, so digital inclusion work, and that was the Key Spot program that was mentioned earlier.
Okay. In addition, then, do me a favor, because out of respect for time, just send it to us in writing.
Of course.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Ken.
Hi, thank you very much. So I just wanted to follow up on the answer to Councilman Dom's inquiry. You mentioned that you went and interviewed a bunch of people about why they didn't pay online. What was their answer?
Many of them don't trust that the payment will actually get where it's supposed to get. They're people who tend to go to the MSB, the basement, where the cashiering is, where they actually pay. They would tend to be maybe not the most computer illiterate of our citizens. So they feel more comfortable in actually giving money to a human being and getting a receipt right there. So, that seemed to be, one of the primary reasons that people wouldn't go online.
That they didn't trust the system, or that they
Well, that they
didn't
didn't trust that the money would actually, get there. So a lot of them either want that receipt, they want that, interaction with a human being. If you think about it, they didn't even use a stamp. So they are a little even wary about putting it in an envelope and send it into the city. So that seemed to be one of the primary reasons anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And do you feel like that's a pretty comprehensive look, or is that just anecdotal and that kind of thing?
Well, I had a group of people go down and they interviewed a number of people. And the purpose of the interview, Councilwoman, is to find out, how we can design the website to make it more friendly. If you've seen some of the websites, like you wouldn't even know how to pay a bill. You'd have a real hard time. Mm-hmm. So the idea is we are putting an awful lot of time and expense in design up front, so that we can, not have to go back to it later on. So that's part of our project. We call it the Alpha Project, and we're spending a lot of time doing that.
Okay. And then I think I'm going to follow up with a conversation that we had about at the capital budget, which is a little bit more information about the Digital Alliance Fund. We talked a little bit about the importance of the fund in terms of closing the gap for the digital gap for our most vulnerable citizens. And we had a brief discussion about the board and who would actually sit on this, and how we can assure that there's diverse representation of communities that are committed to actually increasing digital access and ending the gap for diverse communities. And you had mentioned that currently the fund is looking to seat only donors. Is that still true?
No, not necessarily. We have some recommendations for the board. We were looking for donors to sit on the board, but we were looking for a fairly diverse group who could, would advise how that money would.
Fairly diverse or diverse?
No, a diverse group.
It's either one or the other.
I'm sorry.
Is there such a thing as fairly diverse? I'm hoping for a diverse group.
Okay, I'll use the language diverse group.
Okay.
But the one of the main goals was is that once that money runs out, if we can't get more money in, then there would be nothing left. So that was the reason for, having some donors on that group.
Well, the purpose of the funds board, though, is to determine how to utilize the money.
Correct.
Okay. But that is wholly separate from how the money comes in. Is it your belief that donors would only donate to the fund if they could determine how the money was directed?
I think it would help.
Do you see any conflict of interest with that?
No.
Really? You don't see any conflict of interest with having that level of engagement?
Here's what I think is likely to happen is, yes, we're going to have the Comcasts of the world and the Verizons of the world and the AT&Ts of the world on there, but they'll kind of offset one another. I don't think they're necessarily going to push things to their own business. I don't think that's going to happen because everybody else on the board probably wouldn't allow it. So,
what kind of representation from donors would you expect as a percentage of the board?
Actually, I don't think we know yet because we've made some. Actually, Comcast reached out to try to get some of their competitors on the board for the purposes of donating more money. So they've done some of the work. We are looking for board members too, and we're looking for input as to who those board members should be.
How can we ensure that there's diverse representation of communities on that board?
I think we have I'm going to let Steve mention this because I think there are a couple other entities that we recommended for the board. Now, the board's not set yet, and of course that's up to the mayor. It's not up to us. We can only make some recommendations, but I think Steve could tell you some more people on the board other than the companies that we recommended.
Hi, Councilman.
Hello.
Steve Robertson, Chief of Staff, OIT. I think what you heard CIO Brennan discuss initially was kind of what we envision will be corporate membership. Obviously, we would like to entice corporations within the city to participate, particularly telecommunication providers. But we also envision nonprofit membership on the board itself. We've had in mind the People's Emergency Center, Media Mobilizing Project, any other entities, nonprofit entities that anybody would like to suggest. The composition of the board is actually, still developing. So we're looking actually for stakeholders, other entities to join that board.
And do you see those other entities as being kind of like an addition or a supplement to an existing board? Because it feels like the community end of it feels a little bit kind of secondary in terms of priority. Like I would assume that there would be a good list, a robust list that OIT already had, having been familiar with the importance of this fund, how hard people fought for it, that there was a lot of active groups at the table. There are a lot of groups that are committed to ending the digital gap in the city. And it's just hard to believe that you only can recite 2 groups right now off the top of your head.
No, I mean, we actually still envision additional actually government membership that deal with some of the entities that you're talking about. I'll give you a couple more examples. The Mayor's Office of Community Empowerment and Opportunity is very interested. We also see a educational membership. Any of the universities that want to participate, if they have a representative that they want to seat on the board, we actually anticipate that happening, and we'll certainly invite them. Any foundation membership, a couple examples of foundations within the city, the Knight Foundation, the Philadelphia Foundation. And to go back to kind of what I thought was a question that you had in there originally, we don't see those other members as kind of a subset of the board. We see them as actually fully seated members of that alliance.
I meant in terms of representation, that they would represent a very small portion of the board. I mean, my hope would be that this is a board that truly reflects the diversity of the city, that is committed to reducing or ending, actually, the digital gap for communities who are most vulnerable. And one of the problems that we often have is that when we create these new funds about people trying to end inequity in our city, that we only see people who actually don't have a problem with inequity. And too often, the groups that feel the most gap and the biggest lack of access are are often on the margins or a small subset of a larger group that's dominating this. One example is like, if we are trying to find out why people cannot get online or won't get online or don't trust the online experience, then it might help to have some of those folks be fully represented, and that doesn't always happen. I think that donors, funders, and others have found ways to get to the table. They have great access to a lot of people in city government. It seems hard to imagine that there needs to be another table for it. It doesn't mean that I would exclude them. It just means that the people who are fighting to get to the table, especially on this issue of digital inclusion, have a hard time doing that. And I don't want to create another roundtable where they are incidental or a tiny subset, and that communities, especially Black, Latino, immigrant communities, language access, groups with high language access needs aren't going to be fully represented in the biggest effort that we have right now, though it's, not for the fullest amount, but.
If you have recommendations, we kind of struggle with this a little bit, but if council has recommendations, we would be more than happy to take them and put them on the list for the mayor's consideration.
And I would hope that to some extent this becomes a very fully vetted, kind of process that people feel confident about the board. It's really important that this board that's been using this kind of money is seen as being, fully aware of, conscious of, connected to the communities that have been fighting so hard to make sure that we end the digital gap.
Right. No, I absolutely agree with you. And obviously, it's the people on the board that are going to make it, whether it's successful or not, and, whether the money is spent wisely. So it's going to be up to the people on the board. So really, if council has recommendations, we obviously don't know as much as you do about maybe the types of groups that should be involved. So we are more than happy to include whatever groups you feel should be part of this board.
And then second question is, could you just talk a little bit more about the implementation for the Comcast franchise agreement around CTE and apprenticeship programs? Where we are with it, what the time frame is, who's working on it?
Yeah, I can take that one. OIT is not directly involved in the implementation of that. The Mayor's Office of Education is involved directly with Comcast.
So they're handling the CTE apprenticeship aspect of it?
That's correct. They're working on it. There's an identified Comcast representative who's working directly with folks in the Mayor's Office of Education, who's working with the school district on CTE.
Okay. I will wait for the next round.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair recognizes Councilman Daltonberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In last year's budget, Mr. White, I believe the department was appropriated funds to upgrade the Revenue Department's database. And what is the status of that project?
The Revenue Department's database. Do you know? Oh. Yeah, we actually call that something different. There's a tax data warehouse. That project is ongoing. We're predicting February 17 for go live. We have a vendor. So we are under contract with a vendor, and that project's being worked on right now.
Do you believe at this point, as it's ongoing, do you believe more funds are needed, or do you think the funds that were allocated are adequate?
But right now, for that particular project, we're okay as of right now.
Because I really believe it's a critical priority. My colleague, Councilman Dom, has been really speaking out very, very forcefully and eloquently, and getting this council also very excited about EITC tax credits. What bothers me is that we can't simply search our own revenue tax database and find out who would qualify to have direct contact with these citizens. I know other cities on our scale have these capabilities, and we are still working with the database started in the 1980s. If you could give me a deadline for when you think this project will be completed, well, this might be the project we just talked about, but if that fits into that, I think it's rather important. Would that be the same project we're talking about?
You're exactly right, Councilman, is that the problem that the city has is that many of the systems are really old, and they do date back to the 80s. And they were the ones that were targeted the most for capital upgrades. And this particular one, this tax delinquency database, is going to, for the first time, let the city mine data, do a lot of analytics on data, and actually be able to target, those accounts that are most likely to pay off. Like right now, they don't have that ability now. I mean, the stuff is really, it's mainframe, pretty old stuff. So we are, right now, we're targeting February of 17 for that right now, and so far that target seems to be holding.
I mean, the reason I'm so passionate about the EITC grants are really a great vehicle helping a lot of folks get on that road out of poverty. Those extra dollars can make a great deal of help for them personally and really for the city as a whole.
Yeah.
So that's why I believe it's so critical.
No, I agree with you. It is, and I'm glad you used that word because there are a lot of projects that are very important to the city, but there are projects that are critical to the city. And many of these projects that we have in the capital funding, these are things that really have to get done. You heard your Commissioner Perry, he talked about Eclipse.
Right.
Eclipse is like absolutely a critical system for them to get up and running, and we're working hard to try to, solve some of his problems because of all the problems with L&I. He's going to have to rely very much on technology to help him do his job. So there's another critical system, and they're not the only ones. There's a bunch of them.
Okay. Mr. White, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. On page 43, at the bottom code there, there's a miscellaneous expense and FY17 expense for $752,000 TBD. I usually associate TBD with a scheduling
Chris Donato.
thing, but not almost $1 million.
Yeah, most of those funds are actually, this class right here is for services. We used to use these funds for services. We actually want to use them for purchasing supplies and equipment. So we're working with the budget office, actually get this money moved into the appropriate classes during the budget process here.
So at what point will we know what what we're purchasing, the product, the equipment?
It's network equipment, telephone equipment. Those are the big two.
Ray Haling, Deputy CIO. Specifically, that money is actually being asked to move down. In the past, with the video surveillance system, we used to actually contract out all of the work. Over the last 4 years, we've actually brought all of the work in-house. So we no longer need services. We actually need the cameras, the fiber, the switches to actually get the camera set up and running. That's really why the request for the transfer.
Okay, it makes sense. It would be helpful instead of having a TBD, on a miscellaneous line item that it's itemized. If you could please, present to the chair at the appropriate time during this budget process, just, what the itemized expenses are. It would be helpful, I think, to a lot of members that are, going thoroughly through this budget. In FY16 budget hearings, OIT mentioned that we're focusing it on a new procurement system. All right. How has this system been developed, and what type of advancements can we be expecting?
I think that's a capital.
And what, most important, what should the user expect to see?
Here it is here.
And when will it be rolled out, in addition?
This is going to make it much easier to move. As you know, and I know it's been testified to, the procurement process in the city is pretty bulky and pretty cumbersome. It's going to have a front end for vendors that they can get far more information. Vendors will be able to register now and be able to get notifications automatically. I know the city's looking into a reverse bid auction type of thing to get lower prices. So the whole technology will be used to streamline the procurement system now, which is just kind of a very, very difficult process. So it'll be used for services, supplies, equipment, public works, and concessions will all be part of the process. That's ongoing. It's about $1.3 million, and we're predicting fall of 16 for that to be finished.
Fall of 15, okay.
16,
so
I'm sorry.
You'll be updating council on the progress, or could you?
Sure.
Maybe I should
absolutely,
state it that way.
Absolutely.
Because I think several members, and we've been in conversations with, with the administration, just on our interest in trying to streamline things, making it a lot more accessible and user-friendly, much more competitive, and this way the efficiencies and the advances, that we're trying to achieve are actually going to, come to fruition.
We are really anxious in trying to make it better for people to do business with the city. That is really one of our major goals here. So I'm glad we're very much aligned with you, Councilman.
Great, great. What can council expect from Philadelphians, or Philadelphians expect from the OIT in pushing innovation, the innovation agenda with the city? And the only reason I mention it is because I'm concerned a little bit that, it's not much mentioned, through programmatic developments, especially since over the last several years, we've been nationally recognized and locally recognized with partners in the private tech community and community groups as well. And the city, recruiting, innovative and creative, entrepreneurs in the tech community working for city government, which I think is great. Are we going to continue that moving forward?
Yes, Councilman. As Andrew Buss, who was up here a little while ago, he's in charge of our innovation section, and he mentioned the Innovation Academy, which we used to farm out, actually, and we're working with my boss now to kind of bring that in-house, because we pretty much know what was taught, and to be able to actually spread that to more city employees for a cheaper cost. We have the Innovation Lab, which is up at the MSB on the 16th floor. If you've never seen it, it's a pretty modern, high-tech space there where we would do some of the training. So, and just so you realize that all these projects, and, I have this 2-page list, there's $120 million of projects here that are being done. Whenever we go out and look at a project, we look for the most, the best way to implement the project, and we look for any innovative solution that we can find to get the project in to help the customers that we have, which are the operating departments.
And that's going to be across all levels of management in city departments? Or is that the intent?
Well, we actually service just about every department in the city. Of course, all the big ones and even the little ones. And they come to us for systems. Basically, that's what they always come to us for. Everybody wants a system to solve a problem. And what's been nice about the consolidation effort that was done a few years ago, if you look at what the city was 10 years ago, everybody was kind of independent, going on their own way. Now we have competent project management, which we use to hold an agency's hand from inception of idea all the way through the finish of the project. So we even hold their hand through contract negotiations, through RFP building, through requirements gathering, everything. And I think that I have a lot of bright, smart people working for me. And believe me, we look for every innovative way to make things easier for government and to save money for the city.
Great. And eventually solve complicated problems.
Yes, sir.
To produce, what we're supposed to be on not just the back end, but on front end for the citizens. All right, so I hope and encourage that continues, because I think not just in the systems, it's the people. So we kind of, keep our employees engaged, a part of. It's great for morale, and ultimately we have a product that we can be proud of. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Blondell Reynolds Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I was trying to, it's been a long day, I respect that. I was trying to follow the line of questioning offered by my colleague, Councilwoman Gim, and I'll be quite candid with you and letting you know that whenever I hear the word diversity, both ears perk up. So I thought I heard, and I tried to take my note, you say we struggle with that. So just elaborate on what that is.
I'm not sure the context.
I believe it was, she was raising, my personal opinion, important questions around the diversity of the board and et cetera. And your response was that we struggle with that. So I'm trying to get my arms around what that means.
Oh, okay. No, I remember. Is that what the councilwoman was talking about is she felt maybe that, I know she's gone now, but, I know she felt that maybe we didn't have representation on the board that was maybe inclusive of maybe all the groups in the city.
Yes.
And the problem I think we have in OIT is we know a lot of the technical players.
Okay.
Like we know the Comcasts of the world and the AT&Ts and the Verizons. That's who we deal with every day, right?
Of course.
It's the groups that maybe you are better aware of that we are not, that we struggle with. So that's why I said that if council can give us an idea of groups that might be better representative of the board, we're glad to take those groups because that's where we struggle. We just don't know everyone out there that maybe you do.
Okay. Your ask for help is very much appreciated, and know that we will do the follow-through. So help me with the completion of this assignment. How many people are on the board? What type of expertise are you looking for the board? What is the current demographic makeup of the board?
There's actually no one on the board yet. This is the board. Councilwoman came out of the Comcast agreement.
Okay.
And it requires us to give a conceptual idea to Comcast as to what a digital alliance board means. So
okay.
it really is very fuzzy as to what it means.
I see.
So what we did is we wrote up a kind of a concept that it would be a board that would be created to decide how the money would be spent. And the money is $500,000 from Comcast. And as to what it's to be spent on, again, it's very fuzzy. It talks about digital inclusion, whatever that means.
Which is quite nebulous.
Right, exactly, as to what it means. So what we were saying is there's another provision here that we were very concerned about, is that $500,000 sounds like a lot of money, but you know that could go in a heartbeat, So from our point, we were very anxious to make sure that their money keeps coming in. So we were looking more at like who can give us money, and maybe not as much about maybe your concerns. That's why I asked for your help. Is that the board, once it's established, and there's really no one on the board right now,
okay.
so it's still being established.
That clarity is important.
Yeah, right. That's why we can use your help, because
the opportunity exists
right.
To help frame out.
You could kind of help us by telling us what groups that you think might be best represented on the board to address the problems of digital inclusion. Because what we see the board doing is identifying areas that the money will be spent on.
Okay.
Right? So that's what it'd be kind of giving out like a grant. That's what we think.
Is this $500,000 annually?
No, one shot.
Yeah. This is $500,000 and it's over.
It's over.
Point of information, if I may, Councilwoman. So it is a $500,000 commitment from Comcast to start and seed a digital alliance, right, which is to reach out, whatever the makeup of the board shall be, right, to reach out to the communities, right, and best partner with our libraries, partner with urban affairs, partner with all these other groups that are in the city of Philadelphia that are dealing with, let's just say, partnering with Internet Essentials, trying to bridge that digital divide. But this fund is specifically to address the digital literacy issue or their lack of in the city of Philadelphia. And it's a one-time seed, and I think it's OIT, if I'm not mistaken, just from what I understand. They think that it should be they should grow. There should be a fundraising component to it, where not only should it start at $500,000, it should get up to $5 million or $3 million with the tech community. So that's a Verizon, it could be Google, it could be any of the tech businesses that are in our central offices in the city of Philadelphia, in which our communities benefit from. So that's why when they talk about business being a part of it, right? But then proposals I'm sure will be put in front of them on where who receives grants and what communities and why and what are they going to do about it and things like that. So council is definitely going to be a part of this conversation as we move forward. For that fund, I think right now it's like what partners or who can be brought in to raise the most amount of money, all right, to have the city receive the best benefit it possibly can in the lack of digital literacy, all right, because it's out there, and it's out there in a big way, as you well know, in all communities, but especially maybe a little more in some of the in the poorer underserved communities. So that's what the intent of the of the fund
500,000
is,
is for.
correct.
Well, that clarity is important because seed it means it launches the effort. It doesn't mean that the effort goes away.
Right, and that's not a part of it, just, for the record, that is not part of the franchise agreement. This is outside the scope and the side letter commitment to the city of Philadelphia as, Comcast being a partner with the city. As we went through that grueling process for 18 months, more intense over the last 6 months, and it included all our partners from mobile media, from PhillyCam, and a lot of Urban Affairs Coalition. So, folks that were beneficiaries of trying to be a part of the Internet Essentials program and serving our communities, the Boys and Girls Clubs, the Big Brothers, Big Sisters. So they are all just the examples of folks who are going to benefit from the digital literacy fund once it's established and up and running.
Well, I appreciate that. So folks running STEM programs, especially STEM programs for girls, they need, one of my recommendations would be that they're on that board. Because we know girls lag far behind when it comes to science, technology, engineering, and math. And that's an opportunity where we can move towards trying to equalize or level that playing field so that girls have a chance to move into that part of the world. PhillyCam, for sure, given who they are, what they do, and who they represent. And my office, I'm sure along with Councilman Gimm's office, will also get a long list of community organizations that are on the ground floor, entrenched in neighborhoods, hungry for opportunities where they can make a difference in the lives of kids who otherwise wouldn't get it.
Councilwoman, if I may, since I've been deeply entrenched in the whole Comcast process, maybe we should pull together a little briefing just on the digital literacy, so we understand what we're trying to pull together and how we can benefit and grow and accomplish what we're out to achieve.
That would be huge.
You bet. Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman McGinn.
I just wanted to bring a little bit of clarity to it, and I appreciate Councilman Heenan's suggestion to bring together a group to talk with OIT about it. But in part, I wanted to raise the consideration that the seed fund for the Digital Alliance Fund is meant to be that, and that we have a lot of players who are, and big corporate entities who are generous and interested in this, but I separate the donations from the people who actually sit on the board, and that the importance of the board is that it can't be a token board. It's got to be a truly representative board in order for us to truly be serious about ending addressing digital literacy, and most importantly, ending the gap for our most vulnerable communities who frequently don't do that. And I guess I'm not sure that Google needs another place at the table. I'm not sure that, some of our other biggest entities who are already here with us don't necessarily need to direct the direction of the funds. We need a big idea about how to think about the gap that we have in our city and in our country about digital access in general, and we want those folks to be on this historic board. I think it'll be an important one. I encourage OIT not just to come to City Council for individualized recommendations, but to think and invest very broadly in overall a commitment to inclusion and vulnerable communities in OIT. I think that is a fundamental responsibility of your department, that I don't want it to be just rooted in techies and kind of people who have technical knowledge, but don't understand that the whole purpose of this technology is to bring us a better life, to bring us a more equitable life, and especially to help those who are most vulnerable in our city, low income, English language learners, our seniors, young people in our city, that they have to be brought into this. And so it isn't just a conversation about the Digital Alliance Fund, it is a conversation a little bit about OIT and reorienting ourselves away from the separation between techies and equity and access in our city. So thank you, Councilman Heenan, for helping me clarify that.
Very well put, and thank you. Unless there are any other questions from any members that happen to be here at this time, I want to thank you all for being here, and I want to say a special thanks to our court reporter who has stayed on an extended time. So thank you so much for your patience. There being none, the committee will stand in recess until 6 p.m. today, At this time, we will reconvene at Concilio located at 141 East Hunting Park Avenue, Philadelphia 19124. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you, Councilman.